do that.
You wanted to repeal and replace.
I want you to lay down a specific amount of rules so we can know what's going on when you guys are canceling. Like
I think it came down to basically one main reason, and the players from the Pac-12 formed that big coalition asking for certain rights and benefits if they were going to play in this pandemic. And then the Big Ten had a couple hundred players forming their coalition saying they wanted the same thing. And it came down to, are you going to, if these kids are truly amateurs and it's amateurism, can you risk their health if they're truly amateurs? If you're going to treat them like professionals, because the NFL is going to play, then you got to start giving them some professional benefits. So players are saying, all right, we're going to play this season. You're going to force us to play, but if I get coronavirus and have long-term effects, are you going to pay my health care? No, we don't want to pay that. Are you going to guarantee this? Are you going to guarantee that? So it comes down to, all right, sacrifice 1 year to keep this lie going that these kids are amateurs?
Well, that's the question. Like, what do you like? Red, did your players was your players upset about this season being canceled, or like was it a big issue?
Repeat your question, B.
Was your players mad about you guys canceling a football season?
Yeah, absolutely. We had some guys. Actually, it was weird. We had a meeting the other day, a Zoom call with all the kids, and some had some real concern about us canceling and what that meant for their last year. We had some other kids that they understood it. It is what it is. But doesn't care about sports, but that's not their number one goal. So that, I kind of thought going into the season we were going to cancel. I don't think it mattered who canceled. I don't think it mattered if Millersville or F&M didn't cancel. We were canceled regardless, I believe, even though we were the last ones to do so. I just believe that we just don't care as much as other schools do about sports there, Oh,
also saying, go ahead, Brian.
But our kids, as far as the football players go, it sucks because a lot of the minority kids we get there play sports, and that could hurt the school as far as getting that same kind of kid in that we look forward to getting in sometimes. So kind of see where that goes.
They were saying some of the schools, like, because UConn canceled right away, even before the conference canceled, then the Big East canceled. But they were saying that the reason they canceled wasn't because they didn't want to play football, it's because they can't afford the kind of testing you're going to need because they're not one of those schools bringing in that kind of revenue.
Yeah, and we didn't have a plan in place to even do any testing. It was going to be, show up with your mask and your water bottle. We weren't going to be testing kids every day.
Only the major schools can afford that kind of that money that it costs for testing that you're going to need if you're going to play these kids.
If you don't want the spread, exactly. So for schools that weren't going to test like we were going to test every day, that could lead to.
Do you both still think that the SEC,
COVID.
ACC, and what is it, the Big 12?
Yeah.
Will play? Because you have situations like in Colorado State where the coach, Steve Adizio, told players that if they reported symptoms, they were going to reduce playing time. You hear about that?
Yeah. They came out and said that wasn't true.
Well, of course they would.
He has to.
Yeah, I got mixed because I know a couple of coaches on that staff, so it's because all them guys came from Temple for the most part. But I could see that happening. Like I could definitely see coaches because right now, like if you're sick, we're telling you to stay home and not do. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like there's a lot that goes into these things, man, and it's just tough. Would you?
Lincoln Riley gave his players off August 8th. They came back last night and they got 9 positive tests.
These kids are kids, man. They're going out. They're having fun. They're going to bars. They're going to parties. They're not gonna relax. Like, they're not gonna quarantine. It's just not.
No, they're not. They're not even going to do anything close to quarantining. I told you multiple times, if I was 19, 20, 21, I'd be risking it all. I wouldn't think twice about it, man. I'd be at parties, turning up. I wouldn't have cared.
See, you're being selfish. That's being selfish, man.
19-year-olds are selfish people.
I tell our high school kids now, like, if you guys want to play football, I suggest you put your mask on when you're here at all times. I suggest you try to stay home as much as possible, because if you guys come here and this thing gets reported, we're shutting down, and probably the LL League is shutting down. Like, you got to understand that it's a little bit bigger than you right now. Like, no matter how much you want to go see that little girl or hang out with your little friends, you're risking a lot.
Yeah.
Is it worth it?
But guys risk a lot every day for the power of them. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but
this guy just lost his career in Seattle.
Yeah. You know what? I don't know if he lost his career. I think he gets another crack at it. But to lose the money he lost this year.
First of all, you're going in a situation where you're an undrafted rookie, and the cornerback, Kamaz,
Can't control these guys.
Saravan, he's trying to sneak a girl in wearing Seahawks attire. I'm telling these kids out here, well, not these kids. Well, he's a kid to me, but he's a grown man, 20-year-old.
You trying to dress her up like a player.
Trying to dress her up like a player.
Like, no one's going to notice it's a female walking in a Seattle jersey.
And this is like only 2 weeks off. Man, them balls is heavy, man.
But he's a kid who's been in college for 4 to 5 years. He's a non-drafted guy. Like, yo, he's been in training camp before. Like, even in college, it's hard to get women in there. You got to be able to, like, sacrifice. Like I said, it's bigger than you.
I know, but mess up every day, B.
This guy worked his whole life to get to the NFL. Gets to the NFL and can't last 2 weeks without bringing a girl in there. Like, come on, man. This thing is, people are hilarious, man. People do the power of, yeah.
So I'll ask both of y'all, because the SEC and the ACC, which I feel rightfully so, said that it doesn't matter, nobody's playing, it's still going to be a real championship, which they could say because the last few years it's either been Clemson or Alabama, and the Big Ten hasn't won one playoff game in a decade?
The Big Ten?
Yeah.
Ohio State just won a couple
in
years
the
ago.
Playoffs. You got to win one of the four.
They made the national championship.
When?
Ohio State?
Yeah.
Recent.
It's not recent.
It was more recent than a decade.
Yeah, but it hasn't been like the last 4 or 5 years it hasn't been.
I'm just saying it's more recent than a decade.
Oh, yeah, I would agree with you.
Nah, it was like I think it was 4 years ago.
Was it 4 or 5? Because it's been Alabama, Clemson, LSU, and they've been getting smoked. And so has the Pac-12. They've been getting smoked in the playoff games.
Well, the Pac-12 wasn't it. They wasn't. Pac-12 not in the conversation.
But so they were saying, it's still going to be a champion. The NBA still crowns your champion with the shortened season. But then the next day, Mark Emmert came out and said there will be no championships, which is the only thing they do have control over, saying that less than 50% of the collegiate teams are playing, so there won't be any championships or playoffs.
He's right. Like, that should be you can't claim a championship when less than 50% of the people are playing. People are going to have the same argument this NBA. Like, they're going to be like, oh, this little bubble thing don't matter, or like, they're going to be complaining about that. So, if half the teams ain't playing, man, they're definitely like, this championship's not going to be. I don't care how many times Alabama or Clemson win it. Yeah, like, it's a joke. They might as well just push the whole season back to the spring.
I forget the coach's name. He's from the Big Ten. Came out with a whole plan. He just stayed up all night, he said, because he was so mad about being canceled. And he has a pretty good plan, man, from every detail you could think about. We have to go over it on another show, but he has when you would start in the spring, who could play, it's going to be like an NFL approach where they're not going to have padded practices like the NFL does to preserve players' bodies. It was a good plan, man. They would finish in March, April.
It makes sense.
And then you would have another season again in the fall.
As Mark Emmert should do, we need like a unified, like a uniform decision where it should be everybody.
He don't have the power, he said.
Only had the power.
He had that whole interview when he talked about the canceling the playoffs and stuff, saying, I have no power to tell a school if they can play football or not.
I think Ohio State's last championship was 2014.
6 years ago.
Yeah. And the Big Ten hasn't won one since.
Well,
won a game in the Final Four.
That's because the great Big Ten conference is beating up on each other all 10 weeks, while Alabama's down there playing Kentucky. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I just want to see a uniform decision, some leadership being shown, and everybody just seems to be scared to make a decision.
So
Brandon, we should have won NBA first. But go ahead, Samar.
So, say you have a player like Justin Fields, a quarterback that's never been on the field really, and they're saying right now they have him projected as a top 5 pick in the NFL draft next year. As an NFL team, can you take a guy like that you've never seen throw the ball off of potential?
No, he started last year.
He played at the end of the season, right?
Nah, he played the whole season.
Yeah, he started the full season.
He lost to Clemson. He lost to Clemson in the first round playoffs.
But they have him as a top 5 pick right now.
And they should have beat Clemson. The guy ran the wrong route with the miscommunication. But
don't do that.
I'm just saying, you got a Southern football bias.
Who?
I think
from Georgia.
Go ahead, Red.
I think the Cavs did it with Kyrie Irving.
Basketball is way different.
Is it different for basketball?
Way different.
Is it?
Yes.
What?
Because
going right from high school.
You actually see it a lot in basketball.
Yeah.
I think you could use – it's going to depend on your need. If you could forego getting the quarterback next year, if I could do like a playmaker in my head with like maybe a safety or a corner or even a DN that I think I would take number 1, I'd do that over a quarterback. That's a big pick.
Caleb Farley from Virginia Tech, Rashad Bateman from Minnesota, and Parsons, they left early saying they're just going to work on the draft, getting ready for the NFL.
Well, Makai could have won top 10 this year.
Yes.
Parsons would have won top 10 in the draft if he entered. Well, if he could have.
They have him at 9 right now. On the list they put out on Friday, they have him at 9.
Yeah, that dude's phenomenal. So, yeah, I think, like I said, the defensive player is a lot easier to pick than picking a quarterback.
That's what I'm saying. The quarterback could be tough for the whole year.
The quarterback position
18 months without throwing a football?
Yeah. So that's tougher to try to figure out.
They said that Justin Fields put out that petition and already got 30,000 signatures.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, he put it up like an hour ago, maybe, or something.
It's probably fans, though.
Well, I say Ohio State seats 110,000. Like it's going to be easy to get a couple thousand signatures. But I don't know if it's going to make any weight. Them presidents, it's more of the Big Ten presidents that were against playing. Everybody don't want the liability.
Exactly, and you don't want to pay for these players' medical bills 10 years from now. Keep the lie alive. That's what they're doing right now. They don't want to pay these players, so they got to keep the lie alive. Sacrifice for a year for the greater good.
All right, so final thing on this thing. Do you think they should play or not?
That's the $1 million question.
I think they play for my enjoyment.
If you were
put your life on the line, man. I'm trying to watch y'all on Saturday. I ain't got nothing else to do on Saturday, too. I used to coach Saturday. So I used to miss all the
please believe 12, you can write it down.
5 games.
Write it down right now. If they cancel college football, the NFL will be moving games to Saturday. And that's guaranteed.
There's like a law or something that said, there's a law that says if there is college football being played The NFL can't play on Saturdays.
But if there's not, the NFL been trying to get that 8 o'clock slot on Saturday for decades.
That's a good time slot.
That's
So
what
if
they
you
want.
guys are presidents, which one is your vote for? Red said you're voting for them to play.
Oh, I'm voting for him to play. Yeah.
Mar,
Me? You said me or I'm the president?
if you're the president, if you're
I
one of the
probably have
presidents of the Big Ten.
The president, yeah, you probably have to cancel because, like you said, the liability. You don't want to pay the athletes. You don't want to pay the medical. You don't want to give them medical. And if I'm a president for a small school, I just can't afford the testing. If I'm at Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, if I'm a coach, player, fan, play. President, I don't want the liability.
Whew. I'm going with play. And they got to sign a waiver.
That's what they tried to do. You can't make them sign the waiver.
Then they can't play.
They weren't going to sign the waiver.
And that's just that simple. You want to play, you sign the waiver, we're good to go. If not, then you can't play. Hey, you won't your eligibility won't be punished, but it is what it is.
So little B's at Michigan, and they're like, hey, we're going to play this season, but you got to sign this waiver said you can't get no benefits, you can't sue down the line, you can't get nothing for your health care. Are you letting them sign it?
It's a little different. Is little B top 10 draft pick?
No, he's going to get his education. Only 10 players out of thousands are top 10 draft picks, B.
That's what I'm saying. So if he's not a top 10, like
the top 10 players are leaving. They're already gone.
The safety
Parsons is gone.
The safety question the safety answer to your question would be yes. We're not signing it. But on the other side of that, you don't get these opportunities to play football in front of 110,000 people on a national scale.
You don't.
Like, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity.
If you're keeping your scholarship, you're still getting your education. That's what's important.
It is. That's important. But I don't know. I'm going with like opportunities, man. You're a guy that is about experiences.
I live for the moment. I always say the most important thing in life is accumulating of good stories, accumulation of good stories.
Exactly. So,
but you're asking me, you're not asking me as a player. I'm not playing. I want to play. I told you I'd be out there risking it all right now if I was their age. But you told me I'm the president. If I'm the president, it's different. If I'm a father
I'm about to say,
of a kid,
Jordan,
what are you doing?
What are you doing with Jordan, your son?
I'm not signing a waiver, signing away all his rights.
We had to sign a waiver in Melville. We had to sign a waiver. Huh?
Well, my wife signed him up, so I didn't know about no waiver.
Yeah, had to sign a waiver.
Well, we're signing waivers risking nothing.
and that's Little League, yeah. You know what I mean? So,
there's nothing.
Yeah, but you also know that at his age, he's a lot less risky than 20-year-olds.
I told my son he wasn't playing all the way up until it was time to go to practice on Monday.
and then you just
like, I gave into it. I just gave into it.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
Youth sports are going that's the funny part about all these schools and stuff, because like youth sports is still happening, AAU basketball is still happening, like all this stuff is still going on right now, and the stuff that we want to see most is like nah, we're not doing it.
I think if they make me try to rep this year with a mask and electric whistle, I think I'm sitting it out.
Well, I went to a summer league basketball tournament yesterday, and there might have been, I don't know, 250 people there. Me and my son were only ones in masks. Refs were reffing regular.
Well, I'd ref regular probably. I would.
But there was no precautions being taken. Like it's a free for all out there, man. Everybody's doing what they want to do. People's tired of living these lives with precautions and everything else, man. People's trying to get to it. But I don't know. Moving forward, man.
NBA bubble.
NBA bubble. What do you think? Well, let's get to the first part real quick. How everybody's questioning my Lakers may be in trouble right now going against these.
First of all, before you go in there, I want to give B-Way credit because he's a diehard Laker fan if you watch the show. And I'm texting him in the Nets game. Nets are playing well against Blazers, about to knock them out. And I'm like, who are you rooting for? And he's like, Blazers. Dame's must-see TV. If I was a Bulls fan, I'd have had a damn Nets jersey on if they had to play the Blazers in the first round. So I give you credit for rooting for the better matchup because you want to see Dame. Because I would want to play them in the first round.
Man,
I was hoping they get Portland.
I was about to say,
I respect it.
Have you seen Dame play recently?
Dame is must-see television.
Like, why do I want to see Dame go home?
Because you're a Laker fan and you want to go to the championship.
If the Lakers were to lose to Portland and I could see Dame keep playing, I'd be like, all right, at least I get to keep watching Dame play. Like I'm loving watching Dame and Melo right now. These guys, and PJ's good too, but you know, what I mean, I'm cheering for Dame and Melo. Well, I'm cheering for the Lakers. Don't get that twisted. But if we had to go down, I'll be all right.
I like Nurkic. His grandma died yesterday. I felt bad for him too.
Nurkic, man, he had a rough season. Hurt?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Well,
he said he found out his grandma died on the way to the game. They were on the bus already.
Oh, man, that's terrible.
Still playing. Had 20 rebounds, 20-something points.
That's terrible by the family, man. You gotta tell them after the game. You know it's game day.
Playoff game.
You gotta tell them. You do gotta tell them after. You gotta tell them after.
That's terrible, man. But yeah, man, Dame. If the Lakers got to go out, I'm all right with it being a Dame.
I had to relocate to another part of the room because the internet's really shoddy out.
So you want to
really
see Dame too, Brandon?
Really shoddy. Yeah, man, Dame's playing some of the best ball in the NBA you ever seen right now. Like, this guy's phenomenal. So I personally wanted to see him in the playoffs. Do I want the Lakers to face him? Maybe. Would that be my first choice? Absolutely not. But I wanted to see him in the playoffs just because I enjoy watching him. I think LeBron ain't lost a first-round series ever. I mean, 13-0. So I think it's going to be his toughest challenge ever. I think they still win the series. It's close, 4-2. I don't think it goes all 7. I think 6.
I think Lakers probably still win just because they have no answer for Anthony Davis whatsoever. They have no answer. I don't know who they could put on him. If they play what?
Yeah, well, they're not going to have
Nurkic
an answer
does not
for
play
Dame.
defense. He does not play defense. They got Hassan Whiteside off the bench who can block some shots, but he don't really play defense either.
Portland don't play.
Yeah, you look at the Blazers. You look at the Blazers defense, though, they're like bottom tier in the league.
Yeah, I mean their defense is terrible.
That's why they have to. They're winning games 134 to 132. Like that's how
I was
they're
telling
winning.
B-Way, it's a little bit of like I don't think they have an answer for AD, and if they go through AD, they're going to be hard to beat. But the Lakers were one of the lowest scoring teams in the bubble, even though they weren't playing. I wouldn't say they had played their best basketball. But they're scoring. They were the only team averaging under 100, and then Portland's been scoring 138. So could that offense overcome the lack of scoring from the Lakers? It's going to depend on their third scorer because somebody is going to have to step up and be able to get 20 consistently. It's probably going to have to be Kuz.
The Lakers also had the 4th-ranked defense in the NBA.
That's what helps them out. But if you're shooting from the logo, does it really matter? They're big on the inside.
Yeah, he ain't shooting from the logo 20 times, though. He might pull up
I'm
one.
saying, but they're a three-point shooting team, and the Lakers are strong on the inside because they're bigger than anybody else in the NBA.
Let me get some comments here real quick. We got I guess that's Tamika. She said we didn't sign anything yet. Talking about football. Venesia, appreciate you listening. She said that talking about the basketball tournament. She said that's terrible about everybody being out there with no mask or nothing. She said glad y'all were masked up. Tosh Buchanan, appreciate you listening. He said Portland in 6.
Portland in 6.
And he said Melo stepping up too. Portland's very
Who said
dangerous
this?
right now.
Melo ain't playing too well, though. He made big shots, but he ain't playing well.
That's a big statement, though. Portland at 6.
Melo averaging 14 points in the bubble, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying he was, 6 for 18? But he made the big threes in both games. So I don't –
But he's
he's their
also
third
shooting
scorer.
45% from three-point line in the bubble.
Yeah, but his percentage hasn't been shooting well. But if he can be a consistent third scorer with Nurkic, maybe even the fourth scorer, but he's making big shots. He's making threes now. That does matter.
Skinny Melo's balling, man. He's a catch and shoot guy now. His game changed. He don't need 26 dribbles to get to the bucket. Like,
he accepted the role.
Skinny Melo's balling right now.
He accepted the role for 8 games. We'll see what happens in the bubble.
You mean the playoffs?
Well, the most important thing Melo did was take the 2 steps back and turn himself into a three-point shooter.
Well,
What you say, Brandon?
What did you say, Samar?
So the most important thing Melo did for evolving into the player he is for this team is taking 2 steps back and hitting the 3 now. Remember, he's with the Rockets. They were like, he won't shoot the 3. He keeps shooting the long 2.
Yeah.
Now he's stepping 2 steps back and he's shooting the 3. But for the Lakers and the Clippers to be that good all year and to get in the 1 and 2 seed and get the 2 toughest matchups kind of sucks. Because now the Clippers got to play the Dallas Mavericks. And that boy Luka, man.
Luka's another bad boy.
That boy Luka is special. He's put up numbers that we've never seen from anybody in the history of the NBA. And he's only 20. Triple-doubles with 20 rebounds.
He's another one that's fun to watch. Like, it's just we never saw nothing like it. And I mean, we saw LeBron. We saw,
he's doing better than LeBron did at 20. LeBron wasn't doing this at 20.
We see LeBron, though, because where LeBron's at. Luka don't strike me as an athlete. When I watch him, I don't see like an overly athletic person.
He gets to where he wants to go, though.
That's why LeBron was kind of winning. LeBron was kind of winning off of his athleticism. Doncic's a little different. Like he don't have to be athletic. Then he's kind of slow. He's not real quick.
But he
does
though.
Things that are so subtle.
He gets that crossover. He gets to the basket strong. He finishes. He had 34, man. 20, and 17 the other night.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous, man. You don't get 20 rebounds as a guard and not be strong.
He's just a crafty basketball player, man. He's just a guy who just got it. Like he came up doing, like he said, he's been playing pro since he was like 14.
That's what I said. He's been playing with grown men since he was a kid, and he's got championship experience in the Euro League. This dude came down in a tie game in overtime, down 1, and came through the legs for the dunk. You don't see stuff like that, man.
It was easy to him. Easy. I mean, let's go through some of these things. You got Jazz Nuggets. What you got there?
Michael Porter Jr., man, one of the bubble, all bubble team guys.
Going with the Nuggets. I'm going with Donovan because he's the only one I know for a fact that was getting some skins in the bubble.
I ain't buying that. I don't believe it.
He went live, man. He accidentally went live. That wasn't the TV. If it was the TV, he was watching one of the bad channels. He's watching one of the soft.
I believe that. I think he's in there getting him his own skins.
I don't know, man. That girl sounded like she was really close to the phone moaning.
She did. She did. I'm a witness.
And then it looked like the next day, he looked like he was playing real loose.
That's terrible, man.
If these guys don't get some in the bubble soon, man, there's going to be some fights in the playoff.
Taekwon, right? I was going to say this, and I'm glad Taekwon said it. 6'8", 220, not a guard. And he's right. He's not a guard. He's like a power forward. Doncic.
Yeah, he plays guard, though. LeBron's 6'8", 240. He's playing point guard.
LeBron plays point. As I say, they're not guards, though.
It's a different league, man.
It is.
These guys are guards now.
You got Jokic bringing the ball up at 7 foot tall.
Yeah, it's a different league.
He's not a guard.
You are. I ain't gonna say you are who you guard, but they're not guarding guards. But they're playing point guard. Magic was a 6'9" guard.
Everybody says that. There's no disputes of Magic being a point guard.
So the more you go on Nuggets, I do want to take Nuggets. I like Porter a lot.
I think Nuggets get him out there early too.
I'm going Nuggets. I'm going Nuggets. Donovan Mitchell is an amazing player, but I'm going Nuggets.
Yeah, but when you have Nurkic and you got Michael Porter, Jokic, and Michael Porter's playing like he's gonna be that guy.
Man, I'm going Donovan. Donovan's a dog.
I've been really disappointed in Michael before this season. Well, before the bubble, actually.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
before the bubble.
he got hurt. He never
Before the
played.
bubble. Yeah, his the back injuries have been keeping him. But he looked good. He looked good.
He was the number 1 recruit in the country.
He was.
Yeah, and
He went to with
He
his
would have
dad
been
out there
number
in
1
Missouri.
pick though. If he played more at Missouri.
He didn't play at all Missouri.
He played. He came back for 1 or 2 games and he left out again.
Then his brother went out there with him, with the dad.
Yeah.
well, so we got 2 Nuggets and the Jazz. I'm taking the Jazz. You guys are both wrong there.
Brandon didn't go Nuggets. He went Jazz.
Yeah, I did go Nuggets. Don't put that on me, boy. Ricky Bobby.
He switched it.
I switched it when I said I like Michael. I said I'm going Nuggets.
Oh, come on. You can't change up the last second.
It sounds good to go with Donovan because of what happened on his live, but that was just a heart pick. I really want to go Nuggets.
For the record, I got Nuggets getting him out of there early. Maybe a gentleman's sweep.
No.
Go ahead,
no,
B.
no.
Next one.
Nets Raptors.
Raptors, sweet.
Ooh. I like the way the Nets are playing.
disrespect.
I like the way the Nets are playing right now.
They're
I
playing
like
hard, man.
Levert looks good out there.
Jock Vaughn got to get a job. I'm starting a website. Give that man a job.
He may be the next. He may be the next New Orleans Pelicans coach, but we'll get there later. We'll
We're gonna get to that. We definitely gonna
Get to that.
We'll get to that one.
I'm going. You gotta go to the defending champs. I don't care if they ain't got a Kawhi. Toronto.
Toronto's balling, man.
They can't go out in the first round.
I'm going Raptors 4-2 too. So we all got the Raptors there. I'm not saying it early though. I'm saying good 4-2.
They'll get one off a heart, but they're out of there.
Good one here. Sixers Celtics.
Sweet Celtics.
You go sweep.
Them Sixers are done, man.
4-1 Celtics.
They were out of there when they lost home court advantage. They might get swept up out of there, man. They're bad.
Ben Simmons is out for the season. Joel can't get it done by himself. Ben Simmons ain't good anyway. He might as well be out there by himself. Even if they had Ben Simmons, they still probably lose the series 4-2.
Yeah, I agree. They would have lost even with Ben. Because they don't have the home court. They need the home court. They're terrible on the road.
They're so dysfunctional, man. Like, it's so bad. Like, they're fighting on the sideline.
What happened to Tobias Harris, man? Get all that money. He ain't do nothing.
He's a bum. And then Joel talking about slapping his teammates. There's no camaraderie in that locker room, man.
The Sixers job is gonna be open too.
Some good candidates out there.
Yeah.
They're not friends.
Brandon's all messed up right now. You like Bernie Mac in there. Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah,
Next
man.
matchup.
Yo, I'm on the beach. I'm on the beach, man. There's no internet here. It's terrible.
Oh man, we're all going Celtics there, and I would want to see the Sixers win, but I can't pick them. Mavericks Clippers.
4-2 Clip Show.
Ooh, 4-2.
You ain't sweeping them Mavs, boy. I'm telling you. The Mavs are tough.
Go ahead, Red.
I think I'm going Clippers, obviously, but 4-1.
I'm going 4-3 Clippers.
Ooh, going 7.
Making a 7.
Yeah, the Mavs are tough, man.
Well, we got to see what Harold we get. Harold's in the bubble. He's going to play game 1.
And the Clippers didn't look
Harold
overly
said he's
impressive.
motivated.
He ain't played a game in a while, though.
The Clippers haven't looked that good in the bubble.
They didn't look bad. When they played together, they looked good at times. They beat the Mavericks full strength.
Paul George is good. Paul George looked good.
Portland and the Suns were the best teams in the bubble. Yes or no?
Well, the Suns won 8-0. Yeah, the Suns were undefeated.
I
mean nothing. They could have an easy schedule.
Oh, I mean, no. It's still. There's no easy schedule when you're the Suns. Like, you're not that good. They won.
Portland had the best bubble run, but every team that had their spots already solidified, they sat guys for certain games, so that helped them out.
I wanted to see the Suns get in. Not gonna lie.
I wanted to see the Suns play the Blazers for that.
I wanted to see Booker.
Yeah, Devin Booker's a bad boy.
I like watching Dame, so it is what it is.
Yeah, if I had to pick one, I'm taking Dame too.
Booker hitting that game winner over Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, two of the best defenders in the league. Whack. That was special. No hesitation either.
That whap was very close to WAP. And we want to stay away from that on this area.
I told you how I feel about WAP. I
was driving the other day, and it came on the radio, but it came on the edited. It came on channel 46 series. That's edited. I'm like, how the heck could this possibly be?
They call it wet and gushy.
Yo, I had to turn it still. The kids in the car. It's like, yo, this is not okay. This should never be on the. There's no reason it should ever be played on the radio.
I saw that thing trending, and I looked it up on YouTube. Like, what are they talking about? WAP. Thing had 15 million views in 10 hours. I was like, so I'm in there, on my royal throne doing my business. I'm gonna watch this video. As a father of a daughter, I was highly upset.
But the video, like a little soft porn video.
That's why I say my daughter gonna probably I see that on YouTube. I'm gonna be mad.
It's terrible.
There should be like some parental guidance before that.
I don't have any daughters, but man,
that should have been on BET Uncut back in the day.
Yeah, that's kind of like Tip Drill. Put that in the same box as Tip Drill. A couple of them little Kim songs.
Pete pop it on a handstand.
Oh man, yeah. They all should be. They all need to be in that box. Moving forward. Any comments, Red?
How am I going to see the my internet? You got to be in charge of that.
Rockets, Thunder.
Rockets, Thunder. Rockets.
Westbrook's not playing early.
So I guess we were talking about the WAP thing. Venetia says, stay away from that topic. Too late. We're already on it. And then she said, understand the double standard between men and women rappers.
Oh, boy. You want to go there?
No. That'd be a whole show. Because the women that do spit and rap, respectfully, nobody gets it. They don't buy them like Rhapsody. But I digest. I digress.
I don't buy it. You know what? The last female rapper album I bought, I know exactly what it was. It was Lil' Kim's album before she went to jail for the whole Lil' C thing. I don't know how long ago. That was 10 years ago. Female album I purchased. And it was damn near classic.
Lil' Kim has some good albums.
But
I like Rhapsody.
It's very hard to listen. It's hard to listen to female rappers. I'm sorry.
Oh, I do not stand.
My God.
That's it. His own comments.
Yes.
Or of his own.
I'm not against women though. I say this like it's just hard. Like I
like Rhapsody a lot. I like Rhapsody.
I listen to people that I feel like I got. Like,
I'm happy you went out there.
Woman making a Sprite can disappear in the mouth. Like,
get next topic.
Oh man, next round, man. Next round.
We didn't pick a winner for the Thunder.
I'm taking the Rockets.
Yo, yeah, B, come on, keep us on topic, man. B-Way, keep us on topic. We're on playoff picks right now.
The Rockets, man. I'm going Rockets.
I gotta go too, man. Let's go. I got plans with the kids. We gotta go.
That's gonna be a tough series, man.
I'm the only one that made his pick quick right now. It's the Rockets.
I'll go Houston.
Rockets who? Rockets who? Rockets who?
Thunder. Westbrook out. Westbrook out too.
It's a good series.
Tough one.
Man, Chris Paul sends him home.
Whoa.
Thunder.
You know what? And you know what, Brandon? I'm going with you. I'm going with him, B.
That's my guy. That's my guy.
When the Westbrook plays game 2, I changed my mind.
No. You already pumped out your chest. You started yelling. No, you're locked in Thunder.
I have the right to change my pick, and Westbrook plays by game 2.
Westbrook's not going to be out the whole series. This is playoff basketball.
They're going every other day.
So what? It's playoff basketball. Oh, you guys are crazy. With or without Westbrook, Harden send them boys home.
You're out your mind. If Harden ain't got Westbrook, it's night time. Thunder. 4-3 Thunder.
Hey.
It's personal with them guys, man. You already know what it is.
All right, go to the next one. Pacers Heat. That's going to be a good one.
Ooh. That is going to be a good one.
Miami Heat sends them home 4-1. It ain't a series. Close games. Close games.
Gentlemen,
Miami
sweep.
4-1.
I'm gonna go Miami. It ain't gonna be 4-1 though.
I got Miami 4-2.
I think Miami might be the best team in the East.
I think the Raptors are Bucks are the best team, I think.
Well, I always send the Bucks out of that because they can lose anybody. But they're good.
Man, East is bad basketball. It was bad when LeBron was in it, then LeBron leaves.
No, that shows you how good LeBron was.
What?
The East is better. The East is better than it was when LeBron was there. Everybody tells you that.
It's more competitive because LeBron was running away with it every year. That's what I mean. You guys say, oh, it's better now LeBron left. No, it's not better.
I said it's
LeBron
worse.
made it so somebody else in the East could go to the finals.
I would say LeBron was he was the leader of the East. That's undebatable. But there's better teams now in the East. More teams are good.
LeBron's still on the Cavaliers. We're still saying they're the favorite to go.
Well, it depends who he's taking with him.
Even with the Bucks being the Bucks.
I don't know. Bucks are pretty impressive.
The East is worse without LeBron. What are you guys talking about?
Nobody thinks that. I've never heard that from nobody.
I didn't say they were better, B-Way. I'm saying it's more competitive now.
There's more. The teams are better than they were. What depends? Are you talking about LeBron, his last run or his first run with the class? His first run, that's the worst East you ever saw.
The last run. I'm talking about
the Pistons in the East then.
No, after the Pistons run.
You said after his first run with the Cavs.
His first one when he was playing like the Magic in the Eastern Conference Finals and they beat him. And then
they had Dwight Howard.
Their team wasn't great.
They had Dwight Howard, the future Hall of Famer, ain't he? No?
That team is not better than this Bucks team now.
That Orlando team would beat the Bucks.
No, they would not. No, they would not. That Orlando team that was beating LeBron was not that great, man.
All I'm saying is you're talking about the Bucks and the Celtics right now. And that's it.
Toronto.
And Miami.
Toronto's good.
Toronto is no threat. The Bucks
Toronto's good, man.
The Bucks are the only team.
Hey, man, what you talking about?
The Bucks are the only team that has a shot at winning anything in the finals.
I would agree, but that don't mean Toronto ain't good.
Yes, it does.
There's only a handful of teams that can win the finals. Be 3 or 4 every year, sometimes 2.
There's 4 teams in the West that can beat the Bucks in the finals.
There was only 2 teams the last 5 years that could have won the finals, and really it was only Golden State and Cleveland.
There's 4 teams right now in the West that can beat the Bucks in the finals.
No, I think the Clippers, maybe the Lakers. Then who else? Nobody.
The Lakers,
Rockets.
The Blazers could beat the Bucks.
No, they could not.
He said our 8 seed can beat the Bucks.
The Blazers are not your typical 8 seed. They're not the 8 seed any other time.
The Blazers could not beat the Bucks in 7 games. I think the Mavericks Mavericks are tough, but they probably wouldn't beat them either. And the Bucks beat all of them.
Not the 7-game series, but
but saying the evidence we already have says the Bucks already beat all those teams.
The Mavs was going to be my 4th team that I was going to say.
The Bucks have beat them all already.
Yeah, in a game. I'm not saying that the West will sweep them. I'm saying the West would win in a 7-game series.
I disagree.
The top 4 West teams will beat the Bucks.
You don't win the amount of games the Bucks won, and you just say they're not good. Like they're winning 60 games, man.
And the top, maybe all 8, will beat the Celtics or the Raptors in the West.
With Kemba Walker healthy, the Celtics are tough. They were tough all year.
Yeah, they can lose 4-2, maybe even 4-3.
But they wouldn't win the finals. No, they couldn't beat the Clippers. No.
That's what I'm saying. The top 8 teams in the West can beat the second down in the East.
No.
In a 7-game series.
The NBA is always 2 teams, only 2 or 3 teams that can win it. That's just how it always is.
And one of those teams are in the East, is all I'm saying. That's how the West is bad.
There was only one team in the East even had a chance to win the finals when LeBron was there. And he got swept through in a gentleman's sweep. He got swept twice and got 4-1.
What's LeBron you're talking about, though? Like, when you had LeBron in there.
I'm saying the East wasn't much better. There was nobody in the East could beat the West team either.
But that's why I'm saying the East is worse now. Like, it's worse without LeBron.
It's better because the Bucks couldn't win. Even LeBron couldn't have won some of those series. Well, he didn't. He got swept. So nobody in the
I want
East
to know
could
how
win.
he went from picking Pacers.
Oh yeah. All right, you're right. You're right.
I was gonna let y'all go because I think it's a good argument, but I think he's going really far now.
Yeah, let's go to the next matchup.
All right, who's next?
You won Pacers Heat. Who's next?
We already did Boston. Bucks in Orlando. That's a sweep.
Yeah, that's Bucks easy.
Toronto Nets.
Orlando gets 1. 4-1. Orlando.
No, Bucks are sweeping now. I'm going with, and then the last one's the Lakers. The Lakers.
Trailblazers.
Yeah.
So Mark wants to go Trailblazers so
So
bad.
bad. I do. I'm about to go
Like
with
I can see
Barkley
it in
Anthony.
his eyes.
Barkley and Greg Anthony went with the Blazers.
Barkley, that's a typical pick by Barkley. I would expect him to go with the Blazers.
Greg Anthony went Blazers in 6. I don't think they have an answer for AD. I just don't. If the Lakers play through Anthony Davis,
And
they will be
6.
hard to beat. And I think
The
Anthony
pick is
Davis
legitimate by them, though.
Anthony Davis will shut down
Lakers
Nurkic,
played.
I think. I mean, Jerkic.
However, another Jerkic name. Jerkic, Nurkic, Jovic, whoever.
Who wins?
LA.
What you got? What's how many games?
4-2 LA.
I'm going 4-2 also, LA.
Yeah,
Go
I'm leaning 4-2.
LA?
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's hard.
We'll go 7 with. I'll take a 7. I'll go 4-3.
Now.
But I will be rooting for Dame time. Just so y'all know, I will be rooting.
What?
But I don't think they have an answer for Anthony Davis. But I will say this. If we do not get a better LeBron than we had in the bubble, 18-point LeBron will not beat the Blazers. That's not happening. He's going to have to be scoring 25 to 30. He will have to.
Well, I think
18-7-7 is not going to get it done.
LeBron will have a better showing now that we're allowed to have some family members in the bubble.
He has to. He got to play better. He's got to play better.
So what do you guys think about the bubble opening up, letting females in?
I don't like it.
When these teams get up out of here, they're gonna have to bring some. They will have some room to bring some biddies in.
I said family members, man. You said biddies.
They don't need no women in the bubble.
They need
There's
somebody.
something going to happen.
They're gonna be
As
violent.
soon as you bring the families in, something's going to happen.
I don't know if you could, like, would you want, are they staying in the same room? Like, I don't want, would you want?
They got to quarantine first in another hotel before they join their family. Before they join their whoever.
But these guys don't sleep in the same room as their babies or whoever else. Your
I
kids.
wouldn't want that part.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot going on there. If a once like you get to the finals and the full-fledged family come in, you gotta give them more than one room. They probably will. It's the NBA. But
So per memo for the NBA,
read it.
you can have what? You can have what? Any individual player can have one guest, but cannot be a player that she has not previously met in person. That means no Instagram models, no IG hosts, and has limited or not anybody had limited in-person contact with, no social media, and not that they met through social media or intermediary. And you can have one ticket per game for the playoffs, and a child that is under 32 inches, whatever that means.
So who is?
What are they riding? What are they riding?
So, who's policing this?
How can you even police it? If I tell you I know this woman, you got to take me at my word.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if I want to call little,
That's not true.
I want to call.
They gonna be like, how you meet her? How they gonna know? Like, look, man, look, Silva, you know what I'm talking about, bro. My balls heavy.
Most of these basketball girlfriends, if you've seen any of them, they all look like Instagram models.
I'm not saying what they look like. I'm just saying the NBA basically say you can't have no IG models coming through. No people you met through social media are going to be permitted inside the bubble.
You think these guys ain't calling sexy Nana 825 off of IG to come quarantine and stay in the bubble with them for the next month or two?
That's the thing. Who do you want to stay with that long? Because a lot of people, 21-year-old NBA players, don't want to be holed up with nobody for 30, 40 days.
You got to make sacrifices.
It's good for guys like LeBron that has a family, settled family, or guys that are older in the league that have families, that have kids. But for these young players,
we ain't talking about them.
That's what I'm saying. That's the problem. Is going to be who. This is one of the biggest decisions they're going to make in the bubble is who they're going to bring to the bubble. These single guys.
Well, that's a big thing. Cause I think
you only get one in. If they leave, you got to throw them out. You're not getting nobody else in.
I think Kyle Kuzma's been playing well because he can just focus on basketball right now. He don't got no distractions from the outside.
They call that the J.R. Smith rule.
Yeah. Well,
when he started playing well in Cleveland, he was bad in New York. He said, I couldn't do nothing but work on my game. There ain't no clubs in Cleveland. There ain't nothing to do.
Now Kuzma going to bring some little hottie in there, some little thottie.
Damn.
And
chill. Kuzma got a girlfriend.
All right. Well, I was just using Kuzma as an example.
Kuzma's girlfriend, that model with the skin issue.
What?
Kuzma's girlfriend. I forget her name. She's a black chick.
My girlfriends. This is way off topic. This is way off topic, but I have to get it off my chest because it's been bothering me. So B-Way picked Kelsey over Kittle. The last time we talked about tight ends. And because he said that, Kelsey was kissing his girlfriend in public and she was black. Well, breaking news, B. Kelsey broke up with her a couple weeks ago. They were saying online that he was cheated on her, and that's why they broke up. And then Kelsey put a statement up.
I wonder what I'll do now that I don't have to share the stage with my co-host from Twist, the Week in Sports Talk. Whatever I want. Tune in to Mike on the Mic for a fresh take on sports and life on the RTF Sports Network.
You know a lot about golf.
We're waiting.
Trust me, it's worth the wait. Those Weekend Golf Guys, every Monday night at 5 here on RTF Sports Network. Join me, John Ashton, and my co-host, Jeff Smith, Golf Digest's #1 golf instructor in Indiana. You'll learn how to play better, you'll learn how to lower your scores, and you'll learn how to laugh for a full hour. Every Monday night at 5, Those Weekend Golf Guys, here on RTF Sports Network.
Hey there, everybody. It's Scott here.
And his buddy Mike.
No, he's terrible. But we make up the duo that you guys might know as the Verbal Shenanigans Podcast.
We're a weekly podcast that does radio-style interviews with some really interesting guests.
For instance, we've had amazing sports stars like Trent Dilfer, Lenny Dykstra, Dave Andrechuk, and Butterbean, to name a few.
Now, we've also done things outside of sports, such as Mark Summers, Matt Penfield, John Walsh, even William Hung.
Yes. So please catch us every week on the RTF Sports Network from 9 to 10 a.m. See you there.
Bye.
You can only bake so many loaves of homemade sourdough. It's time to treat yourself and dine out again. You've earned it. And if you want to, make it a night out in the city. Indiana residents can save up to 50% off hotel stays. The city of Indianapolis is excited to welcome you back safely. Check out visitindy.com for more details on your favorite restaurant reopening plans.
All right now, coming through your motherfucking speakers. This right here is for all the bad-ass MILFs who got some shit to say. This ain't no PG-13. These mothers coming uncensored.
I always on my grind shit. Yeah, I like to shine, bitch. Never been a fake bitch. Never been a hating bitch.
Go, bitch. Hey, you guys, welcome back. To MILFs Uncensored. It's your girl, Illy.
It's your girl, Seawalt.
Waiting.
Ash B.
I'm so tickled.
Man, y'all slow. Come on, we live.
Okay, so today's topic is how much would you sell your pussy for? Would you
No,
OnlyFans?
we're not doing topics yet. We're going
You gotta
about
say it like that.
what's been going on with everybody. How y'all been?
Oh, you know.
Nothing working. This damn Hurricane Isis motherfucker.
What was his name?
Isis.
Where was
ISIS.
Isis.
Maybe it's
Isaiah. It's Isaiah. Isis.
I said ISIS like some people. People over there in the.
She said Isis. In the Middle East. It's Isis. No, it's Isaiah.
I don't know. Don't look.
I don't know.
I don't look over there.
But I work in the insurance world, and it's really been kicking my ass.
Bless it.
Yeah.
Let us help you.
You can't help me. What you gonna do?
Next. Not that.
That ain't it.
No, because I appreciate y'all's help or volunteering, but I have to teach y'all in order to do it. So it takes me away from my job just to teach y'all. Anyways, bitch, next. Somebody else was going on, Weedy.
Like Ashley. Overwhelmed like Ashby. No, I'm doing good. I'm living life. Still single.
I'm still single.
Ready to mingle.
No, not doing all of that.
No mingling?
We can go get a drink or 2 or 3.
Or 10.
Be sure and feed me first. We can't drink on an empty belly. No, I've been, just working, being a mom, hanging out with you guys.
Actually, we ain't gotten to hang out that much.
I know.
Good.
Good.
That's what I said besides Sunday.
Oh.
It was just a pool.
We're still hanging out.
I didn't get to hang out.
I know you didn't. Well, you did.
You clocked out of work for an hour.
An hour and a half.
We got to see you.
They was all right.
Just mom shit.
Mom shit. It's a struggle. You, Shay?
I haven't been doing nothing. Work and home.
That's it?
Yeah.
Are you sure that's
and on the phone.
Oh, we know. I'm happy for you. But goddamn.
How do you keep your phone charged?
Right.
I charge it at work.
But you be on it. So I got to keep it plugged in now.
No.
You got a battery pack.
I need one.
I think I got one for you.
No, nothing really.
Ellie?
I know, right? What's going on with you, Eliana?
Nothing. Got the kids. Finally, they're going back to school. So,
are you nervous about that?
A little bit. What?
Wait, stupid.
Say nothing.
She said, "I think everybody going back. Everybody kids going back.
Mine going to the living room.
That's what I'm saying.
They going back though.
No, Rashad going back.
School is what I'm saying.
Because I can't teach him nothing. After 2nd grade, I don't know nothing.
2nd grade?
Damn. 2nd. Okay, 4th.
That don't make it no better.
I'm going to say great improvement.
Shit.
Okay, so this is my theory. I feel like the kids, they've been stuck in the house for since March?
March, yeah.
I
feel like that everybody, they taking precautions, they doing what they're supposed to do. But I just feel like that, COVID, it is a serious thing, but I feel like it's amped up.
It's been like that from day one.
I feel like they just overdoing it. Like the mask, the sanitization, whatever they doing. Yeah, okay. So I'm just saying.
Well, I'd rather be safe
than
sorry.
It's God.
Wait a minute.
Wait. Yeah, she done went all the way.
I just said if we gonna die, it's because God want us to, not because.
No, man.
It's time to go.
God ain't ready for me to get. Lord, do not let her. We gotta understand.
Candace said that bullshit. Not me.
Take her.
No, I'm not ready to die, but I'm just saying if we gonna die, it's His plan. It's not anything we doing. Like if we sanitize and do all that, yeah, that's good. But
we gonna get it regardless.
If you gonna get it, you gonna get it.
Yeah,
I try to prevent.
I ain't trying to get it either because I got some stuff to do.
Like what?
Just don't let me die unmarried.
Oh God. Well,
so as long as it's the day after, you good.
Lord, let you make it for another 2 or 3 years until we can get there.
No,
she counted
3 months.
3 months. So is it official? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why you signing the paper?
That's what you mean by 3 months.
I thought he was getting out. Man.
Wait a minute. So when did you? Okay, so when did they say that you did get the
That's why I said hopefully God let you make it for another 2 or 3 years, but she said 3 months.
So you signing the motherfucking papers? That's another we done already got mad at Seawalk today trying to vote liberal. That's a waste of a fucking vote. So, and then now she on some other bullshit.
YOLO.
YOLO these nuts.
YOLO does not apply to every single thing.
I just need y'all to be supportive and shut the fuck up.
Okay, I support you when you signing the papers, but I don't support you in this voting thing you trying to do.
I don't support you in the voting thing.
Well, I'll vote Biden if they just shut y'all up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Don't she watch when she go up there, she go vote liberal. Kanye West is who the fuck she go vote for.
I will vote for him.
That's Trump. That's Trump.
Oh my God. You are worse than
that's how other side.
That's what's coming out.
That's how the fuck is. But anyways,
okay, that's how it went.
So lately I've been seeing a lot of OnlyFans.
You trying to
what's up with that?
I mean,
one.
Huh?
You want to start one?
An OnlyFans?
Are you starting to start?
They don't get paid enough. Hold on.
How much they get paid?
I don't know.
Okay. So I seen this girl on Snapchat. Why would I say her name?
I mean, why not? Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
So you can go to hell.
You know you can't find. You better stop.
Leave
okay. So the girl, she had OnlyFans, and it was like $9.99.
Oh yeah, so we talked about her. We talked about
that. Yeah, her math was off.
Girl, that's Netflix. That's not even Netflix higher than that. Netflix higher than that. $9.99 a year.
Well, my Netflix
a year.
Is free.
So if because you logged into my
don't worry about it, sweetheart. You got my Stars app. Oh, people, I gotta pay that because we gonna get cut off. Anyway,
I need to keep up with P Valley. That's my show.
You've been watching on the Fire Stick.
I've been watching it.
We don't have one. So
I don't like it either because it reboots and all that.
I do have a Fire Stick, but I gotta get somebody to update
reboot.
Buffering.
Girl, I was watching that the other day and it just kept. I said, "Man, fuck it."
I just must be your single. I had it one time.
But the girls can watch YouTube all day. But as soon as I want to watch a show, it just buffer.
That's probably.
Where do you be watching that? In your room or the living room?
My room.
See, yeah,
because you can't be watching that shit in the living room.
Well, maybe that's why you watching it in your room. Maybe
fuck it. You know what?
Close to the
I don't get to watch TV anyway, so I just say fuck it.
Oh, well, I'll be on P Valley.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm just saying, okay, if you charging $9.99 a year. What are you getting out of that?
$10?
Let me do the math.
What exactly? What
really was a year though?
Yeah, it said a year.
Yeah, it did.
Maybe she was high when she did it. That's less than $1 a month. That's 83 cents a month.
You gotta get it how you live.
Get them coins, bitch.
Literally, get them coins.
Get them coins.
Get the coins.
She didn't get no bread.
The head.
Ew. She got that tooth. That's what you're keeping the change.
I'm not going to help you.
Oh my God. You can't have no OnlyFans and you missing teeth.
Okay, so what's the requirements for an OnlyFans?
You gotta be pretty. You gotta have nice looking teeth.
But I don't even the type of people.
I ain't never really just watched it.
They're not perfect.
No, the people that have their OnlyFans.
I don't know nobody that got one besides
Popkins Pickles. Shout out Popkins Pickles.
Yeah, shout out to the homie.
Go get y'all some of them lemon deal because they the best.
I haven't tried them, but we're gonna have to have them on the show. It's like I love pickles.
Sour or something.
Yeah, he said he was coming on here. He's gonna wrap that on candy.
Oh Lord.
You better get your lyrics together.
I know. Let me write down my bars tomorrow at work.
That ain't no freestyle then.
I mean, it's two types of different freestyle.
I'm gonna memorize it and say it.
I mean, but you got.
Y'all don't know.
Okay, yeah, we don't know. We're not rappers, so we don't know.
Y'all don't know my life.
Cardi B got OnlyFans.
Yeah, I was listening to her.
Do she?
Yeah, I was
she looked like she got.
She was on the radio station and she was talking about it. She said she gonna start talking about like the rumors and stuff and address it, but only in the OnlyFans group.
No, I don't care that bad to listen to it.
I wouldn't be.
I love Cardi B.
I do too.
I wouldn't be paying though for it, a membership just to listen to her.
How much is it?
I don't know.
It's like $5.
No,
They all have different
I don't
prices.
know.
People have different prices.
But like the only way I'm subscribing to some OnlyFans, I want to see some dicks popping.
Wait, what? And that's free.
I want to see some niggas from around here so I can look at them.
Hell no.
Yeah, no. Like I want to see.
It
like,
depends on which ones you're trying to see.
I want to see all of them. I want to see some people to say they got the herpes. I want to look down there and see if they got.
Wait, you think they ain't gonna go on there and put their herpes infected penis on there?
Well, you know what? I want to do something where we can follow people. Like if they having sex.
What you mean?
What you mean follow people?
Kenny's trying to be a whole stalker. Like what the fuck?
You on some Trump
Like,
shit?
did y'all see that thing when they was promoting yesterday? That camera.
Oh, the
dick
camera. Yes, I saw it.
It's a cock camera.
It goes around the ring of like the penis, like
And it
chest.
records.
It's got a little.
I want to put that on a nigga
GoPro for his dick,
and see if you can see if they got lumps and bumps.
Wait a minute.
I know a few.
So you put it on the head?
Yeah. Around the dick. Like down here.
Kind of by the balls?
Yeah.
No, so by the scrotum?
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah, and it records.
But it only record. Well, so it record.
It would record
her.
It record the
I can
action.
see the end of their dick with the bumps.
Or you can see her bumps.
How do you know?
It's gonna be a little dark.
Well, they got,
night vision.
Yeah.
I think I might invest in one of them.
Girl,
it was $50. $50. I looked it up. It was $49.
I bet you did.
Yeah, because she was probably trying to order one.
I was.
She tried to mail it to
Put it on my dildo.
She tried to mail it to old boy.
I'm gonna send it right the fuck back. Nigga said, bitch, this is unacceptable.
Bitch, what is this?
Take it back.
Look, I'm gonna get kicked off his list too.
You already ain't on it.
Now you remember I got kicked out, BD.
Yes, you gotta get approved first.
I know. Fuck yeah.
I'm done.
Illy, what you do with my OnlyFans?
No, but me and my friend were talking about it. You could get OnlyFans for people that have a foot fetish. I'm gonna just do that. That way I ain't got to do
that. So lame.
Man, but no, people do have foot fetish.
Feet fetishes.
And then
whatever.
Or you can just eat.
There's the ones that show her.
don't
The girl that
eat
showed her
nothing.
Eliana can. Eliana can eat. Eliana, you the skinniest one out of all of us.
Oh, so?
I mean, you can eat. I'm fat.
I'm extra.
I don't need to eat no more.
You can be on there making. Show us how to make some tamales.
Oh, they just girl.
Eliana don't know how to make tamales.
What can you make?
I don't like tamales anyway.
I love tamales.
I like them too.
I fuck up some tamales.
I don't know. It tastes like something in the middle.
It is something in the middle.
Like the middle tastes like something like.
It's meat, cheese, chicken, beans, beans.
Yeah,
you gotta get the right kind. You gotta get the because some people's be dry.
It's too.
Sometimes it be more.
It be smooth.
It ain't supposed to be rough.
Right.
You like it rough? Don't mean the molly's gotta be rough.
So what are the qualifications to start an OnlyFans? Shit, I got something in my eye.
I don't know.
Well, I know Poppins had a little trouble with some ticks and turns.
What you mean?
We'll have to ask him what all the requirements are, but I mean,
he need to put us on there.
What do you think the girl should
He asked if we be on there.
I'll shake my ass.
All right, well then we'll start it for you.
Okay, bam.
Yeah, you gonna do it first?
Huh?
You gonna do it first?
I thought we was gonna do it as a group.
I can't do that. I got a man.
Girl, I got a man, but he don't mind.
You know your man. It's different than my man.
My man don't mind.
Yeah, because EJ is like,
because I'm headstrong in the relationship. What I say go.
I ain't never in my life.
That's every group. I mean, this group. What I say go.
Bitch. I know you fucking lying. Yeah, you corrected.
Okay, would your man
EJ, I probably wouldn't approve of it, but if I want to do it, I'd do it. But I got a little more respect. EJ just like, what? You know, she
what?
She is controller.
I'm appalled.
Are you?
I am not a controller. What do you mean?
You gotta be in control of everything.
No, I really don't. don't.
You be trying to control us.
Yeah.
Baby,
But y'all don't listen.
Exactly. Then you do.
No, I try to guide you in the right
God
steps.
controlling
of
is
the
too different.
Lord.
Bitch, you don't even go to church. Oh, so now you Miss Bounty. So now you the preacher. You better get the fuck away from me. You be the holy water on me.
Do we still have that holy water?
I be done back.
Yeah, I get it back to her. Shit,
I
man.
wouldn't do one.
Prayers out to Effie.
If I didn't have no kids,
Effie
I
Jewel.
probably would. If I was a little skinnier.
Okay.
What, OnlyFans?
But what would you actually be? That's something. Would you actually be stripping? Would you be like? What would you be doing?
I'm gonna guide people to the Lord.
I mean, if we went back 2 years ago, like when we was at Cancun, I
that
would have been.
Is that what?
I showed my titty.
Yeah, we did
that for free. I did that for free.
When we first got him, we still have that picture where we were like,
I got it too.
at the tattoo place.
I remember whenever I lived at the HP.
What?
You looking at me?
Yeah, you remember I lived at the HP and you had your titties on my patio rail, like her boobs just sitting out. And I said, what the fuck are you doing?
Was Ryan out there with us?
No, this was during the day. This was just when you was
Don't
over
say
with.
that. It was not during the day.
Yes, the fuck it was. Whitney was wild. Yeah, she was on the balcony on the, the little railing.
Was
she,
it hot outside?
she had the titties just sitting out. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
They needed some sun, huh?
I was young.
Yeah, you was young.
Let me make it. Was it hot outside?
It was, yeah, it was
I was trying to get some air.
Girl.
Close places too long and get the act on the
They was
food.
hot.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you wouldn't do one?
No.
No, she married.
I mean, catch me 2 years ago, I would have.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. What stops you now? What? Why?
I just told you I had a man.
Raise the voice.
So you got a man, then she's got a man. That's what I'm saying. Like,
what you mean?
I mean, I wouldn't strip or anything. I wouldn't show my body, but
show your what?
My body. My body.
What would you be doing?
I know, then what you gonna do?
I don't know. I'll eat.
What would they be doing on there anyway though? Like I ain't never
Whatever, shows and stuff. Someone will just strip. Some girls will like.
I'll tell people's future.
We know that's
Can you
gonna
tell
be
us?
fucked up. Everybody gonna tell.
Miss Cleo, come on, call now, come on.
Y'all do gonna look like. We're gonna see if we can get you on BET.
I fucking hate y'all.
Yeah, they need some new people because they going down.
Who, BET?
Did BET even what come on right now?
They said 106 and Park supposed to be coming back.
With who?
With who?
Now, if AJ and Free come back on there, then I'm game.
I wonder
Big
what Free doing.
Tiger. Who was on there with Big Tigger? What was her name? Melissa Ford? Was that her name?
Yeah, she was on there for a little bit with him.
Yeah, I would watch it if they came back.
What was his Big Tigger show?
The basement. The basement is
Yeah,
what
the
it was
basement.
called. I ain't even seen BET in so long. I wouldn't even know what to do.
Girl, they still
I
playing
used to
the
love
same old
Uncut.
shows.
Yeah.
Uncut at night.
What's that?
Big
Tip
drills.
drills.
Yeah,
That's my
tip
favorite
drill.
video.
They need to have wet ass pussy on there.
Yeah, that would be a
They
good
would have
one.
qualified. Why is everybody so mad at the lyrics?
Why? Okay,
I don't
so why are they
understand
mad? Is a question.
I don't know. I don't.
They need a-
I don't know, but these
Okay.
niggas be singing "Slob on My Knob" like corn on the cob.
was
What the
singing
fuck
that
is the
now,
difference?
too.
If you like listen to some,
I want to, but I.
Okay, so I think Cardi B, Mulatto, Megan Thee Stallion. I like Nicki. Like she is kind of. I like Sukani. Do y'all know?
Who the fuck is that?
Okay, y'all don't know because she's off Love and
Love
Hip
and
Hop
Hip Hop.
Miami.
I don't.
But she's an aspiring rapper,
Yeah.
and I think them bitches right there need to have an OnlyFans page. And them bitches gonna give y'all a motherfucking show.
What,
First of all,
together?
Together, because nobody get along with Nikki.
Yeah, but I
Cardi
just
beat her up.
Did she?
There was two at her.
They got into it.
Oh yeah, they
The
showed
before
did.
show.
Against the wall, her security guard had her.
Well, Nikki pregnant now, so she might.
But yeah, that's why I said.
Like,
if-
But people do pay for pregnant pussy.
But I'm just saying, like, okay, they selling sex.
He sure is. And her brother
I
is
said something
too.
that they're gonna have to have a court order for him to be around a baby.
Her brother is.
Man, I don't think
I
that's
seen
true.
that on the book.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's your own kid.
I think if you're a registered sex offender or you didn't ever touch a child, you shouldn't be able to have children.
I didn't.
Man or woman. It goes
No, okay, no. I think that is false because
it depends on the
back
situation.
in the day, they did like my uncle. He's a registered sex offender, and he was with a white girl, and he was over 18. He was 21, and she was 17, and they was in a relationship. And the daddy didn't like the fact that he was black, and they was talking about, getting married and whoop, whoop, whoop.
Okay.
And then he went to prison for that. So he's a registered.
That would be
I said children, like babies.
And actual ones that actually are real, legit stuff, like they actually got caught or they served time for it.
But I said, how can you know? Like, they don't put that out there for you to know exactly how that is and, like, what happened. You can't see that. So all you see is sex offender under their name.
Yeah, you can. Like, you can
see the charges.
It'll
show the age, too.
It'll tell you the age.
Mm-hmm.
Out to the
what's that Watchdog app or whatever?
Yeah, they've been sharing it.
Yeah, I'm thinking that everybody
tell you how many
location.
Yeah, and tell you how many sex offenders live around your area or whatever.
What's over there?
And then you can
They're
see
supposed to
that.
have some signs in their yard, but not everybody be.
No, they not. I don't think so.
I think
They
on your
used
door.
to.
I think it's supposed to be on your door. Or
You used to
something.
have a sign.
I don't think
That's weird.
like I wouldn't want.
I mean, it's safe, but at the same time, like.
But then you got people,
change.
yeah, and then you got people want to like fuck with them just because, and you don't know their situation. The bitch could have lied and said she was 18, but really she only 16. And some of these girls now with all this makeup, you sure can't. They look older than me.
the girl that I was talking about, that's like what, she just turned 18 and she's already with somebody older than us.
Who?
Remember when I sent you? I was over by my house.
Oh, by your house? Oh yeah. See.
How old is he?
I mean, he older than us.
I don't
know.
He 40.
Dude.
He turning 40 pretty soon.
Is he?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
You talking about the picture of the girl you sent us? I don't know who she married to.
She not married to nobody.
Oh my God.
Anyway,
I wasn't paying attention.
It's all right.
Bitch, get a life.
Text it to me. You talking about the one that she said it's on Snapchat, right?
No. Just the one, the uncle that lived by her.
Shut up.
I didn't see it. I don't know how.
I just texted it. I just texted it.
I want to know so we can talk about it.
You so silly.
Okay, but either way,
it's only one word. I know you can
get it.
Oh
Lord. Anyway,
well, my bad that you got your.
Here, I'll tell you.
Oh, he live out there too?
Oh my God.
Bye, Weedy.
But that ain't the only one she done mess with. She messed with a lot of older guys.
Oh yeah, she sure has.
Because I heard she was messing with her. Burp. Because remember his they mom.
How many is hurt burp? Because there's a lot of hurt burps that we talk about it. We know.
Oh,
well, this one is older, way older.
I got you.
They're older.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so what's it like?
Oh, he got herpes.
Let me see.
You haven't heard that? I know.
Yes. Oh my God. They been saying that for years.
And the baby mama, remember she posted the picture of the thing? Y'all remember
the new one? She just had the baby?
No, the one before that.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah, the other one. The one before that.
Around.
The one that we know.
Yeah.
Like we went to school with.
Yeah.
She got it too?
I mean.
Well, how you have babies when you got that?
You can either have them. You gotta have like a C-section or something.
You can have it vaginally. Yeah, if you're not
medication stuff now.
Yeah, if you ain't broke out.
Oh.
To try to pass it, and then of course you want the baby something.
That's your face.
Y'all from the hell.
Maybe some of the toes coming out.
What? Oh my God.
I'm just glad I ain't got no herpes and burps.
Don't be cheating on Dan and you won't get nothing.
I don't cheat on Dan.
We going.
Huh? Don't be looking at me. I tell the truth.
Dan's a good one. I'm ready for y'all to get married.
Huh?
Yeah, don't, huh?
I know. You need to go ahead and get married when Kenneth get married.
First of all, who gonna ask? Am I supposed to ask Kim?
Yeah, I seen that. They said a woman asking me. I said, I wish the fuck out. Hell,
I would not.
I ain't even gonna ask you to be my boyfriend.
If I seen in public and I seen a bitch like propose, I'll
kick her in the back of the head.
It's not that fucking serious.
It's not.
I die before I ever do that. I would just die without being married. Shit.
You already got proposed to, so you about to get married.
Oh, he proposed?
No, I he got?
He was in your FaceTime. Did he get up?
He ain't got no like a proposal in person is what I mean. Like,
oh, y'all catfish.
No, ma'am, we
That's
not.
petty. That's petty. How long do you be in a relationship before you even think about marriage?
Well, some people love each other in 2 months.
We're not talking about you.
She sure is afraid of
I'm just saying, like, in general. You know,
I'm just saying it's different for everybody. Like, you can know that you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody in 2 months or 2 years.
Yeah.
It is no time.
They say
months, not 2 months.
They say when guys know, they know. Yeah. So
I guess
it take longer for girls.
My other two didn't either.
It was 7 years down the drain.
Oh shit!
No, I'm just mine too. Kids, so it's straight.
I always give a limit if.
You should give a limit on dating.
No,
too.
you don't give no fucking limit. You just be
What
like,
do you mean? Like a time?
do.
Like a time frame?
What you mean? What the fuck that mean?
That you move.
Hitting and quitting?
Ain't that don't mean I don't like them.
Ain't no hitting and quitting.
Cause I don't like them like that. So if I don't see no future, what's the point of me sticking around?
Fuck it and dump it.
Yeah.
Niggas do it all the time. What about female? I don't give a fuck.
Shit.
If it ain't what Megan say, if the dick ain't dipping, it ain't. What she said?
Yeah.
It don't go. It don't count.
And what she said something else in this WAP. Rashad asked me what WAP was, and I said
worship and praise.
I said, Rashad, think about it. He said, oh.
He listened to the song. He knows enough. He's 14, almost
about to be 14. Yeah. Girl, I caught him cussing. He was so. He was cussing on the game. He was like, "Oh, you done fucked up now." I said, "What?" He said. Because he didn't know I was in there. He was so scared.
That's
Did you ain't gonna do shit?
I didn't do nothing. I started laughing. Because, I mean, I can't really say he can't cuss and I cuss.
Well, Sean, what the hell are you doing
He
now?
just better not cuss me out.
He better not cuss in front of Miss Effie.
Yeah, that is.
She gonna throw some holy water on him.
She gonna bring out that wooden spoon.
She gonna say that man's whole name.
Rashad.
I know. Well, I was in there cussing one day, and she said some shit. Well, Candace, because you know I cannot hold it.
You was cussing at the church.
I can't help it.
It's okay. I think I did.
It's
too.
in my nature.
Let that go.
Y'all could stop cussing.
And hell no.
No.
I've tried. I've done like a couple weeks.
It don't even last a week. It lasts like a couple of seconds.
No,
everything come in my mouth got to be a cuss word somewhere in there.
Me too.
Let's have my work on the phone.
Mine still be.
That's Kimmy, right? Or what is it, Cammy?
On the phone?
Cammy.
I'm Cambria on the phone.
No, she
can't
Cammy.
be. I am Cambria on the phone at work.
Say hello.
I'm like, hey, this is Cambria. Thank you for calling. I get my little white girl voice on.
I got mine too.
She was like Quality Lab. She knew I be listening when we be on the phone and it be ringing. She be like, she be like, Quality Lab.
Quality Lab, how can I help you today?
No, she don't. Because I be in there. I guess it's whenever I come, she be already pissed off. She be like, yeah, yeah. And I be like, damn, Candace, get some customer service in your voice or something.
I got customer service down to a T.
She be mean to her patients to come in.
No, because most of them are CHs and they are like.
That's rude. Maybe they're not.
I mean, they are though. Have you seen them? Have you sat there with her? Like, no.
Every time I come home, the last time it was just one guy, right? That was in there. They got it. Yeah.
Like, I got this couple that come in, and you know they're crackheads. Like, bitch, why are you still coming? And you know you're not supposed to pass this test. Like, just let the kids go. I just said, like,
for the people.
What is the point in coming and coming? Like, they was having to come once a week.
Yeah, and she was
and every time they come at 4:15 because they know I shut it down at 4:20.
Oh Lord!
And so they come at 4:15, so I have to stay there until 4:30 on the dot. And I said, if you can't pee by 4:30, then you have to go. And they wait and wait and wait so they can go. So they don't gotta do the test.
What?
Yeah.
So they don't actually pee.
No.
They still haven't actually.
Well, so they do it on purpose.
They do, and then sometimes they don't. And then they tricked them the last time, and they said they had to do a hair follicle.
Did he come and shaved his head?
He came in shaved.
Oh my God.
Shut up.
But she had her hair dyed like platinum blonde.
And all the chemicals.
Well, obviously,
boy, it's not that serious. Like,
that's why I said just get the kids to the granny.
Yeah.
Just let them go. Is there a limit of how many tests they can take?
Yeah, like how often does it have to go before, like you said,
before they just be like, fuck it, you ain't getting it back?
I don't know. You know, I don't work on that part. I just do the test.
There's no kids you don't know.
Right.
Well, I don't work for them. I don't work with them. I work for them.
Okay. So.
Yeah, so if y'all some crackheads, you let the kids go. They been off with the granny.
Don't listen to her.
I mean,
you can be reformed.
If that was me and I done took 100 tests and I still had out of it, like I'm gonna let the kids go stay with grandma.
Yeah.
You know how you look like when you did that? I was going out for Friday After Next when they was in the Cat Williams store stealing. When he telling he having seizures.
Yeah.
I know.
Show the people one more time.
I'm just saying, like, if y'all see ain't popping out of, just taking the kids. Like, get them a better life.
You can't.
You want who to take the kids?
If you don't love your kids enough to stop doing what you're doing,
you don't deserve them.
Yeah. I
mean, but that's why if they're so bad on it already, they already
like they far gone. Like this couple, they in the Netherlands.
That's crazy.
He be trying to talk political. No, you don't know shit about no politics.
What does teeth look like? Boy, some of the people that be coming up there, I be sitting there, I be like, Candy.
Then this one woman, this is my last one. This woman, she come there all the time. Like, she come like every 2 weeks, and she a big woman. And the last time she came in, I had to watch her because she was on visual. She had to be seen, observed. So I stand at the door. Poof.
She was thinking.
It was like must plus there's a whole bunch going on, and I was like, I breathe out my mouth. I had to close. I was like,
Is that strong?
I had to hold my breath because she was lit.
The mask didn't help?
No, hell no, that shit. And like usually I can't even smell nothing through the mask, but that,
oh no,
yeah, it was worse than your roommate.
That was not my roommate, bitch.
It wasn't mine. I was against every time I came around.
It was lit. Like I went in the bathroom. I had that Fabuloso and some bleach. I had to scrub the bathroom because it was so funky in my office.
Do like a minute. I mean, it don't take long to pee or nothing.
But it was just like crabs or something.
She said eating.
I was sucking on that because that was normal.
That sounds disgusting.
Anyways, well,
the blue off.
On that note,
and she said, "I think I got a UTI." You bitch, you got more than that.
You should go get some cranberry pills.
No, I ain't giving her.
Give it to her. Yeah, give her some cranberry pills next time she come in. Just give it to her. Tell her to help her pass her drug test.
Give her honey pot.
Give her them cranberry pills. Tell her it'll help her pass her drug test.
That ain't gonna help.
She might need a prescription.
She need a prescription honey pot.
Yeah,
a prescription for UTI.
Shit, something. All right, come on.
Well, on that note, wash your cat.
Don't be trying to get on OnlyFans page with that cat.
Right.
Yeah. Alright, well, you guys think, what is it? Next time we're having, what's the topic next time?
We don't know yet.
Tune in next time. We're live every Tuesday from what?
Every other Tuesday.
Every other Tuesday.
What is it? Network FS?
RSF.
I don't even know it.
It's RFT.
Yeah.
On Friday.
Y'all slow.
RFT. On Friday.
I'm going to go in there and listen to it.
On Friday?
5:30 Eastern Standard Time. Yes, RTF Sports Network. Yes, I just looked at it.
On Fridays.
5:30 Eastern Standard Time. Check us out.
Go support your people. Like, share, comment. All that.
Don't forget the last.
Next week we're gonna have open discussion, so make sure y'all are tuned in, asking us questions because we gonna answer them.
Yeah, ask us any question you want. Yeah,
maybe they can join in on the thing too. Go live
on the live.
Yeah, we ain't doing that. We don't want the ugly ass on there.
Anyway, tune in to iTunes,
Spotify,
Facebook,
Twitter,
Instagram,
Google
we ain't
Play.
got no OnlyFans page.
We're gonna get us one though.
Mills.
We're gonna get us one.
OnlyFans coming soon.
Yeah.
So if some MILFs want to get in, let us know.
You gotta be fine though. We don't want you booger wolves. And make sure you wash your cat.
What did he say? He said she looked like a bug on the wall.
Oh my goodness. That little dookie ball on top of it. And shout out to Mo 3 for always making it.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
I love to meet him.
He said with that dookie ball looking like a bug on the wall. He had me rolling.
Yeah, okay. And
All right now. Coming through your motherfucking speakers. This right here is for all the badass MILFs who got some shit to say. This ain't no PG-13. These mothers coming uncensored.
I always on my grind shit, yeah, I like to shine, bitch. Never been a fake bitch, never been a hating bitch.
I'm enrolling in Medicare soon, and it had me a little confused. Then I found myhealthpolicy.com. With myhealthpolicy.com, I could go online and compare Medicare Advantage plans from some top-rated national insurers, including $0 monthly premium plans. I can learn about plans in my area and talk with a licensed insurance agent if needed. myhealthpolicy.com has made doing my research a whole lot easier.
My choice, my Medicare, myhealthpolicy.com.
You can only bake so many loaves of homemade sourdough. It's time to treat yourself and dine out again. You've earned it. And if you want to, make it a night out in the city. Indiana residents can save up to 50% off hotel stays. The city of Indianapolis is excited to welcome you back safely. Check out visitindy.com for more details on your favorite restaurant reopening plans. You can only bake so many loaves of homemade sourdough. It's time to treat yourself and dine out again. You've earned it. And if you want to, make it a night out in the city. Indiana residents can save up to 50% off hotel stays. The city of Indianapolis is excited to welcome you back safely. Check out visitindy.com for more details on your favorite restaurant reopening plans.
All right now. Coming through your motherfucking speakers. This right here is for all the badass MILFs who got some shit to say. This ain't no PG-13. These mothers coming uncensored.
I always on my grind shit, yeah, I like to shine, bitch. Never been a fake bitch, never been a hating bitch.
Go, bitch.
Hey, you guys, welcome back. To MILFs Uncensored. It's your girl, Illy.
It's your girl, Seawalt.
Waiting.
Ash B.
I'm so tickled.
Man, y'all slow. Come on, we live.
Okay, so today's topic is how much would you sell your pussy for?
Would you OnlyFans? We're not doing topics yet. We're going about
say it like that.
What's been going on with everybody? How y'all been?
Oh, you know.
Nothing working. This damn Hurricane Isis motherfucker.
What was his name?
Isis.
Where was
ISIS?
Isis.
Maybe it's
Isaiah. It's Isaiah. Isis.
I said Isis like some people. People over there in the
She said Isis. In the Middle East. It's Isis. No, it's Isaiah.
I don't know. Don't look.
I don't know.
I don't look over there.
But I work in the insurance world, and it's really been kicking my ass.
Bless it.
Yeah.
Let us help you.
You can't help me. What you gonna do?
Next.
Not that.
That ain't it.
No, because I appreciate y'all's help or volunteering, but I have to teach y'all in order to do it. So it takes me away from my job just to teach y'all. Anyways, bitch. Next, somebody else. What's going on, Weedy?
Like Ashley.
Overwhelmed?
Like Ashby. No, I'm doing good. I'm living life. Still single.
I'm still single.
Ready to mingle.
No, not doing all of that.
No mingling?
We can go get a drink or 2 or 3.
Or 10.
Be sure and feed me first. Can't drink on an empty belly. No, I've been, just working, being a mom, hanging out with you guys.
Actually, we ain't gotten to hang out that much.
I know.
Good.
You said good.
That's what I said besides Sunday.
Oh.
It was just a pool.
We were still hanging out.
I didn't get to hang out.
I know you didn't. Well, you did.
You clocked out of work for an hour.
An hour and a half.
We got to see you.
They was all right.
Just mom shit.
Mom shit. It's a struggle. You, Shay?
I haven't been doing nothing. Work and home.
That's it?
Yeah.
Are you sure that's
and on the phone.
Oh, we know. I mean, I'm happy for you. But God damn.
How do you keep your phone charged?
Right.
I charge it at work.
But you be on it. So you just, I got to keep it plugged in now.
No.
You got a battery pack.
I need one.
I think I got one for you.
No, nothing really.
Ellie?
I know, right? What's going on with you, Eliana?
Nothing. Got the kids. Finally, they're going back to school. So,
are you nervous about that?
A little bit. Do what?
What is stupid?
Say nothing.
She said, "I think everybody going back. Everybody kids going back.
Mine going to the living room.
That's what I'm saying.
They going back though.
No, Rashad going back.
School is what I'm saying.
Cause I can't teach him nothing. After second grade, I don't know nothing.
Second grade.
Second. Okay, fourth.
That don't make it no better.
I was gonna say great improvement.
Shit.
I mean, okay, so this is my theory. I feel like the kids, like, they've been stuck in the house for most of since what, March?
My birth, yeah.
I feel like that everybody, they taking precautions, they doing what they're supposed to do, but I just feel like that, COVID, it is a serious thing, but I feel like it's amped up. Like,
it's been like that from day one.
Like, I feel like they just overdoing it. Like the mask, the sanitization, whatever they doing. Yeah, okay. So I'm just saying.
Well, I'd rather be safe
than
sorry.
Wait a minute.
Wait. Yeah, she done went all the way.
I just said if we're gonna die, it's because God want us to, not because.
No, man.
Like, it's time to go.
God ain't ready for me yet. Lord, do not let her. We gotta understand.
Candace said that bullshit, not me.
Take her.
No, I mean, I'm not ready to die, but I'm just saying if we gonna die, it's His plan. It's not anything we doing. Like, if we sanitize and do all that, yeah, that's good. But
we gonna get it regardless.
Yeah, if you gonna get it, you gonna get it.
Yeah,
I try to prevent.
I mean, I ain't trying to get it either because I got some stuff to do.
Like what?
Just don't let me die unmarried.
Oh God. Well,
so as long as it's like the day after you did.
Oh
Lord, let you make it for another 2 or 3 years until we can get there.
No,
she counted
like 3 months.
3 months. So is it official? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why you signing the papers?
That's what she mean by 3 months.
I thought he was getting out. Man.
Wait a minute. So when did you? Okay. So when did they say that you get the?
That's why I said hopefully God let you make it for another 2 or 3 years, but she said 3 months.
So you signing the motherfucking papers? That's another kind. We done already got mad at Seawalk today trying to vote liberal. That's a waste of a fucking vote. So, and then now she on some other bullshit.
YOLO.
YOLO these nuts.
YOLO does not apply to every single thing.
I just need y'all to be supportive and shut the fuck up.
Okay, I support you when you signing the papers, but I don't support you in this voting thing you trying to do.
I don't support you in the voting thing.
Well, I'll vote Biden if they just shut y'all up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Don't she watch when she go up there, she go vote liberal. Kanye West, that's who the fuck she go vote for.
I will vote for him.
That's Trump.
You are worse than.
That's how other side.
That's what's coming out.
That's how the fuck is. But anyways,
okay, that's how it went.
So lately I've been seeing a lot of OnlyFans.
You trying?
What's up with that?
I mean,
one.
Huh?
You want to start one?
An OnlyFans?
Are you trying to start?
They don't get paid enough. Hold on.
How much they get paid?
I don't know.
Okay. So I seen this girl on Snapchat. Why would I say her name?
I mean, why not? Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
So you can go to hell.
You know you can't find. You better stop.
leave
okay. So the girl, she had OnlyFans, and it was like $9.99.
Oh, yeah. We talked about her. We talked about
that. Yeah, her math was off.
Girl, that's Netflix. That's not even Netflix higher than that. Netflix higher than that. $9.99 a year?
Well, my Netflix
a year.
is free.
So if
because you logged into my
don't worry about it, sweetheart. You got my stars app. Oh, people, I gotta pay that because we gonna get cut off. Anyway,
I need to keep up with P Valley. That's my show.
You've been watching on the Fire Stick.
I've been watching it.
We don't have one. So
I don't like it either because it reboots and all that.
I do have a Fire Stick, but I gotta get somebody to update mine.
Reboot.
Buffering.
Girl, I was watching that the other day and it just kept. I said, "Man, fuck it."
I just must be your signal. I had it one time.
But the girls can watch YouTube all day. But as soon as I want to watch a show, it just buffer.
That's probably
what do you do watching that in your room or the living room?
My room.
See, yeah,
because you can't be watching that shit in the living room.
Well, maybe that's why you watching it in your room. Maybe
fuck it. You know what?
Close to the
I don't get to watch TV anyway, so I just say fuck it.
Oh, well, I'll be on P Valley.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm just saying, okay, if you charging $9.99 a year. What are you getting out of that?
Let me
do the math.
What exactly? What
it really was a year though?
Yeah, it said a year.
Yeah, it did.
Maybe she was high when she did it. That's less than $1 a month. That's 83 cents a month.
You gotta get it how you live.
Get them coins, bitch.
Literally, get them coins.
Get them coins.
Get the coins.
She didn't get no bread.
Right up the head.
Ew.
God,
she got that tooth. That's what she keeping the change.
Not going to help her.
Oh my god! You can't have no OnlyFans and you missing teeth.
Okay, so what's the requirements for an OnlyFans?
You gotta be pretty. You gotta have nice looking teeth.
But I didn't even the type of people.
I ain't never really just watched it.
They're not perfect.
No, the people that have their OnlyFans.
I don't know nobody that got one besides
Popkins Pickles. Shout out Popkins Pickles.
Yeah, shout out to the homie.
Go get y'all some of them lemon deal because they the best.
I haven't tried them, but we're gonna have to have them on the show. It's like I love pickles.
Sour or something.
Yeah, he said he was coming on here. He gonna rap Battle Candy.
Oh Lord.
You better get your lyrics together.
I know. Let me write down my bars tomorrow at work.
That ain't no freestyle then.
I mean, it's two types of different freestyle.
I'm gonna memorize it and say it.
Freestyle. I mean, but you got.
Y'all don't know.
Okay, yeah, we don't know Illy. We're not rappers, so we don't know.
Y'all don't know my life.
Cardi B got OnlyFans.
Yeah, I was listening to her.
Do she?
Yeah, I was.
She looked like she got.
She was on the radio station. She was talking about it. She said she gonna start talking about like the rumors and stuff and address it, but only in the OnlyFans group.
No, I don't care that bad to listen to it.
I wouldn't be.
I mean, I love Cardi B.
I do too.
I wouldn't be paid though for it. A membership just to listen to her.
How much is it?
I don't know.
It's like $5.
No,
they all have different prices.
I don't know.
People have different prices.
But like. The only way I'm subscribing to some OnlyFans, I want to see some dicks popping.
Wait, what? And that's free.
I want to see some niggas from around here so I can look at them.
Hell no.
Like I want to see.
It depends on which ones you trying to see.
I want to see all of them. I want to see some people to say they got the herpes. I want to look down there and see if they got.
Wait, you think they ain't gonna go on there and put their herpes infected penis on there?
Well, you know what? I want to do something where we can follow people. Like if they having sex.
What you mean?
What you mean follow people?
Kenny's trying to be a whole stalker. Like what the fuck?
You on on some Trump shit.
Did y'all see that thing when they was promoting yesterday? That camera.
Oh, the dick camera. Yes, I saw it.
It's a cock camera.
It goes around the ring of like the penis, like
and it records.
It's got a little.
I want to put that on a nigga
GoPro for his dick
and see if you can see if they got lumps and bumps.
Wait a minute.
I know a few.
So you put it on the head?
Yeah. No, around the dick. Like on here.
Kind of by the balls?
Yeah.
No, so by the scrotum?
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah, and it records.
But it only record, so it record just
it record
the
I
action.
can see the end of their dick with the bumps.
Or you can see her bumps.
How do you know?
It's going to be a little dark.
Well, they got,
night vision.
Yeah.
I think I might invest in one of them.
Girl.
It was $50. $50? I looked it up, it was $49.
I bet you did.
Yeah, because she was probably trying to order one.
I was.
She tried to mail it to
Put it on my dildo.
She tried to mail it to old boy.
I'm going to send it right the fuck back. Nigga said, bitch, this is unacceptable.
Bitch, what is this?
Take it back.
Look, I'm going to get kicked out his list, too.
You already ain't on it.
Now you remember I got kicked out, BD.
Yes, you gotta get approved first.
I know.
I'm done.
Illy, what you do with my OnlyFans?
No, but me and my friend were talking about it. You could get OnlyFans for the people that have a foot fetish. I'm gonna just do that. That way I ain't got to do
that. So lame.
Man, but no, people do have foot fetish.
Feet fetishes.
And then
whatever the word.
Or you can just eat.
There's the ones that show her, the
don't
girl that
eat
showed her
none of
clothes.
Eliana can. Eliana can eat. Eliana, you the skinniest one out of all of us.
No, but so?
I mean, you can eat. I'm fat.
I'm extra.
I don't need to eat no more.
You can be on there making. Show us how to make some tamales.
Oh, there's this girl.
Eliana don't know how to make tamales.
What can you make?
I don't like tamales anyway.
I love tamales.
I like them too.
I'll fuck up some tamales.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It tastes like something in the middle.
It is something in the middle.
Like the middle tastes like something like
it's meat, cheese, chicken, beans.
Good,
Yeah, you gotta get the right kind. You gotta get the because some people's be dry.
It's
sometimes it be more.
It be smooth.
It ain't supposed to be rough.
Right.
You like it rough. Don't mean the molly's gotta be rough.
So what are the qualifications to start an OnlyFans? Should I got something in my eye?
I don't know.
Well, I know Popkins had a little trouble with some ticks and turns.
What you mean?
We'll have to ask him what all the requirements are, but I mean,
he need to put us on there.
What do you think the girl should
He asked if we want to be on there.
I'll shake my ass.
All right, well then we'll start it for you.
Okay, bam.
Yeah, you gonna do it first? You gonna do it first?
I thought we was gonna do it as a group.
I can't do that. I got a man.
Girl, I got a man, but he don't mind.
You know your man is different than my man.
My man don't mind.
Yeah, because EJ is like
because I'm headstrong in the relationship. What I say go.
I ain't never in my life.
That's every group. I mean, this group, what I say go.
Bitch. I know you fucking lying.
Okay, would your man
EJ, I probably wouldn't approve of it, but if I want to do it, I'd do it. But I got a little more respect. EJ just like, what? You know, she is controller.
I'm appalled.
Are you?
I am not a controller. What do you mean?
You know you gotta be in control of everything.
No, I really don't.
You be trying to control us.
Yeah.
Baby,
but y'all don't listen.
Exactly. They do.
No, I try to guide you in the right
God
steps
controlling
of
is
the
too
Lord.
Bitch, you don't even go to church. Oh, so now you Miss Bounty. So now you the preacher.
Better get the fuck away from me.
You be doing holy water on me.
Do we still have that holy water?
I be done packed.
Yeah, I give it back to her. Shit,
I
man.
wouldn't do one.
Prayers out to Effie.
If I didn't have no kids, I
Jewel.
probably would. If I was a little skinnier.
Okay.
What, OnlyFans?
But what would you actually be? That's something. Would you actually be stripping? Would you be like? What would you be doing?
I'm gonna guide people to the Lord.
I mean, if we went back 2 years ago, like when we was at Cancun, I would have been it.
I showed my titty.
Yeah,
I did that for free. I did that for free.
When we first got him, we still have that picture where we were like,
I got it too
at the tattoo place.
I remember whenever I lived at the HP,
What?
You looking at me?
Yeah, you remember I lived at the HP and you had your titties on my patio rail, like her boobs just sitting out. And I said, what the fuck are you doing?
Was Ryan out there with us?
No, this was during the day. This was just when you was
Don't
over
say
with.
that. It was not during the day.
Yes, the fucking was. Whitney was wild. Yeah, she was on the balcony on the, the little railing.
Was it hot outside?
She had the titties just sitting there. And I was like, what the fuck is going on?
They needed some sun, huh?
I was young.
Yeah, you was young.
Let me make it. Was it hot outside?
It was
I was trying to get some air.
Girl.
Close places too long and get the air.
They was hot.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you wouldn't do one?
No.
Not she married.
I mean, catch me 2 years ago, I would have.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. What stops you now? Why?
I just told you I had a man.
Raise the voice.
So you got a man and she's got a man. That's what I'm saying. Like,
what you mean?
I mean, I wouldn't strip or anything. I wouldn't show my body, but
show your what?
My body. My body.
What would you be doing?
I don't know. I'll eat.
What would they be doing on there anyway, though? Like, I ain't never.
Shows and stuff.
Someone
will just strip. Some girls will like.
I'll tell people's future.
We know that's
Can you
gonna
tell
be
us?
Everybody gonna tell.
Miss Cleo, come on, call now, come on.
Y'all do kind of look like. We're gonna see if we can get you on BET.
I fucking hate y'all.
Yeah, they need some new people because they going down.
Who, BET?
Did BET even what come on right now?
They said 106 and Park supposed to be coming back.
Well, who? Now, if AJ and Free come back on there, I'm game.
I
Big
wonder what Free doing.
Tiger. Who was on there with Big Tigger? What was her name? Melissa Ford? Was that her name?
Yeah, she was on there for a little bit with him.
Yeah, I would watch it if they came back.
What was his Big Tigger show?
The basement. The basement is what
the
it was
basement.
called. I ain't even seen BET in so long. I wouldn't even know what to do.
Girl, they still
I
playing
used to
the
love
same old
Uncut.
shows.
Yeah.
Uncut at night.
What's that?
Big
Tip
drills.
drills.
Yeah,
That's my
tip
favorite
drill.
video.
They need to have wet ass pussy on there.
Yeah, that would be a
They
good
would have
one.
qualified. Why is everybody so mad at the lyrics?
Why? Okay,
I don't
so why are they
understand
mad? Is a question.
I don't know. I don't.
They need to-
I don't know, but these niggas be singing "Slob on My Knob" like corn on the cob. What the fuck is the difference?
If you like listen to some,
I want to, but I.
Okay, so I think Cardi B, Mulatto, Megan Thee Stallion. I like Nicki. Like, she is kind of. I like Sukani. Do y'all know?
Are you sick of listening to podcasts where all you get is the same old guy whining, complaining, talking about his fantasy team and his favorite team? Well, I got a solution for you. This is Green Bay Greg from the Green Bay Greg Show, found on the RTF Network, Wednesdays, 2 p.m., 1 p.m. Central, Wednesday afternoon. So here's the thing. Eat lunch, slack off, take the rest of the day off. Green Bay Greg.
You want sports talk? We got your sports talk.
I like soccer.
You ready for your Cody Bellinger fun fact of the week?
Connor Cook can sling it.
We're Strikeout Beer, and no one takes sports more seriously than us.
Yeah, I'm a bandwagoner. I am FIFA Dave.
Check out Strikeout Beer live Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Facebook, YouTube, Spreaker, RTFSportsNetwork.com, and catch the replay anywhere you listen to your podcasts.
Hey, RTF Sports Network fanatics. This is Matt Benz with Benzi's Bit. If you like power rankings and off-the-wall fantasy football breakdowns, make sure to tune in at 2 p.m. Eastern on Fridays. I'll make sure to give you a Midwest take on current events in the vast sports universe. Once again, that's Benzi's Bit, 2 p.m. Eastern every Friday on RTF Sports Network.
Arby's new $1 floats, made with Coca-Cola or Bach's root beer, are the perfect summertime treat to enjoy in the pool. To enjoy outside the pool. Okay, so outside food isn't allowed here. Looks like Arby's will be floating our $1 floats elsewhere. Arby's, we have the meats.
Available at participating locations for a limited time. Applies to small size only.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the RTF Sports Network's Great Debate. I am your host for the evening, Brandon Combs, and with me today is a star-studded group from some of the network's best shows. They need no introduction, but we will give them one anyways. First, from the Infinity Sports Podcast, we have Wayne G.
What's going on, guys? I'm guessing you just watched us. It was a great lead-in to this show. I am Wayne G. I'm one of the 3 hosts for the Infinity Sports Podcast. You can listen to us Tuesdays and Thursdays on the RTF Sports Network at 1 p.m. or download on iTunes, Spotify, and Stitcher. We also go live on Facebook every Monday and Wednesday at 7 p.m.
Next, we have from the Mike and Mike Man Hour, Mike LeBlanc.
What's up, guys? I'm Mike from the Mike and Mike Man Hour. You can catch us on RTF Sports Network Monday through Friday, noon Eastern time. Or you can go ahead and go like the Mike and Mike Man Hour Facebook post and get that notification when we go live. iTunes and Spotify.
And next we have from the Triple Shot Sports Podcast, he is the Soup Boss, Chad Lounder.
Hey guys, Soup Boss here. Obviously getting to sit across from my co-host, which means I have 0 chance of winning this thing, but that's okay. We're here. We're pumped. We're going to be on every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday night, Central Time from 7 to 9, and then you can catch us on the ride home. If you missed that live recording, catch us on the very next day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and we'd love to be able to have you be a part of this team, and you can listen to me give Mr. Combs some more shit and tell him that the Cardinals are amazing.
And last but certainly not least, from the Twist Podcast, we have Mike Reeves.
What up? Mike Reeves, Twist Sports Talk. You can catch us on RTF Mondays and Thursdays at 1 p.m. Central Time, and my show, Mike on the Mic, Tuesdays at 1 p.m.
All right, guys. So for those of you who have not joined us before, this is how it's going to work. Each one of the guys are going to partake in debating topics. I will award a point for a good point of view, and at the end of the first 2 topics, we will say goodbye to the 2 with the lowest total of points. Probably Chad Lounder, because he keeps saying go Cardinals on our show, so he's starting out with negative 50.
That's how I live my life, baby.
All right, guys. So the first topic we have here is going to be a basketball topic. Is LeBron James is the best player in the last 20 years. Questionable, but we're going to go with it. Who's going to be the best player in the NBA for the next 15 or 20 years? We'll start off with Wayne G.
Oh, I know you're going to put me up. Oh, there we go. All right, so I was going to say that to me, it's going to be Trae Young. And the reason for that is because the great player of the generation is never an evolution of the previous great player. The late 70s had Bill Walton and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar that turned into Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, guys who were more like Pete Maravich. Then it turned into Jordan, guy who was more like Dr. J. It turned into Shaq, who was more like Ewing. And then it turned into LeBron, who was more like Pippen or Grant Hill. Trae Young is an evolution of Steph Curry, a former unanimous MVP, except for the fact that he's a better passer. He's just as athletic. He handles the ball as much. He's got the same kind of range, but he averages 9 assists a game. Now, this is a guy who led the nation in scoring and assists in the same season in his last year of college, his 1 year of college. He's going to do the same thing for 7 or 8 years in the NBA. So this is a guy who I think once all is said and done, LeBron's out of the game, Trae Young is going to be the star. As much as I love Luka Doncic, as much as Giannis is the best player maybe right now, he's kind of that evolution of LeBron, a big, defensive, all-around kind of player. So I think that that's why he's not going to be the best, because like I said, the best player of a generation is never an evolution of the previous best player. So well under my 2 minutes here, I'm going to say again, Trae Young is the next great player in the NBA.
All right, Mike Reeves, what do you have to say?
Well, it's not really about a transition from one to the other. The NBA is all about marketing, and it's from a marketability standpoint. So the easy answer is Zion Williamson. The trouble is he can't even play past 5 minutes a stint. There's never been a player from a different country that's been the face of the NBA. Giannis is going to be 30 by the time LeBron is off the court. Luka, to me, is the clear-cut answer. He's 21 years old. He comes in and pretty much is a triple-double machine. For global domination, which is what the NBA wants, and a marketability standpoint, Luka Doncic is going to be that guy.
All right, Mike LeBlanc.
All right, man. I might butcher this guy's name. Giannis, his last name starts with an A. This guy,
Antetokounmpo.
Yeah, this guy.
That's 50 negative points right there. God damn it.
This guy he's the reigning MVP by far. And by far, he's the best player, and he's on pace to post one of the biggest records in league history, right? This guy can take it from floor to floor. He's not unlike LeBron or Shaquille O'Neal, and guarding him is almost a physical, it's just impossible to guard this guy. So at the end of the day, for the next 5, 10, 15 years, this is the guy that I think we're going to start to see transcend like Kobe Bryant. We're going to start to see him transcend like LeBron James and maybe even like Michael Jordan. So I know I'm well under my 20 minute or my 2 minutes, but Giannis is going to be that guy.
All right, Subas.
Yeah, this is fantastic. So everyone went well under their 2 minutes. That gives me 6 minutes to be able to come up with this. I love it. Okay, listen.
How much time you usually get?
Yeah, I know, exactly. So listen, I wanted to be able to come straight out and say Jason Tatum because I'm a big Celtics fan, but I'm going to try to do the opposite of Mr. Combs here, not just automatically go with the homer pick. Zion, you've got the issues with injury. That's going to be a big thing. Trae Young is from OU. I'm a Longhorns fan. I can't say Trae Young. I respect the pick. He's got better range than Curry, but I can't do it. Giannis is not Giannis. Giannis right now is the leader. He's the reigning MVP, and it also says 15 to 20 years. And though he's still young, 25, 26 years old, that's a different type of, he's going to get older pretty quick. Luka is the trendy pick. So what I wanted to do is look at what makes a great player, what makes a leader really stand out. And usually it's someone that went lower in a draft, put a chip on their shoulder, a la Tom Brady, a la Michael Jordan. Even though Jordan was third, he still expected himself to be first, and they get better every year. They make the team around them better every year. They make the people that play them say, you know what, I can't stand dealing with them, but that's a damn good player. And I went through all of the players 25 and under to see who has all of those things, and I came up with one player. Now, the market he's in is really hard, so it's going to depend on what he can either do to succeed there or go to another market and really show his worth. But by and far, Donovan Mitchell out of Salt Lake City, who was expected to be in the top 10, was drafted well out of the top 10, was really upset about that. He put that chip on his shoulder. He put the respect mentality of I'm going to work my ass off and be able to get to the top. Every single year, his stats have continued to increase. He was ranked 4th in the NBA just 2 years ago. He continues to get better. His teammates around him get better. And all of his opponents continue to say what an amazing guy he is. It's a pain to play against him. He's made the Utah Jazz, for crying out loud, actually be successful in the Western Conference. And if you didn't have LeBron and AD going out there in LA, who knows the chance of what he might have been able to do.
I'm not going to lie. I don't even know who Donovan Mitchell is. So
I knew it. This is
Number
the problem with you be the
45,
judge.
Utah Jazz.
So
I should have just said Larry Bird. You would have been like, I know that name. That sounds great. I think that, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Son of a
All right.
bitch.
Do we get to rebuttal off these other answers or what?
Yeah,
I'm ready
absolutely.
to fire away.
Absolutely. If you got something
Here's
to
the
say,
thing. Here's the thing with the face of the NBA. Giannis can't even speak English. Have you heard him on a mic? The NBA wants so badly for Zion Williamson to be the face. He's the first person since LeBron James that the nation has seen since he's been in high school. LeBron was the first overall. He's America's sweetheart, and he's lived up to the hype.
That's one of the things I've said on my show before is that I think the NBA created this whole playoff system the way that they structured it just to get Zion into it.
They 100% did. They want him to be the face. It's all marketability with the NBA. The NFL is a whole different ball game. The MLB will get into that in the next one. But it's the face of the NBA. And if you can't hop on a mic and do an interview, you can't be the face.
See, I was looking at it as
But does being the face help you, though? Did being the face help you, though, if you can't play? And I bring up this example for all of us old enough to remember. Grant Hill was going to be the face of the NBA. Everyone loved him. He was America's sweetheart. Everyone, whether you hated him or you respected him or you loved him, no matter what, it was a Derek Jeter type of thing. Like, that's what we were looking at with Grant Hill, and he couldn't stay healthy, and he ended up being that Cinderella story down at the end where he kind of did something better, kind of what we're seeing with D. Rose, but it still wasn't the leader of the league. And Zion, I love the kid. He can't stay healthy. He's got to stop trying to do master dunks just because a bunch of froofy high school girls 3 years ago, thought it was an amazing thing and they wanted to get into his pants.
All right, Wayne G, what do you say?
Well, I think that obviously Giannis was the easy pick, and that's why I think if you ever watch an episode of Scooby-Doo and you think it's going to be the operator of the roller coaster, but it's actually the person selling popcorn is the person with the mask on, Trae Young is the one selling popcorn because everyone's looking at Giannis. He's just not going to be that guy. He's got a great game. He's getting better every year. Zion, I understand the talk of Zion being the face of the NBA because he does have that electricity around him. He does have that appeal, that lure that he had before he even played a game. But I just don't think he's going to play enough games, like Chad said, that he's going to be able to make that last. Now, the thing about Trae Young is he doesn't play in a small market like Donovan Mitchell, who is a fantastic player, by the way. But like you said, in Utah, nobody's ever going to hear from him. So Trae Young is in Atlanta. It's a semi-big market. He's got all the skill set. He's going to do for Atlanta what Steph Curry did for Golden State, which is bring them to the top with that roster.
Mike LeBlanc?
Yeah, Zion Williams. I agree with you, Mike Williams. Mike Reeves. They want him to be the face of the NBA, just like they did with Kobe, just like they did with LeBron, just like they did with Jordan. But he can't stay healthy. He can't stay on the court long enough. Now, Giannis, on the other hand, I get why you say, because he can't get on the mic, he can't do an interview. You have to understand that we're living in a totally different time period now. We're not living in the all-American. We want to be culturally biased. We want to be culturally sound. So, yes, I think Giannis will be the face of the NBA, and it will be for a while. I mean, this kid is amazing. Like, he's making the Milwaukee Bucks relevant. Do you understand how hard that is to do? Milwaukee has been relevant, and don't worry, I'll wait. Can anybody here tell me last time the Bucks were actually relevant?
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Okay, thank you. So way back before any of us, we were all kids or swimming in our dad's sack when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was playing. He's making the Bucks relevant again. So yes, Giannis is going to be the face of the franchise for the Bucks for a while, and he's going to be the face of the NBA for a while.
Real quick on the Zion Williamson thing, the NBA is sugarcoat. He's not injury prone. He got hurt in the ACC tournament right before it, and he was cleared by the Duke doctors. He played 3 games of over 30 minutes a game. The Pelicans are they got their kid gloves on with him. He's the first overall pick, and they just don't want to risk it. So he's not necessarily injury prone. He didn't tear an ACL. He had a meniscus tear, and they eased with caution with him. So don't let the media spin it out like he's some injury prone.
All right, guys, we're gonna move on here, and we're gonna get into some talk that I can actually understand. We're gonna get into some baseball talk here. There's been a lot of talk about baseball, maybe not even finishing a 60-game season. They have a whole lot of trouble drawing viewers. I'm not one of them. I love the game. I'll watch every game every day. But they're having a hard time bringing in, especially younger fans. So that's what round 2 is going to be. Why is baseball having such a hard time attracting younger viewers? And Soup Boss, we'll go ahead and we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about this just last night on our video cast, but I'll jump into it again. It's the attention span. And listen, it comes down to 2 things. The attention span of the current generation, which is, I just sat here and had a whole conversation with my kids in the car yesterday about Quibi. Quibi is a streaming service in which everything is 10 minutes. YouTube, they want you going to 10 minutes for ads because that's about where they know that they'll get the mass amount of watching and be able to make it so it's worth the advertiser's money. The attention span is one thing. The other aspect of it is that we are so gripped as baseball fans for some reason to hold on to the history of this game. Listen, there's a reason the NBA leapfrogged the MLB from 3 to 2 because they realized, listen, we could still honor the past. Guys like Bill Russell, Will Chamberlain, MJ, we can honor that through trophies, through awards, through bringing them into all-star games, all those things. but we got to change the game to be played to cater to our fans. They made it into an individual league. And even though we have conversations on our show about the issues with the ego and how it starts grooming today from middle school up, that's what the whole focus of sports is about now. And baseball is still team-driven. Older fans still grasp to the historical aspect when you need to go quicker, you need to go faster, and you need to start. Mike Trout, if he was Mike Trout in any of the other two leagues, NFL or NBA, he would be plastered everywhere by MLB because it's not seen and done in the same way, and it's a shame.
Mike LeBlanc?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Baseball is what? Man, what do they play? Like 1 million games in one season?
162, sir.
162 games, right? Who really can sit there as a fan and pay attention to every single game throughout the season? And let's be honest, baseball's boring to watch. It's not super exciting until you start to get into the hunt for the Red October. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm a huge Yankees fan. I love watching my Yankees play. But, like, I will still, like NBA, I will still watch other teams play. Oh, I get points taken away. Okay. The NFL, like,
boring.
It is. Baseball gets boring to watch. I mean, it's the same thing over and over and over every single day, right? That's why, and just like Soup Boss said, this younger generation, you don't have their attention span. That's why TikTok is so famous, because it's 60 seconds, and then boom, they can scroll to the next one. It's the same thing with baseball. There's too many games, shorten the season, and then it'll give it a little bit more meaning, because 162 games, if you go on a 10-12 losing spree, oh, big deal. You can make that up. It's not a big deal. Like with football, basketball, you go on that long of a losing streak, your season's in jeopardy at that point. With baseball, it's just not.
Wayne G?
Yeah, so kind of combining the two ideas, I have the similar kind of ideas as those guys, which, one, the biggest problem with why they can't attract younger viewers is baseball traditionalists. See, old, bald, 90-year-old men hate change. And so you can't attract a 12 to 19-year-old fan base by advertising Geritone on the players' jerseys. You need to tweak the rules a little bit, make the games a little bit faster, because back in the day, you had one pitcher pitch all 9 innings unless he got hurt, unless he was getting shelled, to bring in a reliever. Now they bring in a lefty to face a lefty because he throws a slider, and they'll bring in a different lefty to face the next lefty because he throws a splitter. And all the nuance adds to the time of the game. That's why we have 3.5-hour games, and we want to sit there and watch that, especially like Mike said, when you've got 162 of them. Do I really want to watch 3 hours of a meaningless game? Because guess what? Every single game is meaningless unless you shorten the season. So that's where traditionalists hate it. We're not shortening the season. You need to have a 100-game season max. You need to have a pitch clock. You need to not let players leave the box. You need to limit the mound visits. And I have no problem with them making a relief pitcher pitch a goddamn inning. Because you know what? That's your job, not to come in and face a guy and throw 2 pitches. And then you do need to market the players, like Chad said. You need to market the players as more important than any team in the league. Little leaguers don't get their favorite team's number on the back of their jersey. They get their favorite player's number. And Major League Baseball has done the worst job of any of the major sports in marketing their players. They had a chance to put Yasiel Puig in the home run derby a few years ago when he was a rookie, and they didn't because traditionalists didn't think he played enough games to get in there, but fans wanted to see him. Appease the fans. Yes, you'll turn into the NBA. Yes, you'll have bigger babies out in the field. But you know what else you're going to have? You're going to have a fan base that isn't going to die in a year and a half.
All right, Mike Reeves?
Yeah, you know why the average age of viewership of the NBA is 37 compared to baseball's 53? It's all because the NBA is best at marketing their players. I loved Wayne's comment about speeding up the game. There was a guy back in the day who took a stopwatch from the time the ball left the pitcher's hand to the mitt. So actual gameplay in a baseball game is 9 minutes. You talk about these kids not being able to keep up with it. There's 9 minutes of actual gameplay in over a 3-hour game. It's slow, it's boring, and it can't keep up. You know, the trouble is players just aren't playing the sport as much either. You have these 3-sport athletes, you know, basketball, football, baseball. When it comes down to choose what they're going to actually do, baseball loses. You look at a player like Kyler Murray, who was just taken, you know, first overall last year. He was already drafted by the Oakland Athletics. He looks at it and says, look, I can be the face of a franchise in the NFL. be the number 1 overall pick and make more money right away. You know, you get these players that get drafted and you don't see them for 4 or 5 years, just like in hockey. So the draft really means nothing. Nobody pays attention to it. You know, it comes down to a marketability standpoint again. You know, baseball
I like what Mike said there, though, about how you're talking about Kyler Murray and making more money in the NFL. I think overall, if he went to baseball, the contracts in baseball, you're going to make way more money than you are in the NFL. So I'm not sure if that really played into it. But I think when it comes to younger viewers, I think you guys are kind of right. As much as I hate to admit it, it's the length of the games is absolutely insane, and it's hard to keep attention. I do like some of the things that they're implementing. Some of the things I don't like. I don't like how you force the reliever to face 3 batters, because I do like the idea of a specialist. But at the same time, I'm okay with some of the things. But what are you guys thinking about, as far as, some ways to go ahead and improve it to attract younger fans?
I'll give you my very first way that you're going to be able to do this, and I'm blown away because I let it slip and I didn't mention it, and these other 3 didn't say it. His name is Robert D. Manfred Jr. Get this Yahoo out of that position as commissioner. He has zero focus of understanding what the league needs. So we looked at Selig during that All-Star game in which he was like in the 10th inning, like, I don't know what to do. We were like, what a debacle. Right now, Manfred can't even wipe his own ass with MLB apparel toilet paper and not get it wrong. Like, he is literally killing this league. I give him kudos for the fact that he said, hey, listen, when the Marlins stuff happened, I admitted it. I was waiting for him to be like, oh, there's my reason to fold it up. I'm going to fold the pressure. It's going to still, though, happen, though. He's a terrible commissioner. He was supposed to take over for Selig and bring it above to where it was, and he's done the opposite. You look at Adam Silver, the guy came in and goes, listen, we're going to kick this shit up a notch. We're going to completely make this about the fans. We're going to get them jerseys where they can make Dwayne Wade's jersey be today or the classic one. They can change it on their cell phone, because why? Everyone has one of these. Manfred still thinks that you go to a game with an old newspaper and you take the pitch counts. That's the problem. Manfred
what about
is the
you,
problem.
LeBlanc? How do we go ahead and get more viewers of the younger age?
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what Soup Ball said. You've got to make the game more exciting. Start marketing the players. Look, I like the Yankees. I've always been a big Yankees fan, but I love the Yankees now even more because of Aaron Judge. Like, Aaron Judge is my guy. I love watching this guy play, right? So take the games from 162. Wayne, I say take it even further down. I say take it to 80 to 90 games. That way games start meaning something. And then I think that's how you'll start getting. And then let's get the game on the road. Let's not wait 3.5 hours for a long game. Nobody likes watching that.
You're killing me with less baseball talk, man. You're killing me. Wayne?
Well, again, I think it's going to be 2 things that baseball purists hate, and that's innovation. The first of those things is going to be gimmicky type rules. People love that stuff. They'll tune in for that stuff. Have it so that from the 8th inning on, one guy gets to use an aluminum bat, and you don't know who it's going to be. When you tell me your buddy messages you and texts you and says, hey, Trout's got an aluminum bat, you're not tuning in? Like, you want to see that. It's a gimmicky rule, but it gets people to watch. I like the idea of a rule where you could pinch hit somebody at any point in the game, even if they're already been pitch hit before. That's kind of an interesting idea. But the craziest idea, how about a salary cap? Baseball is the only sport of the 4 that doesn't have a salary cap, doesn't have parity. So why not have a salary cap? You know what? The players would actually love it because it'd make more money. Right now, the players make 30% of league revenue. If they had a salary cap with a league floor and a league ceiling, they would actually make 50% of league revenue, and everybody would get paid more.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you give these guys an aluminum bat, I'm just tuning in to see which pitcher dies that day. That's what I'm tuning in to see. What do you say, Reeves?
Yeah, aluminum bat is not happening. I do like the way, of changing stuff up. The trouble with it, the baseball purists aren't going to be around when baseball's dead. You have to change things now. And I love Supas, how we talked about Adam Silver. Adam Silver took an NBA and put it on steroids. And that's while they're catapulting ahead of every other sport just behind the NFL. Really, other players, like I kind of commented on before, they're not going to pick baseball unless things change. So we're not going to see a change in baseball probably for at least the next 15 to 20 years until the youth actually decides to make that move and want to be a part of the baseball culture. Again, marketability. That starts at the top with Manfred, down to ownership. And then, each city, you got to market your players, your fans. That's what's selling, the jerseys, the stadium tickets, all that kind of stuff. And that comes down to marketability.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys have a lot of great points. There's lots of things that they can do for the game. Some of it I like. I kind of consider myself a purist, but at the same time, I'm okay with some of the smaller changes, some of the things that they're doing to bring in younger viewers. All right, so moving on to round 3. We already talked about a little bit of basketball, but we're going to talk some more. But before we do that, we do have to say goodbye to our 2 with the fewest amount of points, and that would be Mike LeBlanc and the Soup Boss.
I would just like to make sure everyone knows that all 3 of these individuals quoted the Soup Boss as having.
I got robbed. He took points away because I wanted this.
Muted.
All right, guys. So we're just down to the 2 of you. What we're going to do now, we're going to get down to these final 2 topics, and the one with the most points at the end of it will get a 2 minutes to talk about and promote the show. All right, so here we go. So we're getting into, is this the greatest era of NBA basketball that we've ever seen? And we'll start with Wayne G.
Yeah, I'm actually going to take an unpopular stance and say, yes, it is. And I understand that the players today are prima donnas. They flop at every single foul call. They complain. They pose after every single layup that they get. And they're just insufferable to watch. And I understand that 100%. But if you can look past that and take your personal opinion away from it, these are the most athletic players that we've ever seen in any generation. These are the most skilled players in terms of ball handling, shooting, just passing. LeBron James might be the greatest passer we've ever seen. It is the best era of basketball. Even though there may not be a whole lot of defense, you can't really defend good ball movement. And that's the problem. They move the ball so well, they pass so well, they score so well, they shoot so well. This is the best era. I understand it's not popular because everyone thinks Jordan's era was the best because they were tough and they would clothesline each other and it wouldn't get called. But the reality is that Jordan's era would get smoked by this era in terms of overall skill. The Golden State Warriors would beat that Bulls team, that 72-10 Bulls team, 4 games to 1. Oh, no. It's not even close.
Oh, Mike Reeves, what do you say to that?
I like a lot of what Wayne said. The trouble is, this era is just starting. We're in 2020. 1980s for me was probably the best generation of basketball that we've seen. Undoubtedly, basketball became prominent in the 80s. Without the 80s, the NBA might not have gotten the chance to talk so much and highly about, the next few generations. You had the Magic and Bird rivalry that originated, in college. You don't get to see a lot of those college rivalries like we did with Bird and Magic. They had 20 All-Star appearances together, 8 NBA championships, 6 MVP awards, 8 NBA championships between those two in 10 years. I mean, that's remarkable. LeBron is about all you get right now of 8 in a row and, Golden State, but they're building super teams. Not that the Celtics didn't have a super team, but built it on their own. They weren't the only two. You had Isaiah Thomas, Moses Malone, Dominique Wilkins. They had a lot of guys. So I really like the 80s, not only for, the catapulting of what it allowed. This decade's probably not even next for me. It'd be the early 2000s. You look at that 2003 draft, then the 90s and now probably a little bit more. But
yeah, I can't say that this era is the best, but Wayne, what do you guys say to what Mike said?
Yeah, no, the 80s was a great era, but I think that you have to remember that the early 80s, NBA was in trouble. And Magic and Larry Bird put a Band-Aid on the league to save it, to keep it from bleeding out. But when Michael Jordan got drafted in 84, came in 85, he actually healed the league with a magic wand that made it stronger than ever. And why was that? Because he was dunking on people from the foul line, because he had that crazy hang time, because nobody had seen anything like that before. We see it. There's 8 guys on every NBA team right now that are as athletic as Michael Jordan. They can all dunk from the foul line. They can all dunk between their legs. They can all shoot from 40 feet deep. Like I said, it's just the most skilled and most athletic era we've ever seen. The problem is, if they weren't all such babies, if we didn't have LeBron James flopping when somebody got within a foot of him, there would be no argument. Everyone would agree this is the greatest era of all time. But they're babies, so we can't take that personal feeling of hating them out of the fact that their skill and their athleticism is more than we've ever seen before.
You also look at that, though, and if you watched The Last Dance with Michael Jordan, and he talks about Magic Johnson and actually having to beat the Lakers, to kind of elevate himself. So from one of the best players who's ever played the game, he looked at that generation as something that he had to beat up before he could elevate his name and his game to that next level.
Isn't the problem more, just than the flopping? It is the desire to actually go out and win championships. I think that a lot of the players nowadays are more concerned with making money and building their brand than they are with winning Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, those guys they would kill somebody to win a title. And now you just got these guys who all they want to do is build their brand. Isn't that more of a problem with today's era than it was with back then?
Michael Jordan's worth $1.5 billion because he built his brand. He used the NBA to build his brand. It's not like he didn't do it. They've all been doing it since the beginning of time, is trying to make as much money as possible. I think the guys care about winning now. And like Mike said, they build these super teams, or they get together to build super teams because they want to win. And they don't care about their legacies, a lot of them. Like Kevin Durant kind of does. He's a little bit of a baby about it. But do you think LeBron gives a crap if people crap on him about his legacy because he created a super team? He doesn't care. All he cares at the end of the day is about winning championships. These guys do want to win. It's just, I think they get a bad rap for trying to win however they can.
Yeah, LeBron James can't make a shoe to save his life. His brand and his clothing line ain't getting it done like LeBron or like Michael Jordan, but he's the rare form. Him and Kobe kind of had that next level of really wanting to win and get it done, where some of the other players, you're absolutely right. It is about branding and trying to elevate themselves because they don't have it to be able to win the championships and elevate a team. You look at LeBron James, I believe 2 years after he got drafted in 2005, I think it was, against the Spurs. If you ever look at that lineup and who was on that team, you don't recognize any of the players because they were horrible. And he got swept in the finals, but he single-handedly brought that team to the finals. He's on another level.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think back then, I think that you had everybody, even the guys who were on the bench, were willing to go out there and bleed and go at and take your throat out to try to win. And nowadays, I don't think you got your stars, but once you get past your stars, you don't know anybody's name. And you did back then. You knew who was on the bench back then. You don't anymore. So, all right. So we're going to get to round 4, and round 4 is actually a good one. Soup Boss probably wishes he was still here, but, he talks about the Cardinals, so he's gone. So we're going to get to, is Bill Belichick the greatest coach in the history of pro sports? And we'll start with you, Mike Reeves.
Easy answer, no. He's a cheater. He's a fraud, and I hate him. 9 Super Bowl appearances, 17 division titles. Yeah, he's the GOAT in the NFL. But as far as in sports history, I got to give it up to my man, John Wooden. It's all about championships. He 12-year period, won 7 in a row. And that's in college. To me, college coaches, you look at Coach K with Duke, Calipari with Kentucky, who's not even on Coach K's level. But college athletes is, the hardest one to win championships with. So John Wooden, to me, takes that top spot. Phil Jackson is another Zen master himself. And you look at the talent he had around him, but at the same time, it does take the coach. So Bill Belichick, he's cheating again this year. I think half their roster is already opted out. They're going after Trevor Lawrence, and he's got to cheat to win. But, if you're not cheating, you're not winning, I guess.
That's a good point. All right, go ahead, Wayne.
Yeah, so I think that Bill Belichick is the greatest coach in sports history. I have John Wooden listed here. He is an amazing coach, but I agree with you that college basketball is harder, or college sports is harder now with the one-and-done rule, particularly in basketball. But back when Wooden coached, it wasn't one-and-done. You played all 4 years. So basically, John Wooden had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, and a senior. Then Bill Walton as a freshman, a sophomore, a junior, and a senior. So every year, he got 4 years out of a team. So that's why he had an 8-10-year dynasty, because he basically only fielded 2 or 3 teams his entire career. Whereas Bill Belichick coaches in a league where you win the Super Bowl, go 5-11 the very next year. The player turnover is so frequent, and I don't even want to mention him as a general manager and how he kind of fills those holes. Tom Brady is the GOAT, and he's called a system quarterback. Whose system is he playing in? Bill Belichick's system. I mean, Bill Belichick is a genius. He comes up with creative ways to do things every year. And I know people talk about the whole cheating because he decided to videotape 3 feet left from where you're allowed to videotape from. But the reality is he hasn't really broken rules like the 49ers who manipulated the salary cap or something like that with Bill Walsh. And just of all the sports, this is the hardest sport to dominate in for a long period of time, and he's done it. He's done the impossible. No other coach will ever come along and dominate this particular league the way that he has.
Yeah, I mean, look, Bill Belichick has won so much with so far less around him. I know you brought up Wooden Reeves, but you got so much less that Bill Belichick has won with, and year after year, I mean, granted, he's had Tom Brady. I joke all the time, and I hate the Patriots, but I joke all the time that he had God on the sidelines and Jesus Christ at quarterback. It was just one of those combinations that was just amazing. But they had nothing. I mean, the one year that they actually had a Hall of Fame wide receiver, they went undefeated. They lost the Super Bowl, but they were undefeated headed into the Super Bowl. And he's just done a lot with a lot less.
See, I'm going to take what Wayne said and even flip it even more. If you take Wooden out and you put Coach K up, college basketball from a recruiting standpoint and what they're doing there, if Coach K didn't have one and dones, he'd easily be the number one. He went and got gold with Team USA. You know, in the NFL, they have offense, they have defensive coordinators, they have a GM, they have an owner that says all these things. You can call Bill Belichick a GM. For the NFL, hands down, 100% best coach in the NFL history. But as far as sports history, again, I'm drawing my feet in the sand, and I'm saying college sports is the toughest. So yeah, Wooden, when he's got that much of a run with those kind of players, but Coach K constantly has people shuffling in and out in the recruitment standpoint. He's traveling, going across the country, doing all these different aspects. He's running the whole team to his game plan. You know, they have assistant coaches, but not like in the NFL. So to me, once again, I don't think the NFL as a whole could be a best coach.
Wayne? See, I think college sports in general, a lot of kids will go there regardless of who the coach is. I mean, there's a reason that UCLA head coach right now is one of the highest paid, one of the top 10 highest paid coaches in all of college basketball. It's because UCLA is the name of the team that he coaches. I mean, kids are going to go there for the school. They don't really care about the coach. I mean, some of them do, but that guy's going to leave. They're going to bring in somebody else, and kids are still going to go there. I mean, the NFL is the hardest place to win championships and to win championships over and over and over again. We talk about Bill Belichick's genius. He should have 2 more championships for credit for Parcells, because those 2 giant Super Bowls were credit to Bill Belichick. I mean, the guy, when they played against the Buffalo Bills, which was a speed run and gun team, he said, hey, why don't we put a couple of our wide receivers on defense so that they can keep up with the other team's wide receivers? Like, who does that? Like, nobody's that creative. It's just a genius mindset. He was a special teams coach, and he drafted a kicker this year, and everyone made fun of him. They said, well, why'd you take this kicker? He said, because I watch how the ball spins off of his foot in cold weather. I mean, the guy pays attention to detail like nobody else in any other sport. No matter how much nuance is in all the sports, I think just football's the hardest. He's the best in the hardest sport. That makes him the best of all sports.
They also pick a college coach and Coach K to make him, coach NBA players and win gold. And the respect that he has from professional athletes is just on another level. So,
yeah, when you say that kids are going to go to school because of the college, I think when it comes to the student athlete, I think they absolutely go there because of the coach. The coach is what recruits them. The coach is what brings them into the school. And you see a lot of times when a coach leaves, a player will try to transfer because the coach is no longer there.
Well, I'm saying that you look at a team like Kentucky, who has Calipari, who is one of the great recruiters in all of college basketball. As much as people may hate him for being kind of a sleaze, he's a great recruiter, and he's a great player's coach. But the reality is, like, who was the coach before him? You had Pitino, you had Tubby Smith. It didn't really matter who was there. People were going to Kentucky. When you ask the top basketball players in the country, say, hey, what are your top 4 schools? They don't know who the coach. Duke, Kentucky, North Carolina, and Kansas. And it doesn't matter who's coaching there. Which one does Bill Self coach? It's Kansas. I know that, but most people don't know who Bill Self is. Most people don't know, who the coach of North Carolina is. It's just those are the big schools. Kids go for the name. They want to go to the same school Michael Jordan went to, even though Dean Smith's not there anymore.
Yeah,
I disagree 100%. I get the cliche of the name of the school, but those schools also have some of the best coaches in the country. So that's, why they're there.
Yeah, in Kentucky, I mean, man, they've had a bunch of sleazeball coaches, huh? Oh, man. All right, so with all of that being said, we've gone through pretty much all of our topics. We've gone through it quicker than I actually had anticipated. So what do you say we throw a bonus round in here? You guys ready for that?
Yeah, bring it on.
Absolutely.
All right. So there's been no preparation for this. It's been something that we've been talking about here for a little while on the network. It's been a hot topic on Facebook ever since the Sosa McGuire 30 for 30 came about, and that is the steroid issue. So the question that I'm going to pose here is that steroid era players belong in the Hall of Fame. Mike Reeves?
Yeah, they do, and they should allow steroids back in baseball. We touched on this earlier. It's just tough to get viewership, and you could tell last season when there was skepticism that there was tightened balls and all the home runs that were going on. People tuned in a lot more because there was a lot more points getting put up. When they were juicing back in Sosa and McGuire, people were watching every single game because of that battle. That was just a part of baseball. There was. We talked about Manfred. I mean, there was no penalties back then like there is now. It's kind of like weed in the NFL. They're just letting it happen, and that's what they let it do with steroids. And now when it comes out later on, it's so negative and bad and tarnished, and it was bad for the game. It's like, no, it was absolutely the best possible thing that could have happened for baseball at that time, and they should just keep it up.
Wait,
let them in.
Yeah. I guess I'm going to say kind of way because, I agree with what Mike's saying here. I think that, obviously that steroid era players should be allowed in the Hall of Fame. They're great players. Barry Bonds is the second greatest player of all time, in my opinion. Roger Clemens is one of the top 5 pitchers, top 10 pitchers of all time, in my opinion. You've got to let these guys in. Their statistics alone, but even, just how large they were, how big they were bigger than the game. In an era or in a sport where we talked about how players need to be bigger than the game to draw fans in, these guys were bigger than the game. People tuned in to watch them. And not only that, where I say kind of way is because I don't think steroids necessarily helps the game long term. It's a steroid. It's a quick boost. I mean, you have to remember Sosa McGuire, yes, that drew fans in. Everybody knows it. McGuire hit 70 home runs. Sosa hit 66. It was exciting. We tuned in every night. Well, how about the year that Barry Bonds hit 73? Who was number 2 in the league? You can't tell me. You know why? Because everyone got bored of the steroid era. Everyone got bored of 700-foot home runs. It was cool at first because we hadn't seen it, but we grew tired of it fast. Baseball needs to constantly evolve and constantly change, and steroids is a short-term solution and a long-term not solution. So while I do think that players should be in the Hall of Fame, to answer your original question, yes, all of the steroid players should be allowed in the Hall of Fame. A-Rod should be a first ballot. Barry Bonds should have been a first ballot. All those guys should be in there. I don't think that steroids is a long-term solution for baseball, like Mike said.
Nobody got bored last year when the Yankees and the Twins were at it in the last game of the season, going for that home run record. Nobody gets bored of runs being scored or points being put up in any sport.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong, Wayne.
No, that's true. I mean, again, I think that's, but like 7-6 games, 8 to 7 games, I think those do get boring. And I know it's fun to watch but it's like soccer too. Like I love watching a team win 4-1 in soccer, but I don't want to see every single game 5-4. Then it just kind of takes away from, how good the players are. And I don't know, it's like it diminishes the value of what they're doing. So it's cool to see a guy hit 70 home runs after nobody's hit 60 in 50 years. But to see somebody hit 70 and then 2 years later somebody else hit 70, I can tell you right now, I'm a quarter of the interest that I had the first time.
Do you ever watch the home run derby?
Yeah, I love the home run derby. Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, all right.
I got bored with. I got bored of the home run derby. So I love the home run derby back in the day with Ken Griffey Jr. hitting it off the Camden Yards building. That was awesome. And back then when you had just 10 outs, right, and guys would hit 11 or 12 home runs and they'd win the thing for the round. Now the guys hit 41 home runs in a round because you just keep hitting until you're done, until you're tired and you can't lift your arms anymore. And it's boring. But I watched the second batter and he's, it's 42 to 41 for home runs in the very first round. I'm kind of like, I'm bored with this. I'm gonna put on something else.
Wayne's one of those baseball purists he was talking about earlier. He wants a 2-0 shutout, all defense, and no way.
No, look, these guys definitely belong in the Hall of Fame. I certainly agree. You guys both said it. Then you get these teams like the Astros who are using, technology to go ahead and cheat and steal signs, and people are starting to say, oh well, if the steroid era is getting in and you can count the steroid era as being good, you have to count the Astros as being good. I think it's a totally different ballgame, don't you?
Yeah, that's cheating. When you're wired up and cheating like that, even if you're juiced, baseball's still one of the hardest sports to play. I mean, Hall of Famers are hitting 3 out of 10. So it doesn't matter that you're jacked like, the Ripper. When you're getting stuff, touching you that, hey, it's going to be a slider, or this is a changeup. I mean, that's cheating. You know what pitch is coming. So yeah, that's bad taste. The whole franchise should be kicked out.
Well, I feel like Brandon set this question up to take points away from me because we just had an argument about this. And basically, the players didn't know what pitch was coming. They knew whether it was a fastball or an off-speed pitch because they basically bang the drums twice if it's a fastball or bang whatever it was. And they had the buzzer telling them. So the problem is that would be helpful in high school when every pitcher in high school, even Chris Carpenter, when he's the best pitcher in high school, only throws a fastball and a curveball and nothing else. But like when you're playing in the major leagues and the guy has a fastball, a curveball, a circle change, a slider, and a splitter, you may know an off-speed pitch is coming, but you could be swinging in the completely wrong spot. Plus, they didn't know the location. So even if you know a fastball is coming, if you don't know if it's up or if it's down or if it's out, you don't know. It's still a guessing game. It's a minimal advantage. An advantage, yes, but a minimal.
Did it not
advantage.
help them? It didn't help them, huh?
It helped them minimally.
Only in high school, Wayne, right? It didn't help the Astros? No.
It helped minimally.
Wayne, if you know that a fastball is coming and you're sitting fastball, then you have a much easier time. If you know an off-speed pitch is coming, you know what pitches that guy throws. So if you know an off-speed, you know it's either a slider or a curve. So you're reacting. And if you're an off-speed type hitter, it's a huge advantage. Way more of an advantage than steroids are.
And that is knowing what pitch is coming, fastball or off-speed. I mean, not the exact, but that's basically knowing what pitch is coming.
Well, I mean, Mariano Rivera threw a splitter, and David Ortiz said he could walk up to you and say, I'm throwing a splitter on the next pitch, and he still couldn't hit it. So, I mean,
but those pitchers are few and far between. Come on now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But every pitcher has like that. I mean, how about Aroldis Chapman's slider? It's 91 miles per hour and it moves 6 feet. I mean, even if you know the slider's coming, you're going to have a hard time with it. So that's what I'm saying is, yes, it's an advantage.
You have an easier time laying off of it.
Well, it's an advantage to know it's not going to be 104. That's an advantage. But right. at the same time, you still are going to have a hard time hitting it. So it's a minimal advantage.
But if I know an off-speed pitch coming, I know you throw a slider or you throw a curve. If I'm watching where the pitch starts out to where it's normally going to break, I already know where that pitch is going to land. I know where I have to react to it. The spin, I know where I've got to swing, where I've got to start my swing. It's a whole different ball game than if you don't know, if you're trying to guess whether or not it's a fastball or a slider or a fastball or a curveball. Now you know.
Yeah, these are professional athletes. You said high school, that's not going to be a competitive edge. They don't know how to read pitches like they do in the majors. I mean, these are professionals. So obviously it helped them out a great deal, or they wouldn't be getting balls chucked at their head every single game that they're played in still, because players are pissed off because they know that they cheated badly.
I mean, in my experience, professional athletes' IQs aren't really north of 90 a lot of times. And so I don't think they really understand what the advantage was that the Astros actually had. So I think that it is, like I said, it's a slight advantage to know whether it's going to be fast or slow. But again, if you got a guy who throws a nasty, somebody like Evaldi who throws like that nasty cutter, it doesn't matter if you know the cutter's coming. Which, by the way, the cutter's only 2 miles per hour slower than a fastball. So now you're playing Evaldi. He throws 102 or he throws 98. And the movement's completely different. You're getting the two drums, like, okay, it's going to be an off-speed pitch, and he blows it by you because 98 is still pretty fucking fast.
Wayne G., did you just say all athletes are stupid?
Professional athletes. Yeah, professional athletes.
The extent that the Astros went to try and pull this off just shows that they thought that it had a competitive edge as well. I'll end with that.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to wrap it up for us. And the inaugural winner of the great debate goes to Mike Reeves. So, Mike, we're going to go ahead and give you 2 minutes to just go ahead and promote your show. So why don't you go ahead and take it away?
Well, I want to thank Wayne from Infinity Sports. First off, great show. Second off, great battle, man. You got me sweating underneath this twist hat. First great debate ever, and glad I got a win. Hopefully the Twist fellas, my co-hosts, Matt Benz and Greg Green Bay Bauman, were cheering me on from the confines of their own home. But you can check out our show, Twist, the Weekend Sports Talk, like I mentioned at the beginning of the show, every Monday and Thursday on the RTF Sports Network. Check us out on our website, twistsportstalk.com. And my spin-off show, Mike on the Mic, which is Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Central Time.
All right, guys. Well, that was a good show. Hope everybody out there and on Facebook and on YouTube enjoyed it. And we will certainly be back.
Congrats, Reeves.
With a different,
appreciate it.
Maybe with a different cast, maybe with the same cast. Who knows? And see if we can get some more participation here. It was a good job, good show. Soup Boss and Mike LeBlanc, I'd like to hear what you guys have to say about the MLB real quick. We got a few more minutes.
I'm still salty that you took points away because I wanted the season shorter.
Look, anytime that I'm hosting a show and you say baseball is boring, you're losing points. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, baseball is boring. It's
What do you want to know pertaining to the MLB?
I want to know what
are
you
you
guys think
asking?
about the steroid era.
Okay, well, I think you and I have a nice show that we can bring this to the full conversation, because steroid plus cheating plus controversy is the history of professional sports, and I'll bring that up either in our next show or the Thursday edition.
Yeah, I say leave steroids out of it. Play on your natural God-given ability or the talent that you've developed since you were playing in Little League. You know, you got kids that deserve to play in the league, but other people get ahead because they use steroids.
What if they were using steroids in Little League?
If you're using steroids in Little League, then there's something wrong with your dad.
I mean, I've seen some 12-year-olds that look like they are using something. I don't know.
I would say,
or what?
I was a game away from the Little League World Series, and there were kids that admitted that they were already lifting weights. And even though that's not drugs, little kids shouldn't be lifting weights. And that's what they were doing to gain a competitive advantage. And you know what? They got to go, and we didn't.
I don't know. My son is 6 and he lifts weights and he punches the puncher bag. I don't know if I agree with you there, Super Boss.
He's going to be a midget. He's going to be 25 and a midget, and no girl's going to want to date him unless they got a thing for midgets, man. Calm it down. Calm it down. No,
when I played Little League, you know what I did to those kids who lifted weights? I went yard on them.
Oh.
What, in 1940? Come on, Wayne.
Why are you making fun of my
white
age? How old
people
are
were
you?
pitching back then, Wayne.
I'm the oldest guy on the show.
Back in my day, when pitchers pitched underhand with a backhand spin, I used to be able to read that shit.
I say hello to Ty Cobb.
I'm the one that says Shoeless Joe Jackson up.
Oh, man. You guys are
and all
crazy.
two of our
Right.
listeners
So all you
just
guys out
wondered
there-
what the fuck they did.
In all seriousness, Brandon, thanks for having us. It was a good time, man.
A lot of fun.
Tons of fun.
Again soon, guys.
New to Medicare? Start now. Go to myhealthpolicy.com to learn about some of the top-rated Medicare Advantage plans in your area, including plans for $0 a month in plan premiums, low out-of-pocket costs, and expansive provider networks. If you're thinking about a Medicare Advantage plan, myhealthpolicy.com is a great place to go to find a plan that meets your needs. Learn more about your options. Even talk with a licensed insurance agent. myhealthpolicy.com.
New to Medicare? Go to myhealthpolicy.com. With myhealthpolicy.com, you can compare plans from some of the nation's top insurers. Start now to find a plan and apply online. myhealthpolicy.com makes it easy to find a Medicare Advantage plan in your area, including plans for $0 a month in plan premiums, low out-of-pocket costs, and expansive provider networks.
My decision, my Medicare. myhealthpolicy.com.
You can only rearrange your living room furniture so many times. It's your turn for a staycation in Indy. You've earned it. And if you want to, make it a night out in the city. Indiana residents can save up to 50% off hotel stays. The city of Indianapolis is excited to welcome you back safely. Check out visitindy.com to shop hotel rates and book your getaway.
I wonder what I'll do now that I don't have to share the stage with my co-host from Twist, the Week in Sports Talk. Whatever I want. Tune in to Mike on the Mic for a fresh take on sports and life on the RTF Sports Network.
What's going on, Triple Shot Sports family? This is Brandon Combs, host of the best podcast on the planet. That's the Triple Shot Sports Podcast. Be sure to join myself and Soup Boss Chad Lounder live for 2 hours. Yes, I said 2 hours every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern and 7 p.m. Central on the RTF Sports Network Facebook page and YouTube. And if you miss any part of the show, you can hear us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on We Drive Home at 5 p.m. Eastern on RTFSportsNetwork.com.
I wonder what I'll do now that I don't have to share the stage with my co-host from Twist, the Week in Sports Talk. Whatever I want. Tune in to Mike on the Mic for a fresh take on sports and life on the RTF Sports Network.
Are you sick of listening to podcasts where all you get is the same old guy whining, complaining, talking about his fantasy team and his favorite team? Well, I got a solution for you. This is Green Bay Greg from the Green Bay Greg Show, found on the RTF Network, Wednesdays, 2 p.m., 1 p.m. Central, Wednesday afternoon. So here's the thing. Eat lunch, slack off, take the rest of the day off. Green Bay Greg. Finally, I have my own show to speak my mind about sports, and not have those two idiot co-hosts from Twist cut me off all the time. Green Bay Greg is the show to hear on the one and only RTF Sports Network.
You want sports talk? We got your sports talk.
I like soccer.
You ready for your Cody Bellinger fun fact of the week?
Connor Cook can sling it.
We're Strikeout Beer, and no one takes sports more seriously than us.
Yeah, I'm a bandwagoner.
Pickle!
I am FIFA Dave.
Check out Strikeout Beer live Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Facebook, YouTube, Spreaker, RTFSportsNetwork.com, and catch the replay anywhere you listen to your podcasts.
You want to hear great sports content twice a week? Then don't miss Twist, the Week in Sports Talk. Every Monday and Thursday. New time, new days, at 2 p.m. Eastern. Only on the RTF Sports Network. I wonder what I'll do now that I don't have to share the stage with my co-host from Twist, the Week in Sports Talk. Whatever I want. Tune in to Mike on the Mic for a fresh take on sports and life on the RTF Sports Network. I wonder what I'll do now that I don't have to share the stage with my co-host from Twist, the Week in Sports Talk. Whatever I want. Tune in to Mike on the Mic for a fresh take on sports and life on the RTF Sports Network. I wonder what I'll do now that I don't have to share the stage with my co-host from Twist, the Week in Sports Talk. Whatever I want. Tune in to Mike on the Mic for a fresh take on sports and life on the RTF Sports Network.
You can only bake so many loaves of homemade sourdough. It's time to treat yourself and dine out again. You've earned it. And if you want to, make it a night out in the city. Indiana residents can save up to 50% off hotel stays. The city of Indianapolis is excited to welcome you back safely. Check out visitindy.com for more details on your favorite restaurant reopening plans.
Find out what it's like to experience the world from above. Fly your own drone today. DroneCloneExperts.com specializes in high-quality, affordable drones. Now introducing their Limitless 2 model, equipped with a 4K camera for stunning Ultra HD clarity, GPS with precision auto-return, and up to 25 minutes flight time on a single charge. Visit DroneCloneExperts.com now and enter promo code RADIO to receive 15% off your entire order. That's DroneCloneExperts.com.
Director and producer, and you're listening to Verbal Shenanigans here.
But our shenanigans are cheeky and fun.
Yeah, I mean, his shenanigans are cruel and tragic. Which makes them not shenanigans at all, really.
Evil shenanigans.
I swear to God, I'll pistol whip the next guy that says shenanigans.
Hey, hello everybody. How are you? I hope you are doing well. Mike, how goes it? Welcome to another episode of the show.
I like your little nervous laugh.
You liked it?
Because it always seems like you come home from work and you open the door and our audience is like sitting at your couch. We're like, oh, I didn't see this coming. Hey,
yeah, it's like the old. Oh, hello there. I didn't see you. You know that old film trick they do, and picture me sitting by a fire, smoking a pipe, something like that. Like, I'm welcoming them into our living room,
our humble household.
Exactly, yes. Exactly. So, anyway, people, if you are tuning in, welcome to the Verbal Shenanigans podcast. I'm Scott. That's Mike. We are a weekly podcast. I guess you can call us kind of like almost like a radio show. We like to do stupid games. We like to talk about current events, and then as always, we have amazing guests. And last Monday was no different. We had Phil Pritchard just in time for the NHL season to kick off, and he was in charge. He's the man in charge of the Stanley Cup. So couldn't think of a more appropriate guest for last weekend. Mike, have you caught up on any of the new sports that started? I guess we'll jump into a little sports for a second here. You had the NBA kick off, and you had the NHL kick off, and then you have baseball slowly falling apart every day.
Yep. My team got affected by that.
Yes.
Thank you, Florida or Miami Marlins, for apparently going to a strip club in Atlanta during their preseason exhibition, hence where everybody thinks the tracing is from.
You know, we had a guest on. I don't even know if we released his interview yet. Remember, we were on the radio show, and we were on a couple radio shows recently, and one of the hosts was like, "Yeah, that bubble thing in the NBA is never going to work. The guys are just going to want women too much." Sure enough. What are we hearing?
Don Smith.
Yeah, Dom Smith. I guess Don, I guess you might have got this one right, because the NBA were hearing about it, and now maybe the Marlins were playing into that too.
Yeah, I mean, for the NBA, at least they played it smart, because they found out about the guy. Some rapper friend basically accidentally called him out on Instagram. That's how they found out. That's when they pushed the 10-day bubble quarantine on him. But this is kind of showing you, if you don't have a bubble or a really strict plan, all hell is going to break loose, because I think they're saying that with the Cardinals, they all went out the night after a series as well. So it's
well,
I think you got to just find like places in the Midwest that it's like nobody's getting hotel rooms there, and just make it the bubble. Like, every player is going to hate it, because we're going to be talking about like Iowa, Nebraska, something that you're guaranteed to say, "Oh, I can't wait to," kind of states.
Yeah. I will say I sampled a little bit of hockey, a little bit of the basketball, and I've sampled a little bit of baseball. I gotta say, out of the 3 that came back very recently, I think the NBA looks the coolest as far as how they prepped the stadium. Like visually, it looks kind of cool. Like watching it, like the way they kind of had that screen, like almost all the way up to the court with like some fans and some logos, and then the team seats are kind of cool. Like I thought the NBA pulled it off well, and then I think hockey also looked pretty cool, and I think. Hockey players, like, you never have to worry about them, like, playing hard. They just want to kill each other all the time. Like, it just seems like any playoff implications, hockey players just automatically go into, like, playoff mode.
Yeah.
And then I would say out of the my third would be baseball seems to be missing a little something.
Well, I mean, let's going down the list. Basketball, I think the best thing for them is the fact that it's a very kind of small, secluded courts that they use, so they can go, okay, with this more amount of space, we can design something. They have a cool layout. They have it where, like, fans get on the internet and they're virtually shown in a seat in the stadium.
I thought it was a nice touch, man. I thought it really looked pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely it's working for them. There's nothing wrong with the NHL setup. That basically just boils down to the fact that you're playing in a big stadium anyway, so all you can really do is put up tarps and put some sponsors up and do that kind of stuff. So,
soccer's been back for a while now, and they've done a nice job taking the big stadiums and kind of covering every seat in some kind of like team. Something to do with it, whether it's signs, whether it's big advertising. They've done a good job too. But like I said, NBA. I'm going to hand it to the NBA.
Yeah, NBA's got the best look. I'll give credit to MLS as well. They're down there in Disney.
I didn't catch that yet. Yep.
It's been looking good. I mean, they're having a World Cup tournament. My Union is still in there. I'm very happy for them. They're down to the. I think it's the Final Four, so if they beat whoever wins.
Red Bulls blew it the other day, I know that.
Yeah, so they'll be playing either Portland or I forget who the other team was. I want to say NYCFC.
Right. Okay.
I think those are the two playing each other. I mean, one thing I noticed, like, I guess for like sponsorship, since they don't have quote unquote home games, with each game they put like sponsorship for whoever was supposed to be the home team. So it's kind of weird, like, seeing advertisements for Acme when they're playing in Florida. I'm like, I don't think there's anything going on in there or anything national. I've been to Acme's. There's not a good Acme out there.
There's an Acme down the street from us, and it's like our food store if we got to run and just grab something. We don't like it either. Not a big fan of Acme.
I believe you had a story about some some person at the Acme where you're like, oh, what the hell am I doing here?
Yeah, they definitely have some kind of work release program over at the Acme by us where there's some psychopaths that work there.
So they're all doing it right. I mean, it just kind of shows you Major League Baseball and football went in there with no plan whatsoever, and unfortunately, I see disasters with both. You can make a plan with travel. NASCAR has shown it. They basically limit it. They're like, all right, we're literally getting there just for the race. You're not showing up for practice. You're not hanging around. We're limiting your crew there. It's literally get your car ready, pray you got it right, because when I throw the green flag, you started the race.
The UFC has figured it out.
UFC has figured, but I guess we'll have to give them credit because they were going to like small venues doing that before they finally got Fight Island going. So, I mean, the people who came with a plan, it's working. Baseball just threw it together. They basically forced the players in for these 60 games. It was something like, well, this is a contract and you got to do it. And now everything's falling apart. Well, I mean, like we talk about the Marlins, my Phillies got affected by it. The Cardinals are getting affected. I just saw your boy.
Yeah, well, I wanted to bring him up. That's where I was kind of leading here. What baseball season wouldn't be complete with the start of the season? Some controversy surrounding the Mets, and sure enough, Mr. Ioannis Cespedes, decides to just not be around. Just can't find him this morning before the game. And they can't find him. Brody Van Wageningen has a press conference. Ioannis. And then apparently his agent had to call in the middle of the game where he should be DHing, which is perfect for him to get a contract because the guy can't stay healthy. If he could have a decent year DHing, he might get a couple looks for next year for a 1-year deal. And he just doesn't show up, and his agent calls in the middle of the game and just says, Ioannis opted out. Typical Mets.
It sounds like he was just like eating breakfast, and he's like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, this guy is definitely, I loved him when he can play, but he's always been a little bit of a head case. That was a knock on him when they got him. That was a knock on him when they re-signed him. That was a knock on him when he got injured hunting wild boars, and he had an accident hunting wild boars on a horse or something like that. So the guy
is the ultimate. I mean, if there's any reason to call out of work, it's to say I was on a horse hunting boars and something happened.
Yeah. Also, speaking of the Mets, I can't believe I'm giving a shout-out to Chipper Jones, but Chipper Jones apparently bought one of the cardboard cutouts in Shea Stadium. So it's just Chipper Jones sitting in the Mets seats, and it's just level 10 Chipper Jones trolling. If you know, Chipper Jones caused the Mets just havoc for 20 years of his career and just murdered them. He was very close to, I'm trying to think of the Philly guy that's in my head, and I can't remember his name. Just murdered them. No. Well, Utley did plenty of damage, but I would remember him.
Burrell.
Yes, Pat Burrell murdered the Mets. Just murdered them. Just feasted on the Mets. And so now, if you're the Mets, I'm kind of happy they let him in because I love that kind of like playful, But it's also like kind of like that B-level team mentality. Yeah, we're gonna let our enemy in and celebrate him and have him staring at us in the cardboard cutouts. But the Mets just get it wrong over and over again, man.
Out of curiosity, how much do those cutouts cost?
$86. I almost bought one, but we're kind of tight on funds right now, especially with a baby coming. I couldn't justify, but it all goes to charity. So it does.
Okay, is it $86 for the entire season?
That's a good question. I would think so. I mean, I can't imagine they have so many orders that they're filling seats, filling cardboard seats all season.
You think there's like a scalper at the stadium who's like, no, I could get you cut out there for $30. It's cool. It's legit.
He's got some ghetto like photo booth set up.
Come into my cousin's van here. We'll take a quick picture. You're going to be in, I swear, the best seats in the house.
Hey, man.
You see your cutout in like the 400 section.
Hey, man, you want cardboard cutout? I got iPhone. I got cardboard cutout. What you want? But it just, every season the Mets have to do, something has to happen where you're just like, this team, man. And, of course, they start, whatever it is, 3-6 or something like that. Just typical way to just get the fans back down and be like, yep, we're back to normal here.
They always find that little – they always do the same thing, but they always find that little tweak where you go, oh, well, that's a little different.
Yeah.
You still give me the gut punch, but – maybe you do a jab one year, and maybe one year you do a cross. And maybe
we've talked about it.
When you're not looking, you get a baseball bat to the tummy.
We've talked about it. But, growing up, I didn't think anything of ownership, but it just shows the teams with bad ownership always have rotten apples in the team. They always got issues. They always got the media against them. We've been talking about the Redskins the last few weeks. The Mets come around.
Hey.
Oh, sorry, the football teams.
Get those, yes. Don't put those S's in there, my friend. Washington football team.
The Jets.
I like to call them the Washington football team.
The Jets just had to trade their best player because he's unhappy. It's just the same teams all the time, and it's just bad ownership. MMA, interesting. I don't know if you saw, there was a fight over the weekend where a guy, he won the fight. He won by chokeout, and he wouldn't release the chokeout in time, got up, pushed the referee, and then the referee DQ'd him, and the other guy won.
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounds like some WWE stuff, right?
Oh
there.
my God! He's turning. Yeah.
My God! He's pushing the referee. What's wrong with him? It'd be great if that was like his actual plan to like become like a WWE wrestler. So he's like, oh, I'm going all heel tonight.
Yeah, and
Joe Rogan's trying to get an interview with him. My God, he's choking out Joe Rogan.
Yeah, he didn't release the chokehold in time. Ref tapped him, and then he kept it in, which is like kind of like one of the golden rules in MMA. Like chokeholds are almost harmless. Like the guys wake up 30 seconds after that, not even. But it's like as soon as that ref touches you, you need to end the fight. Like that's it. There's no more. And like Dana White even spoke out about it, and he's like, anybody who questions my referees is going to be fired on the spot. Like, there's just no place for it. So, pretty interesting, man. It's like you got to be a real bastard to choke someone out, win the fight, and then not let go of the chokehold. It's a sad state of affairs, I guess.
I mean, I guess he can't say that I didn't hear you over the crowd noise.
Yeah. No, yeah, I didn't hear it. I didn't feel it. Yeah.
I mean, you gotta figure the islands in like Saudi Arabia, is it, or it's somewhere in the middle?
The Fight Island events are actually over right now, but there's a couple different things going on in Las Vegas. Is doing them still. They just had one last night in Las Vegas. Great event, by the way.
Okay.
But there was four Fight Island events in 2 weeks, so that was their whole big thing. Basically four like fight night / pay-per-view kind of things, and they still have Fight Island. Like there's still going to be events going on there. So,
I was about to say, and can you imagine his feelings on that 20-hour flight back? Just sitting back thinking, like, I had the win, but that ref. Maybe the ref was talking smack to him or something.
But you gotta understand, like, you go in that ring, there's one guy who can possibly save your life in a very bad situation. Like, this isn't baseball or something like that. Like, these are guys that keep track of the way you look in your eyes when you get hit, the way if they stop the fight, if you're okay, if you're good to go. Like a ref, that is such a hard job that is so underrated. Like they have to know, and they get criticized so bad if they don't stop the fight in the right time, but then they get criticized so bad if they stop the fight too early. It's a really fine line, and you're calling that live in front of you while guys are punching each other in the face. We're sitting here from a nice camera angle with commentators telling us what's going on. These guys are seeing like up close, like every shot that hits has to be really kind of looked at, and that's a really hard job, especially like to keep the legitimacy of that sport. It's not like the old bloodbath days. Like this sport is legit and taking over. Like it's worldwide now. It is top. I don't know. I know when you go to ESPN that the MMA tab is before the hockey tab.
Yeah.
Yep. So I mean, it's growing and growing. I mean, they're also bought by ESPN, but still, the sport is growing massively. And it's like you mess with the refs, I totally agree with it. Like, there's no room for that in the sport.
I'm surprised other sports you don't see it more. Like, I mean, with baseball, like you get a jerk umpire. I'm surprised some of these batters aren't waiting until he's like the first base or the third base umpire and keep on fouling off balls in their direction.
Yeah, yeah, just aiming for him.
Yeah, I mean, I saw like some. I've seen it once in a while where like a catcher plays the whole "I'm going to catch it" and then just magically keeps his hand down and hits the ump in the back. I've only seen it once in football where the guy pushed the referee, but that was a famous one. I'm not sure if you ever seen the bit. Have you heard about the offensive tackle from the Browns? That
a while back,
where where he got the ref threw the flag and it hit him in the eye and it literally ended his career.
Didn't he like lose sight in his eye or something like that too? Or
yeah, he couldn't play for like 2 years. So he got a good settlement. He came back for a little bit, but I think there was so much damage he really couldn't play after that. So
I mean, as I've been pretty big in the MMA. Into the MMA. God, I sound like an old man.
I'm into the hockey, Scott.
I've been pretty deep into it, especially over the last 3 or 4 years. I kind of watch as much as I can. I really enjoy it. But it's funny because you see the same. I would say there's a cycle of like 5 to 6 referees. You see them all the time. These guys are like the elite of the elite. These are not guys in the cage fight in a Delaware parking lot of a bar. Like they're doing the top events. So these guys have to be well respected, you know? Like so I'm completely on side with that.
Scott, why you gotta discriminate against Delaware bar fights?
Listen.
I mean, that's my passion. You like every time you're like, Burlew, I just ordered UFC 249. I'm like, bro, I'm in Wilmington. I'm at some
you're like, save the money, bro.
I'm ready for some real action here, my friend. There is nothing bloodier than a Dover fight, okay?
Well, the reason I referenced Delaware, I mean, I think I told you this, but one time I went to see my one friend is really into wrestling and like loved it so much. He's like, dude, you got to come see this Combat Zone Wrestling. It's like a death match tournament, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, oh, yeah, whatever. I'll go. It'll be a good time. The tickets were $20 or something like that. And we drove to like the middle of Delaware at some dive bar. It was in the back of a parking lot. And literally, guys, like just cutting each other with barbed wire, blood just ever jumping off the top of the bar. So that's kind of where I got my reference point.
Yeah, I know those like backyard fights where they get the fluorescent lights and bash their heads in with it.
Yeah. The one guy, I think I told the story before, he cut his like an artery in his bicep. He won the match, and I swear to God, he was sitting there on the top rope squeezing his arm, so the blood was just shooting into his mouth. Like shooting into his mouth. This is the kind of savagery this thing was. But
that kind of reminds me of I'm not. Have you ever seen like ECW documentaries? New Jack. I'm not sure you know.
We just talked about this last night with my friends. That was the best episode of that behind whatever. What is it called again? Beyond the
something in the ring.
Beyond the ring. I don't know.
Beyond the ring. Yeah,
something like that.
So for people who don't know, New Jack was this wrestler in ECW, and he is the literal form of I don't give an F about anything kind of wrestler. Like he will just literally start trying to kill you basically.
Yep.
During a match. And they did like some sideshow where somebody couldn't show up.
Yep.
And
Mass Transit was the name of the guy.
Mass Transit, who proclaimed I think he told him he was 21 because the kid was about a good 300 pounds or something like that, if I recall. It's like he went there because he did this gimmick with 2 little people. And so he would be this big, fat, 300-some pound guy, and he'd be fighting 2 little people in the ring. And it was like a cute little thing. So they actually were going to do like a small thing for an ECW match. And Balls Mahoney didn't show up. So I think it was Paul Heyman who basically asked if the kid could go.
Yep.
He's like, yeah, I've done this a lot. Meanwhile, this kid is 15 years old and never wrestled a real match in his life. So he went up to like New Jack and he's like, hey, I want to do this. I want to do this. I want to do this. And it pissed off New Jack. So it was a tag match. It was New Jack and somebody else versus Devon Dudley and this kid.
Yeah.
And they literally told Devon, do not get in that ring. We're taking care of business tonight. And he slaughtered this little boy.
Oh, yeah.
Slaughtered.
New Jack literally took forks and stabbed people in the forehead. Like, literally would just...
Oh, yeah.
And then he fought this other guy. He was pissed about the one bump he took, and then he went to like the top of some other ring. The guy was like, "I don't want to do it," and he shoved him off and basically almost killed the guy.
Yeah. He even said, "I wish I killed him." He aimed. It was a what was the name of it?
Dark side of the ring. That's it. Dark side of the ring.
Dark side of the ring.
Yep.
Yeah. It was. Was it? I forget the name of it. It's like a wooden bridge that they literally hang
like
at the top of the building. Scaffold. Thank you. A scaffold match, and it's all like a back and forth, and like the preference of it is you knock the other person out, but they'll put like a tables that's supposedly supposed to slow you down so you don't die as you hit the ring. But New Jack literally tried to throw him to the cement end.
Yeah.
And the best case scenario was the guy hit the rope, so he only did somewhat major damage.
And the documentary is not this feel good like, oh, New Jack was a piece of crap, and then he got better and he's sorry for. No, he's still an awful person. Yeah. And it's just like, yeah, I'll kill people. I don't care. Whatever. I don't care. And stabbed everyone. His forehead is just one giant scar. It's amazing.
I'm going to call New Jack a good person because I'm petrified he's listening to this podcast and will try to find me.
I literally said I said that on my Zoom call last night. I said, I don't want to talk too much crap about New Jack because somehow he's going to find my IP address and show up at my house.
Can you imagine you're in your living room and your wife's like, honey, there's some gentleman out there with a garbage can full of weapons. Oh, crap, he found me.
Yeah, he's a real piece of garbage. I guess real quick before we get into our guest, speaking of MMA, there's a show. Now, I'm not a big TV guy. I watch a lot of the same crap. I know there's these amazing shows out there that exist, and I can never push myself to watch them. And when I get into a show, I watch it and I finish it. And there's a show that just got picked up on Netflix. Apparently, it was a show on the Audience Network, which is apparently was a DirecTV thing, but they picked it up it was from 2014 to 2017. It's called Kingdom. And
okay.
It's based around an MMA gym about this family and trying to keep the gym alive and all the It was Nick Jonas is in it. He's the which I know sounds crazy, Nick Jonas in an MMA show, but he's the youngest brother in it, and Frank Grillo, who you might have seen. I think he was in Captain America. But, dude, the show is so good. I binged it the last 3 weeks, and I'm going to go out there. Now, it wasn't supposed to end in 3 seasons. Apparently, that's just when the network canceled it. It was a DirecTV thing, so they didn't have a big audience. But there's 40 episodes or something like that. And blown away. I've been trying to get some of the guys on the podcast, trying to reach out to the cast members. The acting is so good, and the show is so damn good. If you are on Netflix, you need to check the show out. It's it dives so deep into all the characters are completely flawed, but you root for them, and it goes into kind of the dark side of MMA, which we all know fighters are not the usual great people to be around. And oh my god, it has a lot of actual UFC people in it too, but it's about this gym. I got so fixated on the show. I love the one guy, Justin Tuckerton. He was in a couple shows, he's been in some movies. The role he plays in this show is this guy should have won an Emmy 3 seasons in a row. He's so good in it. It's mind blowing. Remember the Juggalo guy from Always Sunny? He was the Juggalo.
Mm-hmm.
He plays a role in the show. He's phenomenal. He plays this severely mental ill. He becomes one of the roommates of the MMA guy just because he's in jail and whatnot. I can't give it away too much, but I just got to say, highly recommend the show. I think everyone should check it out. It's called Kingdom, but oh my god!
Amazing. I guess it all boils down to if the right network picks you up, you're fine.
Well, that's what they're saying. They're saying if there was like a round table or whatever I watched on YouTube with all the cast members, and one of the questions asked was like, if this comes to Netflix and blows up, and like people really see for what this, I'm going to go out on a limb here. Breaking Bad's my favorite show of all time. Loved Game of Thrones. All the great shows. I'm putting this near my top 5. My top 5 shows of all time. I loved it so much because I love the characters so much. But they said, the reporter was like, hey, if Netflix picks this up and there's just like a big, like, a second wave of it, like where people actually get to view it, because Netflix is worldwide. They're like, would you guys do the show again? And every single one of them was like, we would sign it on the dotted line in a minute. So maybe there is hope. And even the writer of the show said the last episode wasn't supposed to be the last episode. He's like, I had a whole bunch more that we were going to do with this show. But Burla, I think you would really like it. I think the audience would like it. You guys should definitely check out Kingdom. So, I guess with that segue, Mike, I think we're going to do an old school episode here tonight. I think we're going to go. We haven't done this in like at least a year. I think we're going to put 2 guests on the show tonight.
Twofer.
I think we're going to do a twofer, and here's why. I didn't put out an episode the last 2 Thursdays, just for different reasons and whatnot. We have a little bit of a backlog here, and this is like kind of giving you a little bit more content. So we got 2 guests on the show tonight. Mike, who's the first one?
Our first guest tonight, Scott, is a man by the name of Bill Foster. Bill's a retired superintendent principal from Texas, but he's moved on to become a writer, producer, actor, director. He's worked with the Coen brothers. He's been on Fear the Walking Dead. And right now he's working on some westerns of some stories that he wrote, such as Showdown at the Brazos and Showdown at the Guadalupe. Plus, he's also owns a vineyard called the Quail Whistle Vineyard. So we're going to be talking with Bill on pretty much the 8,000 things that he did after he said, I'm going to stop working.
Yeah. So he fits right into this show because that's kind of the clientele we go for. So let's get Bill Foster on the line.
Where are we calling you from tonight, Billy?
I'm in right in Central Texas.
Oh, nice. So
y'all both in New Jersey?
Scotty's in New Jersey. I am a former Jerseyan. I'm down in good old Georgia now. So I'm enjoying the Southern life.
Oh, Southern peaches.
That's it.
So, Bill, I mean, as I look at your resume, you've been directing, writing, producing, acting, and this is all after retiring from being a superintendent and principal. Were you like that principal from like Glee or something where you're like always emphasizing, put on the big show for the school?
Well, yes and no. We helped with the theater department a lot, but yeah, I had to organize, 160 employees all the time. So I guess it could be kind of like that.
So when you were doing this kind of work, like principal work, whatever, superintendent, like, were you actively like still acting and doing stuff on the side, or was this something that hit you afterwards?
I was writing during all this time, but I published a couple of children's books when I was principal, but then there was a lot of, not a lot, but there was a little bit of kickback on the political side of it. And so I said, well, I'm not going to publish anything until I retire. And so I just kept writing until I retired. And then that's when I started publishing the novel, and a play script I wrote, I published it. And then that's when I started my acting also.
So the books these are like the Showdown at the Brazos and the Guadalupe, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So give us a little background. You wrote you got quite a few acting and your author stuff is in like westerns. Like what got you into that? Was that always do you have a family history with it, or you were just always enchanted by like the cowboy life kind of dream?
Well, I was raised that way. I was raised on a farm with cattle and horses and, wheat farm and all that, and worked in construction too with my dad and growing up. And then, so we always loved that Western genre because, number one, being in Texas and growing up on a farm, that's just the way I was raised and loved it. And then too, when I wrote the Showdown on the Brazos, I wrote it in the old John Wayne, Jimmy Stewart style back of the 1950s. And if I could have shot it in cinematography like the old days, I would have, because I love that old style of movie. But the Showdown on the Guadalupe, the first novel I wrote, it is a historical fiction, but yet you can go to those places in Texas and feel like you're right there where I wrote the scene. And so then after that, I kind of started trying to expand out. And I really didn't want the title of the Showdown on the Brazos to be that, but I put it on there just to enter it in the contest, and it stuck. So, it's so close to my novel or book, I was just like, okay, I'll just stick this name on there, and then I'll change it later. and it didn't get changed. So
yeah. Hey, it works, right? When it comes to writing, are you a traditional type it out type of guy and have story arcs? Are you when it comes to you, just write it out and figure it out along the way?
A little bit of both. I'll get a little bit of an outline and go with that, but it takes you on a trip. As I'm writing, I go on this journey with my characters, and some people tell me I need to kill some of my characters off to make it more emotional sometimes, and I just can't hardly do it. I said, no, I like them. I don't want to hurt my characters, but you're
a friendly author.
Yeah, and so but on my enemies, I sure kill them off. So
No, it's always amazing when people give it that kind of advice where they say, "Oh, you should kill them off," and then you pick, "All right, I'm going to kill this one off." They're like, "Why'd you do that? That's my favorite one. Why'd you do that?"
That's right. That's right. I like that person. There's a critic in every crowd, that's for sure. And that's what you find out. And it's really scary when you put your work out there and it's open for the critics, and you can't wear your feelings on your sleeves. And, you just can't do that because you'll be bad all the time, because somebody's not going to like something about somewhere along the way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the world's are critics and all. So as you're doing your writing and all, what kind of got you into the acting bug? Because it's just like looking over some of your stuff. You worked with Pierce Brosnan on The Sun. You've been on Fear the Walking Dead. You've been in a movie the Coen brothers produced. That just saying that out loud, that's some great credits and all. I mean, what got you in there and made you get these connections?
Yeah, I've always liked acting. And when I was a little kid in second grade, third grade, somewhere along there, the teacher went around the classroom asking everybody what they wanted to be when they grew up. And the girl beside me said she wanted to be an actress, and everybody laughed at her. So I thought, I don't want to be laughed at, so I made something up real quick because I was going to be an actor like Elvis Presley, John Wayne. But somewhere along the way, you got to make a living. And so once I got out, I was sitting there on Facebook one night and saw the open casting call for The Sun, and it was down in Austin. And so I went down there with 1,500 other people and stood in line thinking, man, if I could just walk down the street, just be an extra. You walk down the Western Street, that'd be great. Couldn't be happier. Well, I got cast as a featured recurring character extra, which means you're right there beside Pierce Brosnan and the rest of them. You just don't have lines. And so that kind of kicked it off. And then from then on, for the next couple of years, every time I applied for something like that, I would get it. And, of course, it's all slowed down right now. But I read an article that if you want to do that, take everything you can get, whether it pays or not. So, I've driven a lot of miles for a bag of potato chips, but you get your experience, and then that helps when they start picking.
Right.
When I applied for the Coen Brothers movie, Ballad of Buster Scruggs, I had no idea it was for the Coen Brothers. I just saw the posting for a Western with men with beards, and so I applied and forgot all about it. And 2 months later, I get this text telling me the Coen Brothers have selected me, and I passed out. I'm like, what? What?
So what is it like getting into either a production like a Coen Brothers thing or like Walking Dead, that going from getting into small time acting and then all of a sudden being on a production that's nationally syndicated and has diehard fans? is it just stepping into like a whole new world?
Oh yeah. When you show up on set, there's just 18-wheelers everywhere. It's just amazing. And in fact, when I was on the Fear of the Walking Dead getting ready to shoot my movie, I'm looking around, and of course, I'm not going to be near that big. And I'm sitting there going, how am I going to pull this off without this many people? But it is very surreal, especially when you see yourself on TV and 3 million other people just saw you too. So,
Yeah.
Can't be any more police lineups because everybody's going to recognize you. I've seen that guy somewhere before, but
right.
I got to be on the Super Bowl commercial.
Nice.
And we didn't know it was going to be a Super Bowl commercial. I just got cast to be a commercial, and for ATB, a grocery store here. And then it started kind of rippling down during the day. This is going to be a Super Bowl commercial. And we was like, okay. I was just a few seconds off from getting residuals on that one, so it was close. But as you build your resume, it helps you get the next one, and doing some of those independents is what really talked myself into trying to do it myself. Seeing how they did the things right and how they did things wrong, and I kept thinking I can do this or I'm not going to do that, and so that kind of influenced me to start doing my own thing. And that's what I've been really working on the last 2 years.
Yeah, so you're adapting some of your books into movies. Like when you're doing this acting on the side, are you able to go up to some of the producers or people behind the scenes to be like, hey, listen, I'm doing a thing on my own. Can you give me some advice? Or you pretty much got to keep your mouth shut and do your job there?
Keep your mouth shut, stay out of their way. They've got other things to do besides talking to you. Learn by watching and a lot of research. And then afterwards, you talk to people that you meet along the way off the set and you kind of learn through them. Some of those that's doing the directing on the independents, get to be friends with them. But on the major ones, you stay out of their way, because they've got more things to do than talk to an extra.
Yeah.
And part of that's because, you think you put in a long day at 12 hours. They were there before you started, and they're there way after you left. And so, they're putting 16, 17-hour days in every day for months on end, whereas you're putting them on 3 or 4 days a week or whatever. So, you just kind of stay out of the way, let them do their thing and do what they tell you to do. But, and it really, once I stepped on the other side of the camera and started directing myself, you really realize how important that is, because you got 1,000 things running through your mind, and you got to have somebody there beside you. I didn't realize this, but somebody told me I did. And so you got to have somebody there beside you being a bad guy. He can't talk to you right now. Don't, move out of his way. Don't talk to him. Don't talk to him, because they're friends and they want to come up and shoot the bull with you or run an idea by you. And, they're your good friends, but you're just like, gosh, I can't talk to you right now. I've got 10 million things other on my mind besides visiting with you about the weather.
Let me ask you something. I find this interesting because, I do comedy and whatnot, and since COVID happened and shut down, it's pretty much dead. I've done some outdoor shows and done some Zoom shows, but with comedy, the whole goal to that is staying sharp and getting up as much as possible. Whether you're going to an open mic or you got 6 shows in a week, it's just about that repetition and those reps. As far as an actor / director, during this shutdown when there's nothing how do you attempt to stay sharp, in the pocket there, as far as you're acting or direct, are you filming things on your own? Are you reading scripts, or are you just taking a break like most people are?
I'm polishing the scripts. I'm getting my next script ready. I heard the quail whistle. We've got one more weekend of shooting on the Showdown on the Brazos, and so trying to organize that, get the shot list. I got the shot list in my camera the other day. I'll be studying it. I'll be trying to organize. And, I've got a vineyard too, so between the two of those things, they're keeping us pretty busy right now.
Oh, why don't you tell us a little about the vineyard, Quail Whistle Vineyards? What were you a big wine guy growing up, or was it just one of those, let me try a new hobby out kind of deals?
Well, we retired. I was actually elk hunting, and we owned 12 acres before we bought this place, and we were always looking for something to make that small crop with, try to turn a few bucks out of the small acreage. Growing up on a farm, I was always looking for something like that, and one of the guys sitting there at the fire one night, we was up top of the mountain in Colorado talking about his brother had a winery and couldn't find enough Texas grapes. And light bulbs started going off in my head saying, maybe there's something I want to research.
For a second, I was wondering where the elk hunting story. Like, I was elk hunting, and I stumbled upon this winery, and since then it just stayed there.
I was chasing an elk with a shotgun, fell into a grape bush. But when I took a sip, I'm like, wow, that was pretty good.
It's kind of like that, but then I never drank wine until then, and so we decided, well, and so we started drinking, and it gets to be kind of like a person plays golf all the time. We'll try all the different golf courses. After you start drinking wine, you want to try this kind and that. When we decided to plant the vineyard, we did a test on our water there where we were at 12 acres, and it wasn't any good, so we ended up buying this 34 acres where we do have water and sold that other 12. And so now we've got 7 acres of grapevines, and 1 acre is fixing to harvest here in the next couple of weeks.
That's awesome. Now I know, like, winemaking, very involved, very dependent on so many factors, from soil to weather to, whatnot. Mm-hmm. It seems like a huge commitment to be doing that, but also trying to, get an acting, directing career going at the same time. How do you balance your time as far as doing that?
Well, when they let me out of the mental insane asylum, I work as hard as I can.
Oh, you're not out? You're not out yet?
Oh. I'm on my one phone call.
We're leaving.
Okay. But what you're saying. But yeah, it's very time consuming, and I had no idea it was going. We were going to get into the movie making business. It just, I started out on this Showdown of Brazos with 4 or 5 actors, and now I've got over 250 actors, and it just ballooned up. And I didn't want to do anything second rate or cheap. I was trying to do it as cheap as possible. Don't get me wrong there, but I didn't want it to look cheap. And so, in doing so, we've got distribution companies banging on our door right now trying to get to purchase it.
That's great.
That's a great setup. Now, I was listening to you in another interview where you were getting compliments from George Romero's son, talking about he thought you were on a $1 million project with some of the stuff he looked at. Can you kind of talk about what that was about?
Yeah, I mean, I was real shocked. He called me one day. I was on one of his shows, and he watched the trailer I've got on YouTube, and I sent him a few other clips there. And he's one of the distribution companies really looking at us, and he thought we was on a multi-million-dollar movie budget. I said, it's far from that. It's coming out of my pocket, so in the banker's pocket. So we're just real lucky. In Texas, we got in with some reenactors, and a lot of people are just trying to break in to movies as far as acting. So we got a lot of volunteers to do that. And then, of course, I pay my crew and camera, and we have to rent a lot of sets, but a lot of sets we don't have to. They're more willing to let you film out there. And so we've just kind of, my second round of editors, I didn't realize it, but he said, your gift is producing. Like, what's the difference in that and directing? I'm still so new at it, but he's just amazed at everything we've been able to get done and get it organized. And I said, well, that goes back to the school business of organizing all the people and making sure we do it right and fast and get it done. And so that's kind of what we've been trying to do, is just make it look as good as possible with as little money as we've got. And it's not a micro budget movie, where the director's holding the camera and directing traffic at the same time, but it's above that. But it's going to be look like $1 million budget, yes. So we keep our fingers crossed. It looks like that on the big screen.
Yeah, I can't imagine even getting into the the Western film world would even start at being cheap. Just thinking of special effects and the costumes and whether it's horses. I can't imagine that's an easy thing to do on a low budget.
No, and I want it to be very accurate, period correct. Make sure all the guns are right, the rigs are right. When I say rig, saddles and all that kind of good stuff. And so that's where the reenactors came in really handy. And then I bought lots of costumes myself because when, I wanted to be an extra, I bought one set, one outfit to be in those extras. And so I started adding to that over the couple of years. So when we started doing this, and even though I would let somebody else use my costume, I'd try to buy it somewhere where I could wear it down the line,
right
around my size. And then I've bought a bunch off eBay and things like that on auction where it's fairly reasonable, and try to buy things like that, different sizes, so different people could, different characters could have costumes that didn't have any. And so we've been able to just string it along and pick up things like that along the way. We got horses, wagons. I said, when we were at a set, I said, how much would it cost you to drive your wagon through town? And he said, well, that'd be $200. And I was like, oh, my, $200 for wagon. Okay, do it. I'm going to shut my eyes.
Yeah. Figure it out.
Yeah. I know where the $200 going to come out later, but we need that wagon and horses driving through town. So, but, the time he hooks these horses up and gets his wagon and everything out there, it's worth that for him. That takes an hour or two just to do that. So, and it adds to the realism of the set.
For sure. Yeah.
Now, being the writer of the script and the director, are you able to kind of look at what you wrote and say, okay, I have to adapt this fairly easily for the movie, or are you one of those, I got to go by what my original thoughts were and this is how we got to shoot it? No, we change it all the time. I tell the actors it's not Shakespeare, and you make sure you feel comfortable with whatever the lines are. You can change them a little bit as long as the meaning stays the same. And then we go from there. Now, if you just I'll tell you one example. One guy gave him lines, and we shoot it. He says these lines. I said, good. Let's do that again. These lines, I finally said, sir, did you not get the script? Yeah, do you want me to use it? He made his own script.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that'd be really good. So we went through it like one more time. I said, we're cutting that part out.
Yeah.
He made up his own line. I'm like, what are you doing? But no, I give people some latitude there, but not that much. But and sometimes it just doesn't work out. It doesn't work as far as whether you're at the set or the people you've got. And we thought we had it finished, and then, like I said, when I got the second round of editor, he went in there and we sat down and watched it real fine tooth. He asked me 1,000 questions that day. And so that's when we decided to go back and reshoot some scenes that we hadn't included. And then I needed to write some more scenes. And so I did that. So that's how we came up with 3 more days left of filming. We had 3 weekends planned. We got 2 of them shot, and then COVID hit, and we got shut down again.
That's awesome, Bill. I mean, I love hearing your entrepreneurial spirit, and I love that you delve into a lot of different things, because I think that's what you have to do nowadays to be successful. No one's really doing one thing. It's almost impossible. So I really appreciate the time you gave us today.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Oh, anytime. If people want to check you out or check out your work or the vineyard, like you have several things you could promote. So go ahead. Where's the best place to find you?
You can go to my IMDb page, and Showdown Brazos has an IMDb page too, or you can go to my Facebook and check out there. And we try to put pictures from behind the scenes, and we do casting calls there. And so those are the best places. We're working on a web page where we can get information on our wine that's going to be coming up next year. And so it's all in the process of getting it out there. So those are a couple of places they can look and keep up with me.
That's awesome.
Awesome. Bill, one last question. Now that you've done all this acting and you're making movies and so forth, have you got like one of your kids from your school like chatting you up? Hey, Mr. Foster! Yeah. Hey, can you give me a part?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I put some of them in there too. I've even put a couple of my teachers I had in the movie, as extras, the kids.
That's awesome.
And so you network all those in there.
That's great. Bill, thank you for your time, and we appreciate it, and stay safe out there, and we look forward to seeing what you do down the line.
Well, thank you so much for having me. Be glad to come back on when the movie comes out.
Sounds great.
So, John, I was looking up like a little bit of info on you. It kind of sounds interesting. Like you're into a lot of different things: acting, DJing, rapping, improv, ghost hunting. From what I'm seeing, it all started because you had like a family member that was like very strict and tried to like keep the family in and like not have them like do much. Can you explain a little about that?
Yeah, of course, definitely. Yeah, that's kind of the dark past of myself a little bit. It's something I just came to terms with recently. Actually, my grandmother was very abusive and she isolated us when we were younger. Definitely from most of society, and it was hard to express yourself. So I found an outlet in a lot of entertainment, whether it was music, comedy, things like that. That's really where I got to express myself. So I think that's really where I got my passion for it. You know, when you don't have any avenue, when you're in your home, you can't really speak, and anything you say is considered wrong. Like, you have to find other outlets. So that's kind of, one of the main reasons why I think I have such a passion and just a love of, all creative forms, whether it's music or art or, comedy, all kinds of things. So, yeah, definitely that's a big part of my story and why I love what I do so much.
What was first on the list? Like, what was the first thing you really tried to pursue out of those things?
Definitely it was music. Music was the first thing I started imitating when I was really little. I call myself a regurgitator or an imitator. I grew up, listening to music. I would imitate Michael Jackson's dance moves. I did a lot of other stuff too. Like, I would imitate the Groucho Marx and the Marx Brothers and like comedians I saw on TV and stuff like that. But music, I think, was definitely the first one. I would always dance. I loved music, singing along to the music. When I went to junior high, counselor recommended I do extracurricular stuff. I ended up doing choir, and I sang in choir for like 6 years from junior high to high school. So music was definitely, I think, the first one that got me kind of that taste for being on stage and performing and expressing myself, and then it just continued from there, and I expanded out into acting and other things as well. So.
One of the things I've seen you in recently, you were part of Ford v Ferrari, and that ain't half
a
bad
great
for
movie.
a guy getting into the business and all. I mean, you got to play a couple roles. Tell us a little bit about like what it was like on the set, and for what I've seen, you were right there with like Shane from The Walking Dead, and tell us a little bit about that set.
Definitely. Yeah, it kind of came randomly a little bit. I was focusing a little more on my stand-up comedy and music at the time, and I would say kind of a hiatus from acting because I didn't focus a lot on my acting at the time. But I made a decision to quit my day job in that time frame that I ended up getting cast for the movie. And I got a random call from casting. They found me on LA Casting. They said I look real Italian. They found out I spoke Italian fluently and that, they liked my look and all that kind of stuff. And I went in for a fitting, and it just kind of grew from there because of all my experience. I ended up getting to do a big scene with John Bernthal early on in the movie where I was playing one of the Ferrari factory workers in Italy, and I had a little interaction with him, and it went really well. I got directed by James Mangold, which was another incredible experience to have such a big director actually, come and direct me. And
hey there, everybody. It's Scott here.
And his buddy Mike.
No, he's terrible. But we make up the duo that you guys might know as the Verbal Shenanigans Podcast.
We're a weekly podcast that does radio-style interviews with some really interesting guests.
For instance, we've had amazing sports stars like Trent Dilfer, Lenny Dykstra, Dave Andrechuk, and Butterbean, to name a few.
Now, we've also done things outside of sports, such as Mark Summers, Matt Pinfield, John Walsh, even William Hung.
Yes. So please catch us every week on the RTF Sports Network from 9 to 10 a.m. See you there.
Bye.
Finally, I have my own show to speak my mind about sports. And not have those two idiot co-hosts from Twist cut me off all the time. Green Bay Greg is the show to hear on the one and only RTF Sports Network.
Hey there, everybody. It's Scott here.
And his buddy Mike.
No, he's terrible. But we make up the duo that you guys might know as the Verbal Shenanigans Podcast.
we're a weekly podcast that does radio-style interviews with some really interesting guests.
For instance, we've had amazing sports stars like Trent Dilfer, Lenny Dykstra, Dave Andrechuk, and Butterbean, to name a few.
Now, we've also done things outside of sports, such as Mark Summers, Matt Penfield, John Walsh, even William Hung.
Yes. So please catch us every week on the RTF Sports Network from 9 to 10 a.m. See you there.
Bye.
I'm enrolling in Medicare soon, and it had me a little confused. Then I found myhealthpolicy.com. With myhealthpolicy.com, I could go online and compare Medicare Advantage plans from some top-rated national insurers, including $0 monthly premium plans. I could learn about plans in my area and talk with a licensed insurance agent if needed. myhealthpolicy.com has made doing my research a whole lot easier.
My choice, my Medicare, myhealthpolicy.com.
New to Medicare? Start now. Go to myhealthpolicy.com to learn about some of the top-rated Medicare Advantage plans in your area, including plans for $0 a month in plan premiums, low out-of-pocket costs, and expansive provider networks. If you're thinking about a Medicare Advantage plan, myhealthpolicy.com is a great place to go to find a plan that meets your needs. Learn more about your options. Even talk with a licensed insurance agent. myhealthpolicy.com.
Welcome back to the Psy Squad Pod.
Hello.
Hi.
What's up?
Oh, hi, Brendan.
I still be here, but I am hurt after we didn't beat the record for longest game in the NHL.
That was a bummer.
But we'll get back to that later.
Yeah, well, it's alright. Your Blackhawks can maybe break that later.
No, they're not.
No, there's no chance.
No chance. Because the Blackhawks are going to put up 6 against Marc-Andre Fleury.
Oh, yeah.
We want to play against Leonard.
Oh, yeah. Well, speaking of goals, so for those that don't know, and I hope you all are watching it, today of recording, it is a Tuesday here. The MLS is back final is currently going on. It is 1-1 currently. Portland's about to take a free kick, so I'll give you live updates, even though this technically isn't live. But so Portland and Orlando are meeting in the final. 2 MLS is back tournament MVPs, and Sebastian Blanco and Luis Nani are playing in it, and so far it's a really good game. Laurice Mabiala with the first goal for Portland off a really good ball from Diego Valeri on the free kick, who's about to take another one. And then, what was his first name? Mauricio Pereira scored the equalizer for Orlando. I did not witness that one because we were watching some insane... Oh, free kick by Valeri. It is taken poorly, so still 1-1. But I'm overwhelmed with all the sports we were watching. We were watching the 5 overtime thriller.
Yeah.
So I missed the Orlando goal. But this is our 2 pretty good... I had finals that no one predicted. But they have 2 players that are playing really good right now, Luis Nani and Sebastian Blanco. Both have really elite coaches. It's just a good final, and so far it's living up to that. Like, I can't really emphasize enough we don't know already about Orlando. And I'm watching the game as we speak. Luis Nani's struggling right now, which is a bummer because I think he's going to win MVP. But the MLS is actually tomorrow. Apparently, there's going to be some regular season games. So they are back with the regular season. So what they're doing, I know. So what they're doing is they're doing like 4 phases, and they're going to play regionally. The only teams that aren't confirmed yet are Canada, the Canadian teams, because they're going to have the Canadian teams play each other, but those are not confirmed yet because the Canadian government is making it quite difficult. Oh, excuse me. So far, no fans in the stands, except for in Dallas and Kansas City. Weird that that's going to be in Dallas because they had the pull from the MLS's back tournament because they had too many COVID cases.
Yeah.
So I'm very intrigued to see how that goes. Now, FC Dallas doesn't exactly draw good crowds anyway, generally, which is a bummer.
It's good at this moment.
At this moment, it's awesome. But it'll be interesting. So, like, for example, like Minnesota will play like Sporting Kansas City, Houston. They actually play Dallas, too, which I'm very, very... very worried about. In case you all were wondering, I'm very worried about.
Do you want to go?
Do I want to go?
Yeah, you drive down to Kansas City and watch it. You said Kansas City's doing fans, right?
Let's go.
It's only a 6-hour drive, 6 or 7 hours. It's not that bad.
Okay.
Not bad.
I drove
When's the
to
game?
the middle of Iowa to watch Rock. Not that bad.
So, okay,
So Noah's gonna be leaving us right now. He's got to hit the road.
I was gonna say, okay, but dead ass though, I'm actually gonna do a little bit of research while you guys are talking about stuff. So
It can't be that expensive for tickets.
oh
right?
god, no, you can for MLS games. You can for example, like at
It's gotta be like baseball, right?
yeah, and they're probably cheap. So like at Allianz Field, which is like the brand. Keep in mind, this is like the brand spanking new stadium for the Loons. I've been able to sit lower level every single game for like less than $200 total for both tickets. Like for the first game, I went to, I was like row one. The field is right there. Now that was a birthday gift, but they were like $150 a piece. For a playoff game, I was like 12 rows up, $70 a piece.
Damn.
Like they're a pretty good deal. And then yeah, so that's a great.
When I went to Lambeau, we were 13. I was 13 rows up, and my pair of tickets were $700 and something for the pair.
Football tickets are
so
ridiculous.
expensive, so worth it.
Oh, I'm sure it's worth it. It's all right. I'll be spending that kind of money soon when I go to SoFi Stadium someday. But yeah, so I'm interested. I think it's a great idea to keep things regionalized. It'll be interesting to see, like, now all the MLS players do not have COVID because they've kept testing. Have not had any positive cases since Dallas and Nashville both pulled out of term due to COVID cases.
Are they doing a bubble as well?
They did do a bubble. They did in Orlando. Another proof in the pudding that every sports league should probably do it until COVID goes away, which, I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Well, NFL, listen up.
Yeah, exactly, because I do not want to miss out on football. We're already missing out on college football. But I'm excited that it's back. So if that means I can't go to a Loons game, but that means Minnesota United wins MLS Cup, I will take that 10 times out of 11.
There you go. So I also noticed that the first games back are back-to-back Dallas versus Nashville games.
Yes, because they want to get them caught up as best they can.
Okay, so they are going to get caught up with the rest of the
yes,
season.
Yes, they're going to get caught up with the rest of the season, so they're playing each other back-to-back. And both Dallas and Nashville have not had any positive cases since they returned back home to their respective cities.
Cool.
Which is awesome.
Hopefully it stays like that.
I hope so too.
It's not another baseball shit show.
No, I don't know. I feel like if I guess, and really the only shit show that's going on is the fucking Cardinals.
Yeah, well, it was the Marlins at first.
Yeah, but they got their shit together. They got their shit together quick. The Cardinals are still getting COVID cases.
You why?
Why?
Because they went out partying and...
Oh, the Marlins?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I knew that. The Cardinals went out to a casino. Yep. Fucking idiots.
But you know, sports handling their COVID really well.
Who?
Hockey.
Hockey.
Yeah.
Oh.
No positive tests.
But wait. Can horses even get COVID?
Well...
Because I know they tested a couple animals can't.
They've been on and off on which animals can and can't.
I don't think horses can get COVID, so I think NHL will probably be fine.
Yeah, the problem is you have the jockeys, though, the coaches.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and also, if you think about it, especially with tonight's game, they don't need COVID. They're just going to run them out of energy anyway.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, so if you have been living under a rock, tonight the Blue Jackets and the Lightning played, and we postponed our podcast till this game was over. So our podcast ended up being late. The game was supposed to be ended an hour before our podcast, and it went into 5 overtimes.
To be honest, Boston and Carolina, who got postponed to tomorrow, they probably would have been like halfway through the second period by now.
Yeah, like we would be giving you live updates on them, but live.
Yeah, as best we can.
But they are tomorrow now, so you're gonna have to wait and hear about it later. But I'm excited. NHL is back. We had 2 close games. Both had the same score. If you caught, because earlier today was the Flames and the Stars, which the Flames won 3-2 after one guy scored 2 goals in the first period for the Flames. The Stars rallied back when the Flames got the go-ahead goal in the third. But yeah, hockey is crazy. Tonight, now, we still have Chicago and Vegas who are playing in Edmonton. So their game didn't get affected by the 5 overtime. As much as I want to, sit here and be like, full-heartedly be like, Chicago's going to just destroy, I think Chicago's strength is in their fourth line, which is, it's an interesting place to have strength, but it's always been kind of where Chicago has had strength. I think the game might be more interesting than people think because we were not expecting the Edmonton-Chicago game to work out that way. But the same reason why I said Chicago would win the Edmonton series is why I'm going to assume they're probably not going to win the Vegas series because Vegas actually led the regular season series 2-1.
Just a quick update. According to the American Veterinary Medical Association, there has been no link with horses and humans contacting COVID. So horses, so far...
The NHL is safe, basically.
NHL is safe. They just need to eliminate all human aspect. Just put the horses in there. They can't get COVID. You can even have horse fans, possibly. That might be kind of a fun way to fill the stadium.
That would be a fun way to fill the stadium.
Imagine a bunch of wild horses just running around through the
But then wouldn't the Philadelphia Flyers have the best shot? Because they'd have all the Phillies in the stands?
Fat Kid Phillies?
No. Philly is female horse.
You're not talking about the food truck?
No, Philly is a female horse.
Fat Kid Philly.
I actually did not know a female horse was called a filly.
I didn't either. Wait, are Philly cheesesteaks made up
of horses? Yuck!
Breaking news from the Sasquatch Pod. Are all Philly sandwiches made out of horse meat?
To be fair, all hockey is played with horses, according to us, so... Has everything just been horses this whole time?
Are cows even real?
What is a cow?
Have you ever seen a cow close up? I don't think so.
Have you ever watched a cow been turned into meat? Because I haven't.
I haven't either.
I don't want to see that. I like cows.
I mean, we all like cows.
I've seen them up close, actually, Ben. I think they're very real, but they act like very large dogs, so I wonder if they are just dogs that are controlling robots.
What if it's a horse in a costume?
What if it's a dog in a costume?
The possibilities are endless.
What if it's all just cake?
Oh, no.
It always has been.
It always has been.
And this has been the meme zone with the Sasquatch Pod.
Was that a good meme? No.
So, horses doing good. A sport not doing very good. We kind of mentioned it a little bit ago. What's it called?
Baseball.
Baseball.
Well, I'd say some are doing good.
But the Cardinals are really striking out.
I think compared to other sports, you could probably say they're not doing very well. Because you look at the other major sports, NBA, MLS, and hockey, who haven't had any cases really. So yeah.
You know what team is going to be the St. Louis Cardinals of the NFL?
The Browns.
The Browns.
The Browns.
I was thinking more the Jets.
No, it's going to be the Browns.
No, it's going to be the Browns.
They're going to go party. It's going to be OBJ, Jarvis Landry, Baker Mayfield.
There's a chance that it might be even like the Dolphins. Like I'm just trying to think of like the really young teams.
Nah,
especially being in Miami.
Dolphins got a culture change. God, Cleveland will be the ones that fuck it up.
It's going to be Cleveland.
Yeah. That's so Cleveland.
It's
going to be Cleveland. I'm now set on that. They're going to be the ones that are going to fuck it up.
Well, a quick look at baseball, though. So far,
it could be the Washington football team, too.
That's true. Washington, Ron Rivera won't let that happen.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
This is true.
But Dan Snyder would promote it.
That's fair. In the West, the Athletics are ahead 12-5, having a great season so far. The Twins 11-6, great season. Love Bomba Squad.
They're doing great.
Who's the best team in the MLB right now?
Right now it's the Athletics.
Oh, is it the Athletics?
Yeah. The Athletics, and then it goes. Athletics have 12 wins. Rockies and Twins both have 11.
And the Cubs have 10, don't they?
And the Cubs have. You are correct there. Tied with. No, the Cubs have played 3 less games though. The Cubs have 10 wins. The Yankees also have 10 wins.
And the Cubs played 3 less games because they had a 3-game series against St. Louis get canceled.
Right. The Athletics are 9-1 in their last 10 though, so they are killing it in the athletic side. Cubs are 8-2. So.
Yeah, we lost to freaking Kansas City.
So they're already almost sixth of the way done.
Well, almost
that's crazy.
Third of the way, if they're getting towards 20.
Yeah.
60 games, yeah. And actually, they also just came out with new things that they're looking at. They're looking at maybe creating a playoff bubble,
which I think is a brilliant idea for MLB.
I also agree with that.
The 3 other major sports we've been talking about have all done bubbles, and they've all worked flawlessly up to this point.
Yeah.
So I think not only MLB, but I think NFL should do the same thing.
Oh, I agree.
I think they should take whatever playoff teams make it. They should stick them in really nice hotels, make them stay there. Oh no, they have to stay in a nice hotel for a couple weeks so they can play professional baseball. Oh man, rough life.
It's kind of interesting because it seems like the NFL's problem right now is actually the Players Association.
Well, yeah, the Players Association didn't want to do a bubble. But I think if MLB's bubble, if their postseason bubble goes flawlessly and it's a good success, I don't know why the NFL wouldn't just replicate that. Especially
they're their own sport. They're not just another sport in America's sports market.
I think the NFL has done an okay job with COVID. There has been a huge number of COVID cases.
But they also stopped reporting them.
Yeah, but a couple of players who were on the COVID list initially got taken off. I know Matt Stafford and Gardner Minshew were 2 big guys they had put on the list right away who both got taken off.
Right, well, see, the problem with the NFL, since we're getting into the NFL...
The Bears.
What about the Bears?
Bears might mess it up, too.
I think it's the Bears. Damn, we gotta play the Bears twice a year.
Lions will just try to inflict poison damage on the Packers.
Anyways, though, back to saying the COVID tests for Minshew and for Stafford both were positive and then negative. So they didn't actually have it. So it's the testing that was flawed in those situations. And I'm scared that could affect like an important game where, say, someone like Patrick Mahomes tests positive and then
he's out for 2 weeks or something.
Well, he's out for the game and then they test him the next day and he's negative.
Didn't they after the Matt Stafford, didn't they change the rules? After Matt Stafford, they changed it so now that if it comes out positive but they're asymptomatic, they can take 2 more, and if they're both negative, they can go back right away. Well, there's something along that line where after the Matt Stafford, they changed the rule that you can come back if you're asymptomatic and you have a positive, they can test you more to see if it's a false positive.
I hope that's the way they do it.
I feel like that happened because you're going to have a situation like that.
Yeah.
It's going to take one key player to be out, and then it's like, well, shoot.
At least the NFL is doing better than college football right now.
Oh, my lord.
The SEC might have a couple extra teams. Nebraska, Iowa.
Yeah.
They might. They seem like to be the only conference playing, and I hope that
Big 12 said they're going to play too.
Are they?
Mm-hmm. So Nebraska will probably hop over to the Big 12.
Yeah.
So,
that would be nice.
So a quick, this is the exact wording for it. So any Tier 1 or Tier 2 employees, such as players and coaches, who produces a positive test and is asymptomatic and has no history of the coronavirus infection, so they didn't come into contact with anybody with coronavirus.
Right.
They can, if they produce 2 negative tests, they can take 2 more tests. And if they produce 2 negative tests within 24 hours, they are allowed to resume normal activity. So they could come back. So let's say Patrick Mahomes gets tested positive on Saturday. If he takes 2 more tests Saturday and they both come back negative, he can play Sunday.
Okay. So that kind of be like a DeAndre Ayton thing yesterday where he missed the test, and so he's in Orlando.
Yeah.
They just kept him quarantined until they came back with the negative test, and then I guess they drove him to the game, and he played in the second half. Yeah, it was crazy.
So players will get the opportunity to keep playing.
That's good.
Thankfully, that's something they tweaked after Matt Stafford came back,
which is good.
Yeah. I'm glad that they're learning. I hope they learn from all these other leagues.
Yeah.
with like the little things.
Yeah, NFL is the league that benefits the most because they literally have seen all the trials and errors that have failed, that have been good, and this is just proves why they again. It just is another thing for the NFL to prove that they're king. It's like, well, look, we have perfected the way without being in a bubble while still being in our own markets and allowing fans, and that'll just continue to make NFL the best sport in America because they're going to figure. I think the NFL will figure this out. I really do because that's just the way. That's honestly just the way the NFL is. The NFL is just so. Just enriched in American society that they're gonna figure out a way for it to make it work, whether it's limited capacity or they only open up certain sections of the stadium or something. They're gonna figure something out. I fully expect the NFL to be successful with their efforts.
Hopefully,
yes, hopefully. Hopefully.
But with college football, the Big Ten and all the presidents and all that had a meeting today and decided not to play.
And the Pac-12.
Yeah, the Pac-12.
Tons of players are coming out against these presidents and people who don't see the day-to-day operations, don't see what's going on. Just kind of, they get paid anyways. So that's the kind of the stance the players are taking. We want to play.
Yeah.
You just want to get paid and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of a tricky situation because a lot of players do want to play regardless of COVID because, you got a lot of college players who need to make their case for the next NFL draft. And I saw an interesting take on the other day talking about, like, Joe Burrow made his whole case for the NFL draft in his last year.
Yeah.
If that last year wouldn't have happened,
he'd be looking for a job, and he'd be a 7th round draft pick.
Exactly. So
he would have gone to the Patriots.
It makes sense why these players want to play. But as protecting not only the players, but as a whole student base as a whole, letting these players play and then go to classes and stuff, it puts so much risk on not only players, but non-players.
Yeah. Because that's the thing that we all need to remember, too, is these are still college athletes. These are student
they're college
athletes.
kids. They're still going to go to their college class and sit next to the same 40 or 50 people every week.
And not to mention, after games, they would go to, like, a party and, do all that. And that's the thing. That's, like, the human life elements that people just don't talk about. Yeah, these college guys are going to go to class, and they're going to go to parties, and then they're going to carry all that stuff into the next game. And it's just a whirlwind of just stuff that just doesn't need to happen. Now, here's my thing. I'm okay with them canceling college football if they would just cancel this year. Because you have to put the safety of just not only your student athletes, but your students.
Right.
Like Ben said perfectly. Like, this isn't just your guys' campus. This is everyone's campus.
Call that to Alabama, though.
Well, right. Imagine you pay Nick Saban a few $1 million, then you get more money to make new facilities, and it's just ridiculous. But that's going to get to my next point. The fact that they moved it to spring just continues to prove my point that the NCAA and all these colleges are money hungry, just ridiculous people that want college football to keep going because it's going to make them money. Because here's what putting it to spring is an awful idea. Because what's going to happen is they're going to move to spring, and then there's no plans to change it into the fall. So they would go from spring to fall.
Plus,
right? And how does that work? Do you go from sophomore to junior? Do you stay because how's it going to work?
Yeah, that's weird. But I'm just more talking about the player safety just outside of COVID. They can get hurt doing that.
Oh, easily.
They could get hurt.
Plus, it's going to be interesting with the NFL because if they go into spring, the draft's already set for end of April.
Right. Yeah.
And then you have your combine. They're going to go the college season, like 1 or 2 weeks combine, then draft. They're going to have no time between. There's going to be no time between college, the combine, and draft, which is going to affect COVID cases because there's no quarantine period. They're going to come right from college into the combine, and they're going to be all these kids from all these different schools around the country.
Yeah. Here's my prediction for this out with the NFL. We're going to see the most wild NFL offseason we've ever seen this next offseason. Because there's going to be trades galore. And and you can even quote me on this right now. You heard it here first in the Side Spot Pod. There's going to be ridiculous trades. When I say ridiculous, I'm talking about desperate trades. Because they are not going to be able to rely on the draft. There's not going to be enough there in terms of game film to trust. The only guys who are a first sure thing to get drafted right now, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Penei Sewell, the tackle out of Oregon. The only for sure things you can trust. That's 3 out of how many picks do they have in the NFL draft?
240 something.
200 some.
What about Jamar Chase out of LSU?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you, Brian. Jamar Chase.
Right, there's always going to be that.
Oh,
couple.
and that linebacker from Penn State who opted. I can't remember his name.
I know what you're talking about.
It's actually interesting. I was watching a video about that the other night. How teams who have, let's say, have a player coming up. Let's say you have a big guy. Let's say you have a big running back coming up who needs a lot of money. You don't pay him. It's going to be so hard to replace him in the draft.
Yeah, no, there's going to be absurd contract extensions. There's going to be absurd trades. Like, ones where you scratch your head and be like, is that worth it? No, there's going to be trades that are not going to be worth it, but they're going to get so desperate for what they needed through the draft that they're just going to do it through offseason and free agency and whatever. This is going to be the most wild offseason we've ever seen. We thought this offseason was wild. You just wait till next year.
I saw a conspiracy theory that Brian Goodgrass knew that, and that's why he drafted Dylan and Jordan Love this year, because he didn't know he was going to be able to get a replacement running back next year for campaign Aaron Jones.
I like that. I like that.
Because if we can't pay Aaron Jones next year, we won't be able to rely on the draft.
Sucks.
We already have A.J. Dillon.
Yeah. That's smart thinking that you would never have thought of when everybody...
Actually, that really sets up the Packers nice, because if there is people trying to replace, you franchise tag, Aaron Jones, or even your second guy there, not AJ
Jamal Williams.
Yeah, Jamal Williams. You franchise tag and ship.
Yeah.
And you get value out of somebody that was just going to walk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. Yeah. Say the least. All I know is just bad move by the NCAA. They just continue to prove my point with stuff like this, because if they actually cared about the student athletes, they would have just canceled the season. And yeah, the players would have been pissed, but you have to explain to them that we can't just consider your guys' livelihood. We have to consider everyone else's, our professors, our employees, our other students that actually have to pay to go to school.
Right.
These are the people we also have to worry about. But now we want to use you guys because you're gonna make us billions upon billions of dollars. So we're gonna move you to the spring, turn it around, and then you got regularly scheduled college football. They should have just canceled, because then it's easier on the reschedule. That's the thing people forget about this is like them rescheduling we're gonna play until late December. Now you have to worry about the next season, about how you're gonna get back on track, and you're gonna take this time to get back on track, and you either take it, we want to get playing right away, or we just need to take a year off and just wait until we can get back to the schedule that we are accustomed to. So it's going to be interesting how all sports leagues, not just college football, handle that. NFL might be fine because they may be able to start on time, but Major League Soccer, MLS Cup is in middle of December, and they usually kick off late February. That's not going to happen. They're going to have to delay it to at least the middle of March. And then they're going to have to condense all these games just to get back on schedule. Or what does the NBA do? They're going to have to play NBA would have to play a shortened season next year. They would have to. Same thing with NHL.
Right, you'd think so.
They would have to. Just if they want to get back to their regularly scheduled, whatever.
Unless you're going to forever change it, which I don't see
I don't see happening either. Which I don't think they should,
Yeah.
It's really a wild time for sports. It's going to be interesting to see how the next couple months play out.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But we are less than a month away from NFL, baby.
Yes, sir!
Texans Chiefs, September 10th.
Can't wait for it. I'm very excited.
Very excited.
I got tons of money
on it.
Yep. Probably the wrong team.
Texans. I hope you're not betting on the Texans there, bud.
Well, just DeAndre Hopkins. Or not DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, no, he's not there.
What's his name? Quarterback.
Deshaun Watson.
Just Deshaun Watson. The rest of the team I don't care about. I just need Deshaun to have 2 touchdowns and I think 300 yards.
Oh, that's not
too bad.
I mean, he does have 3 receivers.
Yeah.
4 receivers instead of just 1.
We'll see what happens here. But NFL, it's almost back. Noah, do you want to go into franchise mode?
I do want to go into franchise mode.
All right. Titans edition.
Titans edition. All right. So I'm going to add a fun element to this whole... So I'm the GM, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
so
sir.
I'm the GM. But I'm not the owner.
No.
I am going to try and I'm going to create our own bubble.
All right. Like the Saints.
Like the Saints.
Perfect.
You cannot travel. We live in Nashville, Tennessee. There is everything for you here.
Yep.
Grocery stores,
Fair.
whatever. You cannot leave this proximity of Nashville, Tennessee, including for training camp. We're having training camp at Nissan Stadium or at our training facility because they go to like different suburbs. Nope, Nissan Stadium. Be here for practice. This is where we're staying. This is where we are. And if I find you guys, and another thing too, like this is gonna sound so like whatever, but no like crazy extracurricular stuff unless it's with your family that doesn't have COVID or anything. Because if we find out that you're at a fucking club and you caught a case with someone with COVID, you're not playing for us. We can't risk that.
Fair.
Or at least you're getting a suspension, a fine, or no, you're being suspended, not a fine. But suspended because we don't want you around our teammates, around our team messing shit up. Especially with the Titans, our football team, who can be a dark horse Super Bowl contender this year. So y'all ain't messing our thing up. You cannot leave Nashville. You can't leave within like 25 miles within the Nashville city borders or something like that. Some whatever. So that's how it's all that issue. Now for the actual on the field stuff. So the Titans are 7th in the NFL in cap space. They still got about $23 million in cap space. So it's going to be interesting. So the Titans combined for 1 sec. I have the stats saved. I'm so sorry, guys.
All good.
But the Titans had 55 team sacks last year. I would like another pass rusher, and I can get one for cheap. I've been saying it for every single thing because I'm just surprised he's still a free agent. Why not just bring in Everson Griffin? Why not just bring him in? Or at this situation, I don't even know if they really would need him as much, but like bring back Logan Ryan. I'm not a big Malcolm Butler guy anyway. I'm really not. I think he's dipped since his Super Bowl. He wasn't Super Bowl MVP, but like his moment, right? He had another good year in New England. It wasn't the same sense. I want to bring back Logan Ryan. I would choose him over a pass rusher because we still have. Because the thing is there's no really like major like nose tackles that we would want because we would need a nose tackle to replace Gerald Casey. There's just none in the market that we would want.
Damon Harrison
still a free agent.
Yes, he is.
Snack Harrison.
Okay, perfect. I want Snack Harrison.
See, you can get him cheap. I heard Everson Griffin is looking for 2 or 3 years, $10 to $20 million for his deal. Well, but you can get fucking Damon Harrison for probably $2 or $3 million a year.
Yeah, no, that's it. I didn't know he was still a free agent. Damon Harrison.
Mike Daniels' new contract was $2.5 a year, which is not quite the veterans minimum of $1 million, but it's not a lot.
Yeah, and I didn't even know he was still a free agent. And honestly, with Logan Ryan, now that he switched his position to safety, he's probably going to, in theory, want more money because you compare his stats to other safeties. It's ridiculous, but that's just how he's viewing it, which is a good move on his end, his own personal end.
Hey, Noah, just throwing something out there, right? Logan Ryan does want to come back to the Titans. We're just going to say that for this section. What about a guy like Eric Reed?
Don't really need a safety, to be honest. We still have Kevin Byard and Kenny Vaccaro, so we're fine at safety. But honestly, I would just go get Snack Harrison.
Yeah.
Like that would be it. We need a tackle to replace Gerald Casey. And honestly, like the Titans in terms of what we need is not as like. What's that? I need to pull up the depth chart. The only thing I worry about is our offensive line because we lost Jack Conklin to free agency. We replaced him with Isaiah Wynn. My only thing with Isaiah Wynn, which is honestly probably just fine, he is a better pass blocker than a run blocker. That's how he was at Georgia, which is fine because we have King Derrick Henry on our team, and that's how we're going to build our team. It shouldn't be complicated. He got us to the AFC Championship. We're a run-first football team. Now, because here's the thing too, I just don't trust Ryan Tannehill as much as other people do, like in terms of me, but like obviously we have him. He brought us to the AFC Championship. We need to keep him on the team. We extended him.
Yeah.
All right. You know, whatever. I wouldn't have extended him, but we did. It is what it is. But we live or die with Derrick Henry. Plain and simple, limit Ryan Tannehill. But here's the thing with Ryan Tannehill. A.J. Brown is going to be the next a big rising star wide receiver. We can utilize him. So offensively, I am not too worried for grand scheme of things, and honestly, even defensively, except for no because we have Jeffrey Simmons and Vic Beasley, who are going to rush the passer. I like not love our linebacking core in Rashaan Evans and Harold Landry, And the only thing I don't like about our secondary is Malcolm Butler, so that's where I would like to bring Logan Ryan in. But he's probably going to want more money than what we would really want to give him.
Plus, he wants to play safety.
And we don't need a safety. Kenny Vaccaro, Kevin Byard. But Kevin Byard's a top 10 safety in football.
Yeah.
So I would bring in Snack Harrison to replace DaQuan Jones. I would. And we have no depth at that position. So that's what I would do. In terms of what we would do for the season, I would say we're at maximum an 11-win football team. I could see us winning between 9 to 11 games, taking that division with a Colts team that I'm not too set on, for a Jacksonville team that's going to contend for the number 1 overall pick, and for a Houston team that is one-dimensional offensively, and they're just not as good. Their roster's not as complete defensively. So
what's the one dimension of Houston?
The what?
You said Houston's a one-dimensional team. Is it Will Fuller or is it David Johnson?
No. So here's what I said about the Texans. So they have Brandon Cooks, Kenny Stills, right? Will Fuller, and Randall Cobb.
Randall Cobb!
They all are the same receiver, just different age.
Basically.
And so basically all you have to do is figure out how to guard one receiver, you figure out how to scheme for them, which is basically take away the short routes, don't let them get past you with their speed. And Randall Cobb's not as fast as he once was, and Kenny Stills has never been a number 1 guy. So we can figure that out so easily if we have a good secondary. Now again, the Texans are gonna win a few football games. Like the Texans will put up some points in the season. Like they have talented receivers. I just think once you face a good defensive team to figure out how to scheme for them defensively, they're not going to get anything done. And the Texans' offensive line is still terrible outside of Laramie Tunsil. I think great. I love Laramie Tunsil. That was great. That in the end, that was a great pickup by Houston because he played very, very well. But I think you're probably the most complete team in that division. We don't have the best quarterback play, but with the team that we have, that's just fine. Ryan Tannehill is going to be riding a lot of confidence into the season, so that's what I would do with the Texans or the Titans.
I think the Titans really don't have any major holes.
No, they really don't. Like there are teams that are just more talented than us, but we can't fix that. Like we can't just be like, let's just go sign all these talent. We just can't do that. But in terms of what we have, I love what we have. That's why Tennessee's a dark horse contender, because they can beat all these good teams. We've seen them do it. They beat Baltimore and Kansas City in the same season. You know, obviously, like Baltimore and Kansas City are going to be more talented than us, and that's without question. But
and think plus every other team Kansas City played in the playoffs, they also put up like 30 points and had a 30-point lead at one point.
Texans had a 24-point lead. They blew it in a quarter, which will never happen against any other team. Houston could play the other 20. They could play the rest of the 30 teams in the NFL, and they were up 24-0. They win that game, they'd be 30-0. Mm-hmm. But against Kansas City, it's not a for sure thing. That's just how crazy Mahomes is. But that's how I would fix it. Not really fix. I would just bring in. Honestly, I would just bring in a new nose tackle, and if we can get it for the right price, Logan Ryan. But I don't think that would work out with the cap. Like we're fine on cap, but it's just But if we're trying to go for what could be a Super Bowl run, bring in Snack Harrison. You can stuff the run.
Right.
And he's actually one of the best pass rushing defensive tackles in the game.
And actually, last year with the Lions was one of his statistical best seasons.
Yes, exactly. So I didn't know he was still. I just assumed he would have been picked up by somebody.
Right.
Same thing I would assume with Jadeveon Clowney, Logan Ryan.
I feel like Jadeveon Clowney has been picked up because of Jadeveon
Clowney. Right. He's his own, bad example because he's his own fault for that, and I would never give that money to him. But
no,
damn it,
I saw one thing said he wants $15 to $20 million a year.
That's disgusting.
Which would put him as one of the highest, not even just highest defensive players in general.
That's
like what they just gave Myles Garrett, who's young and already more successful in his career.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to pay that kind of money for inconsistency and for him to play 2 good games a year.
And plus, is Jadeveon Clowney even strong enough to dent a quarterback's head?
This is true.
Myles Garrett is.
We know that.
Giannis just got ejected for headbutting somebody.
What? That's fucking awesome. Oh, what?
Giannis is like, I am Buck.
I am Buck. That's fucking awesome. Giannis is like, I am deer. I am the Bucks.
He is the Bucks. Literally, if Giannis leaves the Bucks, they're gonna crutch off of Chris Middleton?
Oh, they would not. They would not be a playoff team if Zion or if Giannis left.
They would give New York a run for their money on being the worst team in the league.
No, Bucks would definitely be a better team than the Knicks. They just wouldn't be a playoff team because Zion is the difference maker.
Giannis.
Right, Giannis is Giannis. Like, I'll just start
You said
with that.
Zion.
You did it now too.
Dave Duncan?
Duncan said Giannis.
No,
I I messed up and said Zion.
No. He said Zion got ejected for headbutt.
I don't know.
We'll have to look at the tape.
Speaking of NBA, the National Bird Association.
They're birds now.
Well, to be fair, one of their
for the bourgeoisie.
To be fair, one of their best, one of the best players in league history's last name is Bird.
This is true, Larry Bird.
Yeah.
He works for the bourgeoisie.
Well, the NBA's going great right now.
Yeah.
We were crowning T.J. Warren as the bubble god.
We can.
I don't know how you guys are doing that.
He was.
He was going off, but
he was doing okay.
But then
he was doing better than okay.
Then Damian Lillard was just like, "All right, that's cute. I'll take over."
Yeah.
I'm still. My vote's still D-Book.
No, I think it's easily Damian.
Okay, but has Dime Dropping Dame gone 7-0 in the?
No, they have not. That's why Devin Booker should be number 2. But Damian Lillard is willing Portland to victories right now, and he's putting up insane, gross
Did Booker
numbers.
put up 60-plus points back-to-back?
He did not.
No, but he's consistently put up 30 points.
Yeah, but
So is Dame.
So is Damian.
Dame's consistently putting up 40 at least. But, yeah, Dame's killing it.
Dame's killing it. That's the
D-Book's killing it.
D-Book is killing it. Like, I will not deny that. I would just give it to Damian.
That's fair.
D-Book's shooting his shot so well that it's even working off the court.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
But,
all I'm saying.
So Dame and PG having some beef.
Yeah.
On social media. Just keep.
I love it. I love it because Damian always has the upper hand with Paul George. Yep. He is easily the better player. He literally just drilled a half quarter in his fucking face to beat him, and then Paul George is all of a sudden just has this beef, even though Damian kicks his ass every single time.
Right. It's just
trending Dame man.
Yeah.
Dude, Damian Lillard. Oh my god, he's a freak. Seriously, I want no part of Portland if we have to play him in the playoffs. I want no part of it. I want no part of trying to guard Damian Lillard. I want no part of that. I don't want that.
See, you might not have to, though, because Portland and Phoenix are 2 of the 4 teams currently competing for the 8th seed in the
God, that would be such a good
East or West.
Well, and now, so as it stands right now, Portland is the 8th seed. The actual 8th seed. So then Memphis is actually the 9 seed. So that means
9th or are they 10th?
They're 9th. So Memphis would actually technically, because they only take the 9 seed, so it would be Memphis playing Portland.
Yeah.
But obviously, if Phoenix wins tomorrow, then tomorrow, right? Do they play tomorrow?
Yeah, but Dallas.
Does Memphis have another game?
I don't know.
Yes, Memphis plays. That's awesome. Memphis plays the Bucks.
Oh, they're getting
so
fucked. As long as Giannis doesn't get
Bucks,
suspended, then yeah.
Memphis Bucks, Suns,
Mavericks,
Suns, Mavs.
Which the Mavs are a beatable team. They beat them before.
Portland has one more.
Who does Portland
Portland plays the Nets. So
the Nets have been randomly good.
Yeah, they've secured that 8th seed.
What about the 4th team?
They're actually 7th
They
seed
secured
right now. The Nets are actually the 7th seed right now. But they won't drop less than the 8th.
They secured the 7th.
Oh, they secured the 7th now.
Yeah, the Magic.
The East is.
Guys, Portland's got a real update. Portland's a really good free kick opportunity right here.
Oh, it was like
just outside the penalty box. It was not quite a penalty, but Portland has a really good chance here. Just out, probably 20 yards away. I would say 20 yards. Diego Valeri is going to take this free kick. He is god tier.
And I feel like since a lot of the time the NFL takes former soccer players and turns them into kickers who make 40-plus yard field goals consistently, as long as their name's not Robert Aguayo.
Roberto Aguayo. One of the biggest busts in NFL history. You waste
Taking
a second
round pick for a kicker.
Only
Hey.
Tampa.
Rams are pretty great.
What?
Well, your coach Sean McVay
I love Sean McVay.
on Hard Knocks announced that he's creating an outdoor facility for his team to stay at.
Awesome. In Sean, I trust. In Sean, I trust. That's all I have to say. All I have to say about Sean McVay. I love that man. Please never leave us.
In Chargers news, Anthony Lynn revealed in the opening scene of Hard Knocks, which is going on right now, that he was infected with COVID-19.
Oh fuck!
So,
all right, Diego Valeri to take it. Say by
Did you
Galise.
guys- This is kind of an interesting story in the news. Did you see John Gruden faked having COVID?
What?
Yeah.
No.
He got the whole Raiders or whatever. Not they got on the video call, right, and there was a different coach, like their assistant coach or whatever, got on. He said, "Hey guys, Gruden's got COVID. We all need to stick together as a team," and like this whole speech on how they need to stick together and how everybody can get COVID. And then Gruden was fine.
Yeah.
He's like, "Nah, guys, he popped these. Like, nah, guys, I don't get COVID." He's just to prove so that anybody can get COVID, even the most important person.
Oh, Derek Carr got COVID.
No.
Ooh.
Gruden probably wishes.
Kind of an interesting story. I thought it was funny.
Honestly, though.
Sounds like him. Sounds like Gruden.
I feel like Gruden's just going to say that Derek Carr tested positive.
And then he just can't play.
Yeah, but every week. Every single week. Oh, yeah, Derek Carr tested positive.
He's still positive, guys. We test him 3 times a day. Positive.
Yeah, I don't know about those tests.
Mariota, though, he's been clean every single time.
2-1 Portland. There goes my prediction. Fuck.
Well, you tried.
I did. Who was it that scored? Sarich just scored
Well, what
on a
time
tap
is
in. They're in the 65th minute. So Portland is up 2-1. The MLS
There's
is back
still
to-
25 minutes.
Well, who's going next in the
No, but I said
spin to win
2-1 already.
contest?
Brendan
Franchise mode.
Brendan is in franchise mode.
All right, Brendan.
Please, no, please.
Who would you like here? We have
The Seattle Kraken.
No, not allowed. We have the Chargers.
I want
the
the
Washington
Bears.
football team, the Colts, the Bears, the Raiders, the Rams, and the Steelers and the Bills.
I want the Bears
literally-
or the Rams just to piss off.
No,
Noah.
literally just get any other team except for the Bears and Rams, and we are totally
I want
fine.
the Bears or the Rams just to
Rams.
piss
No,
off.
I don't want to. I don't want the.
I really want the Bears. The Bears.
I'd rather take the Rams and the Bears. I just want the Bears because I just want to just say it out loud in front of everyone.
We all want the Bears.
Well, that's because Duncan and I are going to make Mitch MVP, and then you two are going to cut Mitch.
Of course you're going to cut him.
You're going to trade Mitch to the Packers.
I'm not going to trade Mitch to the Packers. I don't want Mitch 10 feet from Packers facility.
Mitch is going to take over for Aaron Rodgers.
I'm gonna trade Mitch Trubisky for a half jar of mustard and a ham sandwich.
I'm going to trade Mr. Trubisky for Gardner Minshew.
I would trade.
I don't hate that trade.
I would trade Mitch Trubisky for a free meal at Subway.
I would trade Mr. Trubisky for a $50 Applebee's gift card.
Then that's more than a free meal at Subway.
Are you going to spend it?
Yeah, I'm going to spin it.
All right,
Come on, no Rams.
Come on, Rams.
Bears.
Stop, slow
Keep
down.
going.
No.
Washington football team. Oh, let's go.
Damn it.
Washington football team.
That's what he's already
We're
done.
winning the damn Super Bowl. Hear me out.
It might not be last
Hear
week,
me
but-
out. Hear me out. Poison. We're going to just infect the league with COVID, and then we will be the only ones left. So our 5th strings that are playing starters just because that's what we have available to us will be playing against 7th strings. Washington football team. End of racism.
So I hope the first thing you do is give him a name.
No.
Nope. They will henceforth be called the Washington team.
I'm actually just going to ditch the Washington part, too.
Just team.
They're just going to be a football team.
Football team.
Actually, they're going to be the football team, because that way, when we win the Super Bowl, it was the football team won the Super Bowl.
Great game tonight against the Jets and the football team.
Jesus, it's so awful.
Actually, just the foot.
The Washington Foots.
No. Just foot.
I think it should be the Washington Balls. I think
Just
it's
the F.
Just ball.
Balls.
Just the F, because
Ball.
we're the F in the chat.
Washington football team next week, Brendan. We're ready for it. That leaves how many teams? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 teams left.
Yeah, so everybody, we'll go around one more time, and then this actually, Brendan will have 2 more. Everyone will have 2 more left, basically.
Yep. So Chargers, Rams, Steelers, Bills, Bears.
Duncan is next.
Raiders,
and then me, and then Noah. So good chance to get some Rams on there.
I want to get the Rams. I'm surprised they've even lasted this. The 2 teams that I want have lasted this long. I don't get it. That's fate that I'm gonna get one of the 2.
You probably will get one, but there's a good chance you won't get
funny?
both.
I would love if I got both.
They're both still there. You have 2 chances. You have the theoretical chance to get both the teams you want.
That'd be awesome.
But there's a high statistical chance that he won't get both.
Your probability is that you'll get neither.
Yeah.
There is major. That's probably more likely than anything.
But are you after? Or no, it's Duncan, then it's you.
No, it's Duncan, then me, then Noah.
Oh yeah, that's right. So there are 2 more chances that they could go back to back.
Yeah, they could.
Ben could get the Rams, Duncan could get the Bears. Or sorry, Duncan could get the Bears, Ben could get the
I like
Rams.
my odds.
I want the Bears.
I want the Rams.
Just to make him mad?
Yeah. Trade for Todd Gurley.
No. Trade for Mitch Trubisky.
Trade for Goff for Trubisky. Straight trade.
That's a great trade as well. For both sides.
SoFi Stadium would burn before it even opens.
So, do you guys want to end with our pick'ems for the week?
Yeah. So this weekend is one of the biggest UFC weekend, I guess, UFC nights of the year. It's in Vegas. It's headlined by 2 of the greatest fighters of all time. Definitely 2 of the best heavyweights of all time. And it's their 3rd matchup overall. Stipe versus DC. It's going to be a great one. We're going to go with 3 of the main 3 fights on the card for our pickups this week. So we got Junior Dos Santos going up against Rosenstruck. We got Sugar Sean O'Malley going against Marlon Vera. And then we got Stipe going up against DC. Might as well start off first with Junior Dos Santos and Rosenstruck. Rosenstruck had a fight not that long ago, actually, where I'm pretty sure he knocked the guy out easily first round. I'm not worried about him losing this fight.
No.
Yeah, just kidding. He lost in the first round. He got knocked out by Francis Ngannou last time. I'm still not worried. Francis Ngannou is a different monster. Junior Dos Santos hasn't been all that fantastic as of late. His last win was back in January against Curtis Blades, but Curtis Blades has also lost since then as well. So, I have Rosenstruck winning this one. I think it's going to be knockout, and I think it's going to be a 3rd round knockout.
Yeah, so I'm going to side with you here. I think Rosen will take this one too. I think he's just the bigger, more physical guy in this fight. So I do think it's going to be a knockout too. I think it's probably going to be the 4th or 5th round. It's going to be a little bit later, but it's going to happen.
Yeah, I have Rosenstruck as well. I think he is a bit bigger, more physical fighter. Longer reach, he'll be able to connect on those punches and all that good stuff. I'm just looking at his statistics here. Slightly, well, I mean, they're pretty similar on strike accuracy,
Yeah.
but yeah. And he is younger, isn't he?
Yeah.
So yeah, Rosenstruck.
So my pick for this one is pacifism. There's no real winners when you're fighting.
Unless you bring a gun.
No. There's no real winners.
So who's your real pick, Brendan?
Pacifism.
Junior Dos Santos or Jaza?
They both lose. They're fighting.
Okay.
You're no fun.
You want to go to the next fight?
Yeah, I'm loving this next fight. Sugar Sean O'Malley, probably one of my top 3 fighters. I love watching him fight. I love his trash talk. He reminds me of a Conor McGregor, and his.
He has like a same tattoo like him on the.
Kinda. He thinks he's all that.
It's 12-0.
Yeah.
He's best buds with Joe Rogan. Gets high in his off time. He likes to do random things with his hair.
Yeah.
He's very accurate.
He is really accurate. in both accuracy stats, he is significantly more accurate than his opponent.
Yeah. For some reason, he's still not facing somebody that's ranked. So part of the reason that the bigger guys like Cody Gilbert and stuff like that are saying that he's all talk and he's a punk and stuff is because he's knocked these guys out, but it's unranked guys, so it's not even top 10 fighters in the division. So that's the thing. But I think Sean O'Malley gonna get the easy victory here. I think it's gonna be a knockout in the first round. I don't think he's gonna try the running knee to start out, but I think if the round goes to the second round, I think he will go for that knee to take him out.
Yeah, I think obviously he has the better record, he's better accuracy, he's bigger. I think it's going to be a pretty easy fight for Sean O'Malley. I do think that Marlon will stick it out to the second round, but it's going to be really early second round. Sean O'Malley's going to come out swinging, bop, 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 knocked out.
I like it.
Yeah, Sean O'Malley's going to kill him. Has the height advantage, has the reach advantage, more accurate with his strikes, and I think that'll play a huge role. And he, like you said, he hasn't really faced any ranked fighters, and he's continuing facing a fighter that's inferior to him. So, yeah, Sean O'Malley, I can see it going maximum 2 rounds, but that's it.
So, the main event of the card...
I picked pacifism for that fight, too.
Okay. Yeah, we figured, because you're lame like that.
Oof.
Choosing pacifism over fights. Come on.
Pacifism.
Anyways, it's Stipe versus DC. Crazy history between them. DC won the first one. Stipe won a controversial one the second time. This has been over like 3 years. So they each fight. Stipe's champion right now, facing DC. This is cementing DC's legacy as either the greatest heavyweight of all time or the second greatest heavyweight of all time to Stipe. I think it's going to be a great fight. Both have been training very, very hard for it. And I have DC winning, but I would not be surprised if it went the other way, sadly. I do think that it's going to last most of the 5 rounds. I don't think it's going to make it to the end. It depends on who the ref is, I guess, whether you're going to stop it or not. And these big fights like this, commonly the refs are a little more lenient with giving guys times to react and stuff.
Yeah.
And so I have DC winning, but not by much.
Yeah, so I have Stipe winning. He is the current champion. I think it's going to be a good fight. He does have the height advantage, he has the read advantage. He does way less, though, but it's not by much. I think it's going to be a good fight. I think Stipe's is going to knock out him, Daniel. It's going to be last second of the 4th round. Stipe's going to have one last flurry of blows before they call it, and he's going to knock him out.
I think Daniel Cormier is going to win. I think he's going to solidify his status as the greatest heavyweight of all time. I think it goes the distance.
Oh.
It goes the distance, but Daniel Cormier gets the edge.
And then do you think DC is actually going to retire after this fight? He has said that he thinks he's going to.
Yes, I do think this is the way to go out. You win this title, you're probably inarguably the greatest heavyweight of all time.
Right.
Retire on top.
Do you think if he loses, he'll retire still?
No.
Okay. I think the same way. I think if he loses, pride's going to get in his way, and he's going to have to go another fight. Even if he takes a fight against a guy that doesn't stand a chance against him, just to get a win to end his career, I think that's what's going to happen.
Right.
Brendan, who do you have won in this fight?
Pacifism. There's no real winners when they're fighting.
So just to even it out, Brendan has Stipe winning.
No, pacifism.
Right?
See, I'm actually going to win because mid-fight I'm going to run out there with a chainsaw. Oh. That's going to throw everything off.
Oh.
Chase him around the octagon a little bit.
I'm excited for you.
They trip and they fall. And that's
great
No, Ben, no. No slicing people in half.
I don't know if I want to see that yet.
Yeah.
We'll see who trips first.
Yeah, I guess.
We'll see who trips first.
I think that's how we're going to end the podcast this week.
Perfect.
Pat McAfee's going to kill Adam Cole. Just to recap.
Hope he does.
MLS going great. Finals going on. It's 2-1.
2-1 Portland.
Yep. Portland
With 12 minutes to go in regular time.
The NHL playoffs have just kicked off with some couple good games already.
Mm-hmm. The MLB is a shit show, but it's finding its way. So I might
Just
have playoff.
delete the Cardinals.
Yeah.
We hope the NFL comes back strong and ready to play with little COVID.
College football is run by money-hungry, terrible people.
And somebody at UFC is going to lose an arm.
Oh, yeah. The NBA is going strong.
Because I'm bringing a chainsaw.
That's all for this week's podcast. I'm Duncan.
I'm Ben.
I'm Noah.
Noah, if you have COVID, we just heard you coughing.
I think I'm okay. I'm wearing a mask, guys, just so you know.
I'm the guy most likely to trip.
Tune in to our social media at Site Sport Pod for all updates.
I'm enrolling in Medicare soon, and it had me a little confused. Then I found myhealthpolicy.com. With myhealthpolicy.com, I could go online and compare Medicare Advantage plans from some top-rated national insurers, including $0 monthly premium plans. I can learn about plans in my area and talk with a licensed insurance agent if needed. myhealthpolicy.com has made doing my research a whole lot easier.
My choice, my Medicare, myhealthpolicy.com.
New to Medicare? Start now. Go to myhealthpolicy.com to learn about some of the top-rated Medicare Advantage plans in your area, including plans for $0 a month in plan premiums, low out-of-pocket costs, and expansive provider networks. If you're thinking about a Medicare Advantage plan, myhealthpolicy.com is a great place to go to find a plan that meets your needs. Learn more about your options. Even talk with a licensed insurance agent. myhealthpolicy.com.
You can only sing karaoke to your dog so many times. It's your turn to see live music again. You've earned it. And if you want to, make it a night out in the city. Indiana residents can save up to 50% off hotel stays. The city of Indianapolis is excited to welcome you back safely. Check out visitindy.com for more details on your favorite music venue reopening plans. You want to hear great sports content twice a week? Then don't miss Twist, the weekend sports talk. Every Monday and Thursday. New time, new days, at 2 p.m. Eastern. Only on the RTF Sports Network.
Hey there, everybody. It's Scott here.
And his buddy Mike.
No, he's terrible. But we make up the duo that you guys might know as the Verbal Shenanigans Podcast.
We're a weekly podcast that does radio-style interviews with some really interesting guests.
For instance, we've had amazing sports stars like Trent Dilfer, Lenny Dykstra, Dave Andrewchuk, and Butterbean, to name a few.
Now, we've also done things outside of sports, such as Mark Summers, Matt Pinfield, John Walsh, even William Hung.
Yes. So please catch us every week on the RTF Sports Network from 9 to 10 a.m. See you there.
Bye.
What's going on, Triple Shot Sports family? This is Brandon Combs, host of the best podcast on the planet. That's the Triple Shot Sports Podcast. Be sure to join myself and Soup Boss Chad Lounder live for 2 hours. Yes, I said 2 hours every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern and 7 p.m. Central on the RTF Sports Network Facebook page and YouTube. And if you miss any part of the show, you can hear us every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on your drive home at 5 p.m. Eastern on rtfsportsnetwork.com.
Do you want to get inside the mind of Matt Benz, co-host of Twist, the weekend sports talk? Well, tune in to Benzie's Bit to find out what he really thinks about sports and life on the one and only RTF Sports Network. I wonder what I'll do now that I don't have to share the stage with my co-host from Twist, the Week in Sports Talk. Whatever I want. Tune in to Mike on the Mic for a fresh take on sports and life on the RTF Sports Network. You know what that sound is? That's the sound of a new time and a new day for Mike on the Mic on the RTF Sports Network. Every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss it. Mike on the Mic, a spin-off show of Twist, the Weekend Sports Talk.
Finally, I have my own show to speak my mind about sports, and not have those two idiot co-hosts from Twist cut me off all the time. Green Bay Greg is the show to hear on the one and only RTF Sports Network.
Do you want to get inside the mind of Matt Benz, co-host of Twist, the Weekend Sports Talk? Well, tune in to Benzie's Bit to find out what he really thinks about sports and life on the one and only RTF Sports Network.
Hey, RTF Sports Network fanatics, this is Matt Benz with Benzie's Bit. If you like power rankings and off-the-wall fantasy football breakdowns, make sure to tune in at 2 p.m. Eastern on Fridays. I'll make sure to give you a Midwest take on current events in the vast sports universe. Once again, that's Benzie's Bit, 2 p.m. Eastern every Friday on RTF Sports Network.
Are you sick of listening to podcasts where all you get is the same old guy whining, complaining, talking about his fantasy team and his favorite team? Well, I got a solution for you. This is Green Bay Greg from the Green Bay Greg Show, found on the RTF Network, Wednesdays, 2 p.m., 1 p.m. Central. Wednesday afternoons,